Naruto, my Sharingan can be embedded with infinity gems. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126 Black Zetsu in action. Kamui left the Hokage building and headed towards home point. The work report has been completed, so why is Shenwei still staying in the meeting room? Of course he has to go home quickly. No one can stop Shenwei's determination to get off work point. Kamui went home, and the 4 cages in the conference room of the Hokage building also said goodbye one after another. The Chunin exams have come to an end for the time being, and the results are out, so they naturally won't continue sitting in the conference room point. Although the 4 cage were not satisfied with the final result, there was nothing they could do. The reasons given by Konoha village were logical and irrefutable point. The 4 cages were filled with anger, but they couldn't vent it in front of the Hokage, Madara, and Kamui, so they had to vent it on the genin in their own ninja village. It was because of them that they were so disappointing point. It is said that when Kamui returned home, he found the house in a mess. Kamui thought there was a thief in the house, but it turned out that the culprit was Pikachu point. Kamui looked at Pikachu, the little house wrecking expert, walked over, grabbed its tail, lifted it in front of him, and then said, "Little mouse, explain to me why you have brought such trouble to our home." Pikachu used both words and gestures to prove to Kamui that it wasn't his fault point. After reading it several times, Kamui finally understood what Pikachu wanted to express and speculated. "You mean someone broke in while we were away?" Pikachu said as he nodded, indicating that Kamui's guess was correct. "What did the intruder look like?" Kamui continued to ask Pikachu. Pikachu continued talking and gesturing, asking Kamui to continue guessing point. This really stumped Kamui. Kamui had no idea what Pikachu wanted to express and couldn't guess it at all. "How about you draw him?" Kamui suggested to Pikachu, picking up a paper and a pen and handing it to Pikachu. Pikachu agreed, took the paper and pen, and started drawing point. Pikachu first drew a circle on the paper, then thought about it, erased it, drew a sun again, and handed the drawing to Kamui. "Look at what you drew. Is this the sun? Or is it a fried egg that has turned into a spirit? I'm out of my mind." I actually let Pikachu draw. Kamui looked at the drawing of Pikachu and laughed at himself. "I think you just want to evade the blame. You made up this person and put all the blame on him. Little rat, you are still young and you have learned to lie. It seems that it is time to teach you a lesson." Kamui reached out his hand on Pikachu's tail and left his flying thunder god spell, then exchanged for a Pokeball from the mall and was about to put Pikachu into it. Pikachu was still actively explaining to Kamui when he saw a tattoo suddenly appeared on his cute little tail. He tried desperately to rub the tattoo off with his little hands, but to no avail point. Then when Pikachu saw Kamui take out the Pokeball, he didn't care about the tattoo on his tail and tried desperately to break free from Kamui's hand to avoid being put into the Pokeball. "Little mouse, it seems that you know this thing. Then I will give you one more chance. As long as you tell the truth and admit your mistakes, I will not put you into the Pokeball. If you continue to resist, you will spend your next life in the Pokeball." Kamui decided to give Pikachu a chance. As long as Pikachu was willing to admit his mistake, Kamui would let bygones be bygones. Pikachu was still trying to defend himself, with no intention of admitting his fault. "It seems that we have spoiled you. You should reflect on yourself in your Pokeball," Kamui said as he aimed the Pokeball at Pikachu and was about to press the button on the Pokeball. After Pikachu struggled hard in vain, he quickly picked up his previous painting, made some changes to the original painting with a few strokes, and then held it in front of Kamui. Shenwei looked at Pikachu's new painting and found that Pikachu simply painted the original fried eggs black, and there were no other changes. "Ah, you sure you didn't draw it wrong? Is this what you saw when Shenwei looked at the burnt egg on the paper? He immediately thought of his old enemy, Black Zetsu. "Black Zetsu, I didn't expect you to dare to come to my house and cause trouble." Kamui was surprised at Black Zetsu's audacity, and at the same time he had some guesses about the accuracy of the time Black Zetsu chose to break in. Pika seeing that Kamui was absorbed in his thoughts. Pikachu reminded Kamui to put him down. Kamui looked over when he heard the sound and saw Pikachu pointing at his tail. He immediately understood and quickly put Pikachu down. After Pikachu regained his freedom, he crossed his arms over his chest, turned his head to the side, and deliberately avoided looking at Kamui, indicating that he was very angry. Little mouse, I was wrong about you before. I want to apologize to you. How about I make you some dumplings? Kamui apologized to Pikachu and hoped to solve the problem with a meal of dumplings. When Pikachu heard what Kamui said, his little ears twitched. He turned around, facing Kamui, and wagged his tail. How about 2 dumplings? Shenmue started to raise the price. Pikachu's tail wagged even more happily, and he secretly calculated with his little finger. Pikachu turned around, stretched out his little hand, stretched out 5 little fingers, and gestured to Kamui, indicating that Kamui should make 5 dumplings for it. 5 meals of dumplings. You're too greedy. Okay, I agree. Kamui agreed to Pikachu's request. Pika seeing that Kamui agreed readily, Pikachu stretched out his other little hand and signaled Kamui to make 10 dumplings for it. 10 meals is 10 meals. No more. If you add 10 more, there will be none left. Kamui still agreed to Pikachu's request. After Kamui solved Pikachu's problem, he started to clean up the house. Shenmue was packing up when he suddenly thought of a question and asked, Little mouse, let me ask you, what is 5 plus 6? Pikachu stretched out his little finger and started to calculate Kamui's math problem, but he couldn't figure it out after a long time. Little mouse, I have another new question. You said you don't even understand 5 plus 6, so how can you be sure that your ultimate move of 100,000 volts is definitely 100,000 volts? It may very well be 99,999 volts. Hahaha. Kamui simply felt that cleaning the house was too boring, so he wanted to tease Pikachu. Pikachu got a little angry after hearing what Kamui said. He used a 100,000 volt move to hit Kamui, then walked away in a swagger. Now that Pikachu is gone, Kamui is even more bored and has to work hard by himself. That night. Konoha Hospital. Shimura was wrapped in bandages, standing on the rooftop of Konoha Hospital. Before taking part in the Chunin exam, he confidently said that he wanted to win the championship. But the facts proved that he was too weak. Not to mention winning the championship, he almost died in the second exam, and in the preliminaries for the third exam, he was defeated cleanly. However, the girl he hated the most, Uzumaki Suzuna, passed the third exam preliminaries, which made him feel extremely jealous. Father, I have disappointed you. I'm sorry for your teachings. As Shimura said this, he was about to jump off the roof of Konoha Hospital. If you die now, you will accomplish nothing except bringing shame to the Shimura clan. A voice suddenly sounded in Shimura ears, dispelling Shimura idea of committing suicide. Who's talking there? Shimura looked around vigilantly, trying to find the person who had just spoken. It's me, Black Zetsu said as he stepped out from the shadows and appeared in front of Shimura. Who are you? Shimura looked at the Black Zetsu in front of him and maintained the vigilance that a ninja should have. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is why you can't get over it and choose to commit suicide. Black Zetsu instantly took the initiative and started to trick Shimura. I promised my father that I would win the Chunin exams, but I broke my promise. Shimura said dejectedly. It's just a Chunin exam. If you fail this time, there's always next time. Why should you care about winning or losing for a short time? Black Zetsu comforted Shimura in a cold voice, hoping that he would cheer up and then become a pawn in his hands to help him do things that he could not do himself. How can I be a ninja in my current state? Shimura said this as he touched the place where his right eye had originally been, which had now lost its sight. Who said you can't be a ninja like this? Black Zetsu said in a mysterious tone. Do you have a way to restore the sight in my right eye? Shimura Shahu asked excitedly. I can't do it, but I know someone who can. Black Zetsu said in a mysterious tone. Who is he? Shimura. Shahu asked impatiently. There have been rumors about him all over the village lately. Haven't you heard about it? Black Zetsu deliberately did not mention Tobirama's name, leaving Shimura Shii to guess it himself. You mean Tobirama sensei? Shimura. Shahu suddenly realized, since you have already guessed that it was him, you should also know about his human experiments, right? Black Zetsu gradually induces Shimura Shahu to find Tobirama to help him replace his eyes. Will Tobirama sensei agree to this? Shimura. Shahu was a little hesitant. As a teacher, isn't it right for Tobirama to use the results of human experiments to help his students? If your teacher really cares about you, he might give you a Sharingan. You know, the current Hokage became Hokage by relying on his Sharingan. Black Zetsu's words were like a seed, taking root and sprouting in Shimura Shahu's heart. Thank you for telling me this. I'm going to find Mr. Tobirama now. Goodbye. After listening to Black Zetsu's analysis, Shimura Shahu was very excited. He thanked Black Zetsu and immediately went to Tobirama to help him replace his eyes. Black Zetsu looked at Shimura Shahu's receding back, sneered, and thought about his next plan in his mind. Then he merged into the earth and disappeared. Chapter 127 Plan. Shimura Shahu believed what Black Zetsu said and ran to the director's office of Konoha Hospital to wait for Tobirama. At this time, Tobirama was in the Anbu, dispatching Anbu personnel to prevent the spread of rumors, eliminate the negative impact of the rumors, and trace the source of the rumors. As Tobirama arranged things step by step, the Anbu members were sent out to carry out their tasks one by one, and Tobirama finally had time to calm down and think about the problem. At first, Tobirama suspected that the rumors in the village were spread by Kamui, but now that he calmed down and thought about it carefully, he realized that Kamui was in the same situation as him. After ruling out Kamui's suspicion, the most suspicious person is Naruto's Madara. Tobirama guessed that this was Naruto's Madara warning himself and also the people of the Senju clan. Following this line of thought, Tobirama felt that the whole incident was becoming clearer and clearer. There are currently 6 important departments in Konoha village, namely Konoha Hospital, Ninja School, Police Department, Mission Department, Anbu, and the recently established Konoha Bank. More than half of these departments are controlled by the Senju clan. And this power is enough to drive Madara Hokage out of the position of Hokage. So it is understandable that Madara Hokage wanted to warn the Senju clan through this rumor and make them put away their inappropriate thoughts. When Tobirama thought of this, he instinctively thought that Naruto Madara would not have such foresight, and it must be Kamui who was giving him advice behind the scenes. Tobirama recalled that when he mentioned that Kamui also knew about the human experiments, Naruto Madara showed an expression of surprise on his face, which did not seem to be a lie. So there was no possibility that Kamui helped Naruto Madara to come up with ideas. So in the end, the only possibility is that Naruto Madara is the mastermind behind spreading the rumors. If this is the case, it seems I need to warn my tribe members that they need to keep a low profile. Recently, Tobirama muttered to himself. Tobirama figured out the whole story, and the Anbu members also came back one after another to report to Tobirama on how the rumor was handled. In the end, as Tobirama expected, the source of the rumor could not be found, but fortunately, this evil trend in the village was stopped in time. After Tobirama finished his work with the Anbu, he went to the Konoha Hospital to visit the wounded. In fact, there was no need for Tobirama to go there in person. It was because there were genin from other ninja villages among the wounded that Tobirama went there in person. To show his importance, Tobirama looked around, but didn't find his disciple Shimura Shahu, so he asked the medical ninja at Konoha Hospital, Shimura Shahu, have you been discharged from the hospital? The medical ninja next to Tobirama couldn't remember who Shimura Shahu was for a moment, so he quickly looked through the medical records in his hand and then answered, Shimura Shahu, I remember he lost his right eye during the Chunin exams. I found it. Here are his medical records. The medical ninja handed the medical record book in his hand to Tobirama and continued, this child is quite pitiful. He lost all his tribe members at such a young age, and now he has lost his right eye. it will be difficult for him to carry out missions in the future. The medical ninja's unintentional words made Tobirama's heart move, but there was no change on his face. I know about his situation. If he comes back, ask him to come to my office to see me. Tobirama returned the medical record book in his hand to the medical ninja and walked back to the dean's office point. As soon as Tobirama entered the office, he saw Shimura, who had been waiting there for a long time. I sent someone to look for you, but I didn't expect you to be here already, Tobirama said calmly. Teacher, I want to ask you for help. Shimura, whose eyes were full of desire as he stared at Tobirama closely. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly. Tobirama didn't say he would help, nor did he say he wouldn't help. He just asked Shimura to speak out the story. As for whether to help or not, Tobirama had his own considerations. Shimura took a deep breath, calmed his nervous mood, and then spoke. Teacher, I hope you can heal my eyes and let them see again. After Shimura finished speaking, he lowered his head and dared not look at Tobirama again. Shimura waited for a long time, but received no reply from Tobirama, so he raised his head and secretly glanced at Tobirama. It didn't matter what he saw. Shimura was almost scared to death. I saw that Tobirama was also looking at him, his eyes full of scrutiny, which made people shudder. Shimura unconsciously took a few steps back, resisting the urge to escape from here, and continued to ask Tobirama, Teacher, would you like to help me? Who sent you to find me? Tobirama did not answer Shimura, but asked him who was the mastermind behind the scenes. No one told me to do this. This is all my own idea. Shimura concealed the matter of Black Zetsu from Tobirama. Firstly, he could not explain clearly the origin of Black Zetsu. Secondly, as Tobirama's disciple, he knew his teacher's character best. If he said that he was instructed by someone, then given Tobirama's character, he would never help him. Is it really? Tobirama continued to ask. Teacher, Tobirama, please believe me, this is really my own idea. Shimura knew that, as long as he insisted on this point, even if Tobirama had doubts, he would have no evidence to prove that he was lying. Tobirama kept staring at Shimura, trying to find any flaws or any unnatural movements on his face, but failed in the end. Tobirama stared at Shimura, thought for a long time, and then said, Go away. I won't help you with this matter. After much deliberation, Tobirama finally decided to reject Shimura. The rumors in the village had just died down, and at this critical juncture, he used human experiments to replace new eyes for his disciples. He committed such a blatant crime. Did he really think that the laws of Konoha village did not exist? I understand. Goodbye, teacher. Shimura came with high hopes but left disappointed. He originally thought that Tobirama would choose to help him out of the relationship between master and disciple, but he did not expect this result. Shimura left Tobirama's office sadly and desperately, and went to the rooftop of Konoha Hospital alone, crying secretly. At this time, Black Zetsu appeared again. Why are you hiding here and crying secretly? Didn't your teacher help you? Black Zetsu asked knowingly. The teacher rejected me, Shimura said while crying. This shouldn't be the case. Aren't teachers supposed to care about their students? Why is your teacher so cold-blooded? With Black Zetsu fanning the flames, Shimura began to feel resentment towards Tobirama. Is it because Shimura seemed to have thought of something, but he was not sure. Because of what? Black Zetsu asked quickly. Because I'm from the Shimura clan, Shimura explained. But what does this mean? Black Zetsu continued to ask. The Shimura clan was once exterminated by Tobirama for leaking information about the village, and I was able to save my life only after my father begged me. Tobirama must be unwilling to help me because of this. Shimura began to imagine, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that what he thought was right. At the same time, his resentment towards Tobirama deepened a little, and the way he addressed Tobirama in his words also changed unconsciously. He is your teacher. Perhaps he has his own reasons. Seeing that the time was right, Black Zetsu performed a classic reverse operation and returned to the battlefield. If he can ignore even his own students, How can he be a teacher to others? At this moment, Shimura Shahu has been completely bewitched by Black Zetsu, but there is still a small gap before he can obey Black Zetsu's orders. He is still your teacher after all. Black Zetsu simply tested Shimura Shahu's attitude towards Tobirama and decided on the next move. From today on, Tobirama, is just my genocide enemy, nothing more. Shimura Shahu wiped the tears from his face and said firmly, in that case, do you want Tobirama to pay for this? Black Zetsu's true intentions were revealed. I want to, but how can I do it? Shimura Shahu has fallen into the abyss of darkness, at the mercy of Black Zetsu. What you need to do is very simple. You need to take the initiative to stand up and prove to everyone that Tobirama's inhumane human experiments were conducted on living people, and these people are all residents of the village. As long as you stand up and report him as Tobirama's disciple, everyone in the village can drown him with a spit. Black Zetsu calmly told Shimura Shahu about the vicious plan he had carefully planned. Okay, let's start now. After hearing Black Zetsu's evil plan, Shimura Shahu couldn't wait to see Tobirama's disgraced end. Don't worry. During this time, I need you to contact someone, Hazuki Jinjatsu from the Hidden Mist Village. His uncle is in Tobirama's secret laboratory. If we contact Hazuki Jinjatsu, we can get in touch with the Mizukichi. In the end, the bigger the fuss we make, the safer we will be. Black Zetsu carefully designed each step, which benefited Shimura Shahu a lot. I will find a way to pass the information to Gui Denghu and you tomorrow. After listening to Black Zetsu's entire plan, Shimura Shahu began to think about how to contact Hazuki Jinjatsu and pass on the message about his uncle. Black Zetsu looked at Shimura Shahu walking away and muttered to himself, Madara, since you are so reluctant to carry out the next step of your plan, I will have no choice but to help you. By then, even if you want to turn back, it will probably be too late. Uchiha Kamui, just enjoy your last moments of happiness. The day when you will pay the price is not far away. Damn it's this haunted fellow again. After saying this, Black Zetsu quickly merged into the ground and disappeared without a trace. After Zetsu escaped, a man hidden in a black robe came to the place where Zetsu had just appeared. Damn I was a step too late, and it ran away again. The one who spoke was none other than future Shenmue. Future Kamui activated the golden attributed Line Jutsu to find out the location of Black Zetsu, and then chased after him alone. Chapter 128. The plan begins. With the help of his super speed, Kamui quickly restored the house to its original state. After finishing his work, Kamui slumped in the chair, not wanting to move at all, thinking about the purpose of Black Zetsu's trip in his mind. When Shenmue was tidying up the house, he found that nothing was missing. He checked every room carefully, but did not find any traps or the like. This made Shenmue very confused. You said you were a black beast and you just hid yourself. Why did you have to show off in my house? In the end, you were discovered by Pikachu and chased around everywhere. What did you want? You wanted me to know that you were still alive and watching me, as expected of an old creature that has lived for thousands of years. His way of expression is very different from that of modern society. I'm back. Mito, Mira, and the Kamukagera siblings returned together. Shenmue, is the meal ready? I'm starving. As soon as Mito got home, he started complaining that he was hungry. The meal isn't ready yet. I'll go cook now. Shenmue, slumped in his chair, hurried to the kitchen to prepare dinner for everyone. Shenmue and Aunt Hui not only learned how to make dumplings, but also learned how to cook a few home-cooked dishes. After a while, Shenmue came in with the hot meals. Although the food was simple, there was nothing left over. After dinner, Shenmue took the initiative to wash the dishes. I'll help too. Mira also volunteered to wash the dishes, wanting to take this opportunity to be alone with Shenmue. Kamui and Mira came to the kitchen with dishes and chopsticks. I don't usually see you helping me, but today you're breaking your habit and volunteering to wash the dishes. Is there anything you want to talk to me about in private? Shenmue spoke in a frivolous tone, and not only did it not make people feel that he was complaining, but instead made people feel that he was saying sweet words. Shenhua's direct and straightforward approach made Mera feel embarrassed, and she was unable to speak. "If you don't say anything, then I'll say it first. Your performance in the preliminaries today seemed to be a bit reserved. Didn't you use your full strength?" Shenhui pointed out that Mera performed poorly in the preliminaries today. "Yes, we are all comrades in the same guild, so we should show mercy," Mera explained. Which Mera? When did she become so kind? If your opponent today was someone else, I would believe what you said. Haven't you two always been at odds with each other? Kamui exposed Mera's lies, based on the specific circumstances. You found out. No one else knows about this except you, right? Mera asked quickly. "No one present should be able to tell except me," Shenhui said very confidently. "Then you have to keep it a secret for me and not let anyone else know about this." Mera gave the command in a heroic and high-spirited tone. "Then, may I know what your purpose is in doing this?" Kamui was very curious about the purpose behind Mera's abnormal behavior. "No, okay, you continue washing the dishes. I'm going to go back and rest." Mera did not satisfy Kamui's curiosity, left Kamui alone, left the kitchen, and returned to her room. Shenhui didn't understand what he said wrong, which made Mera go back to rest directly. Shenhui had no clue and couldn't think of an answer, so he simply skipped this question, concentrated on washing the dishes, and then went back to his room to sleep. After Shenhui finished washing the dishes, he was about to go back to his room to sleep. At this time, future Shenhui suddenly appeared and said to Shenhui, "Black Zetsu came to our house today." "I know," Shenhui said calmly. "It seems to be looking for something at home." Future Kamui continued, "I know. Besides these, do you have any other news that I don't know?" Shenhui said calmly that the news about Shenhui's future was outdated. "I wanted to capture Black Zetsu, but he escaped. I chased after him and almost caught him every time. In the end, I lost track of him." Future Shenhui described his own experiences and said things that Shenhui didn't know. "I understand. You have been being played around by Black Zetsu all the time today. In the end, Black Zetsu didn't want to play with you anymore, so he turned invisible." Kamui was not surprised by this result. If Black Zetsu was so easy to catch, Kamui wouldn't have such a headache. "You're right." Future Shenhui was too lazy to refute and just followed Shenhui's words. "It's okay, just treat it as a workout today. Stretch your old arms and legs." Shenhui had no other intention. He was just joking, and he definitely did not mean to imply that the future Shenhui would be too old and his legs and feet would not be as flexible as before. "I feel offended," future Shenhui said expressionlessly. "You're feeling wrong. You've been running around outside all day and haven't eaten. I'll go cook noodles for you." Shenhui put his arm around future Shenhui and tried to get closer to him. "Okay, go and cook the noodles. I'm hungry too. Don't overcook the noodles. I like them a little harder." Future Shenhui broke free from Shenhui's embrace, told him about his eating habits, and sat in the living room waiting for Shenhui to cook the noodles. 3 minutes later, Shenhui came over with noodles and placed the noodles in front of future Shenhui. Future Shenhui looked at the classic red bucket noodles in front of him and said, "This is the noodles you cooked for me, yeah? What's the problem?" Shenhui said with a serious face. "No, I'm exhausted after a day's work, and you just give me instant noodles to get rid of me. Who are you looking down on?" Slap. Although future Shenhui sounded somewhat dissatisfied, his body was very honest, and he quickly finished the bucket of instant noodles without leaving any soup. "I'm not full yet. Have another bucket." Future Shenhui pushed the empty bucket aside and waited for Shenhui to bring another bucket of instant noodles. "Weren't you complaining about the instant noodles just now? Why do you want another bucket now?" Shenhui joked about the future Shenhui while sprinkling seasoning packets on his hands and pouring hot water in one go. "This just proves that you are a good cook. I wonder if this counts as a reason." The future Shenhui gave a suitable flattery. "Praising me is the same as praising yourself. Just keep bragging." I won't take it seriously. Shenmue rolled his eyes at future Shenmue, pushed the instant noodles in front of him, and continued, take your time to eat. I'm going back to sleep. I have to go check out the venue for the competition tomorrow to see how it's set up. I won't accompany you. It's okay. Go to sleep. Don't worry about me. I'm too old to take care of myself. Future. Shenmue waved his hand and sent Shenmue away, then concentrated on dealing with the instant noodles in front of him. There was nothing to say all night, and the next day arrived. Shenmue got up early in the morning and prepared breakfast for everyone and found a note on the table. Shenmue picked up the note and saw that it was written in Chinese characters. The instant noodles are delicious, but the chef's attitude is bad. So I give a bad review. You're already eating instant noodles, and you're still being picky. What a problem. Shenmue laughed and cursed, then put the matter behind him, and prepared breakfast for everyone. Good morning, brother Shenmue. What were you talking to yourself about just now? The Kamui doppelganger asked sleepily. You've come just in time. Go and call your sisters to come out for dinner. Shenmue said nothing. He didn't want his family affairs to be spread all over the streets, like last time. After breakfast, Shenmue left home and went to the venue of the third exam to complete the final venue arrangement. At the same time, Shimura Shahu in Konoha Hospital had finished his breakfast and was now going through his discharge procedures before executing Black Zetsu's evil plan. Soon, Shimura Shahu completed the discharge procedures and left Konoha Hospital. Shimura Shahu walked out of Konoha Hospital, looked back at the window of the dean's office, his eyes full of resentment, and then returned home without looking back. I am back, Shimura. Shahu's voice lingered in the empty Shimura clan, without receiving any response. Of the once huge Shimura clan, he is now the only one left, but he has become accustomed to this kind of life. Shimura Shahu walked up to his father's portrait, fell to his knees with a plop, and said, Father, I'm sorry, I disappointed you. I failed the Chunin exam, but I have a chance now, a chance to bring disgrace upon Tobirama Senju. As long as I can seize this opportunity, the Shimura clan will be avenged with blood. Father, please bless me, and make all this go smoothly. After Shimura Shahu finished speaking, he kowtowed heavily in front of his father's portrait, then left home, and went to his temporary residence in the Hidden Mist Village to look for Hazuki Jinjatsu. Shimura Shahu came to the temporary residence of the Hidden Mist Village, chose a place with a wide view, and watched every move of the people in the Hidden Mist Village. Although Shimura Shahu's actions were very careful, they seemed so blatant in the eyes of the experienced Jonin of the Hidden Mist Village. Soon, the matter was reported to the Mizukage by the Jonin. You said someone was spying on us, and you discovered it. That's what you meant, right? The Mizukage said calmly. Yes, Lord Mizukage, I suspect this man was sent by Konoha Village. Do you want us to capture this man, and then ask Konoha Village why they did this? The Jonin presented his views to the Mizukage, hoping to gain his praise. Do you think this is the first day that Konoha Village has sent people to monitor us? Foolish. From the moment we stepped into Konoha Village, countless eyes have been watching us in secret. Not only our Kirigakure, but other ninja villages also have people secretly monitoring us to prevent us from causing damage in the village. If it were me, I would do the same. The Mizukage's scolding made the Jonin feel ashamed. I know I was wrong. I will take my leave. The Jonin looked ashamed and wanted to leave and return to his post. Wait, you just said that you found that person, so he should not be a member of Konoha Zanbu. Remember his appearance and bring him to me secretly tonight. Come on down. After the Mizukage gave instructions to the Jonin, he sent him away. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Split Plan. That night, the Jonin of the Hidden Mist Village avoided the eyes and ears of the Anbu of the Konoha Village, slipped out of his residence, and went straight to Shimura Shahu of the Shimura clan. Now, there was no one else in the Shimura clan except Shimura Shahu. The Jounin from the Hidden Mist village didn't need to hide at all. He walked into the Shimura clan with a swagger. After discovering the target Shimura Shahu, he knocked him out with ease, put him in a bag, and carried him away. Also, because there was no one else in the Shimura clan except Shimura Shahu. Shimura Shahu's disappearance was not discovered by anyone. The Jounin from the Hidden Mist village used the same trick again, and sneaked back to meet the Mizukage without alerting anyone. Lord Mizukage, I have already completed the tasks you have arranged. The Kirigakure Jounin said as he opened the sack, revealing the Shimura emblem inside. Well done. Wake him up first. I have something to ask him. After the Mizukage praised the Jounin of the Hidden Mist village, he turned his attention to Shimura Shii. The Jounin of Kirigakure followed the Mizukage's order and pressed Shimura Shii's right eye with his hand. Shimura Shii was immediately awakened by the pain, and blood oozed from the gauze on his right eye. Shimura Shahu covered his painful right eye with his hand, and used his left eye to observe the surrounding environment. Boy, be honest. Lord Mizukage wants to ask you something. You'd better tell the truth. Otherwise, you will suffer physical pain. The Jounin of Kirigakure stood nearby unthreatened. Okay, don't scare him, kid. You've been observing outside all day. Who sent you here? The Mizukage thought that Shimura Shahu was being instructed by someone, and he didn't think that this was Shimura Shahu's own initiative. No one sent me here. This is all my personal behavior. I have important information to tell you, Mizukage-sama. Now that Shimura Shii has met the Mizukage, there is no need to go through Hazuki Jinjutsu to carry out the original plan. Oh, tell me, do you have any important information to tell me? The Mizukage showed some interest in the information from Shimura Shahu, but it was really just some interest. I wonder what Mizukage-sama thinks of the recent rumors circulating in the village. Shimura Shahu didn't get straight to the point, but instead went around in circles with the Mizukage. Boy, answer whatever the Mizukage asks you. Put yourself in your proper place, and don't make yourself unhappy. The Jounin of the Hidden Mist village was very dissatisfied with Shimura Shahu's half-hearted speech, and decided to teach him a lesson. He immediately slapped Shimura Shahu to the ground. Shimura Shahu covered his face, and slowly got up from the ground. The blood flowing from the corner of his mouth proved that the slap from the Jounin of the Hidden Mist village was not light. The Mizukage watched the whole process coldly. He also felt that Shimura Shii lacked the proper respect in front of him, and that Shimura Shii should be made to suffer, so that he would remember this incident. Mr. Mizukage, the information I have is about the human experiment conducted by Tobirama Senju, who was pushed to the forefront by the rumors this time. After being beaten, Shimura Shahu honestly told the information involving Senju Tobirama. When the Mizukage heard that Shimura Shahu's information involved Konoha's high-level officials, he immediately became interested and said, "Go on and tell me all you know." Upon hearing this, Shimura Shii portrayed Senju Tobirama as an unforgivable villain, and described the human experiments as inhumane, and explained them to the Mizukage. After hearing this, Mizukage frowned and said, "According to what you said, if Tobirama Senju did such a thing, the Hokage would be the first one who would not let him go. But now the Hokage has not pursued the matter, which means that the facts are not as you said. You lied to me." Shimura Shahu's little tricks were no match for the old fox Mizukage, and the Mizukage noticed the problem immediately. Send him back and try to prevent him from telling anyone what happened today. The Mizukage's patience was finally exhausted, so he ordered the Jounin of the Hidden Mist village to arrange the follow-up. "Okay, Mizukage-sama, come with me, boy. I will take you home." The Jounin from the Hidden Mist village walked closer to Shimura Shahu step by step, with murderous intent in his eyes not concealed at all. Shimura Shahu was afraid. After all, he was just an inexperienced genin. When facing the life and death decision, fear was his truest state at this moment. Shimura Shahu fell to his knees with a thud, and began to beg for mercy from the Mizukage. "Lord Mizukage, please don't kill me. I have information to tell you. The ninja in your village was also taken away by Senju Tobirama for human experiments. That person is the uncle of Hazuki Jinjutsu." Shimura Shahu poured out everything he knew, begging the Mizukage to spare his life, and many more. After hearing what Shimura Shahu said, the Mizukage stopped the next move of the Kirigakure village's Jounin. "Humph, you are lucky." The Jinin of the Hidden Mist Village saw the ugly behavior of Shimura who was trying to survive, which made him hate Shimura even more. You just said that Tobirama Senju used people from Akirigakure for his experimental materials. What evidence do you have? How did you know about this? Since this matter concerns the people of the Hidden Mist Village, the Mizukage had to take it seriously, so he asked Shimura. I saw this with my own eyes, Shimura replied. You said you saw it with your own eyes. The place where Senju Tobirama conducted human experiments must be a secret place. How did you see it? The Mizukage demanded. Senju Tobirama is my teacher. I naturally know where he conducted human experiments, Shimura replied. Then, I'm even more puzzled. Since Senju Tobirama is your teacher, why did you reveal his human experiments to an outsider like me? The Mizukage continued to ask. Because Tobirama and I have a clan annihilation feud. My entire Shimura clan was slaughtered by Tobirama Senju. When Shimura said this, a hint of hatred unconsciously appeared in his eyes, and this hatred was caught by the Mizukage. Since your entire clan was killed by Senju Tobirama, how did you survive? And how did you become Tobirama's disciple? The Mizukage did not miss any details in Shimura words, and pressed them all to the end. It was my father who begged for mercy from Senju Tobirama, and finally allowed me to become Senju Tobirama's disciple. When Shimura said this, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions after asking around. The Mizukage didn't find any flaws. The situation described by Shimura was basically the same as what he knew, so he believed that Shimura was really here to deliver information. The Jounin of Kirigakure stood aside, listening to the question and answer between the Mizukage and Shimura. He felt even more disgusted with Shimura behavior, but because the Mizukage thought Shimura was useful, he couldn't show it. Since Tobirama Senju is using people from the Hidden Mist Village for human experiments, we can't just let this go. Go and invite that Suchikage here to discuss countermeasures. At the Mizukage's order, the Jounin of the Hidden Mist Village went to the temporary residence in the Hidden Iwagakure village, and asked that Suchikage to come over after the Jounin from the Hidden Mist Village left. Only the Mizukage and Shimura were left in the room. The Mizukage said nothing as he was thinking about how to attack the Konoha village. Seeing that the Mizukage didn't say anything, Shimura naturally didn't dare to say anything either, and just knelt there obediently. Soon, the Jounin of the Hidden Mist Village led the way, and invited that Suchikage over. Mizukage, why are you rushing to find me so late at night? What happened? As soon as that Suchikage arrived, he asked the Mizukage directly about the purpose of calling him here. I'm here to talk to you, so late at night. Boy, tell me what you know again. The Mizukage first answered that Suchikage's questions, and then asked Shimura to tell that Suchikage what happened. Shimura told that Suchikage the truth, not daring to play any tricks. Oh, there is such a thing. How does the Mizukage plan to deal with this matter? After listening to this, that Suchikage calmly asked the Mizukage what his plan was. Of course we have to hold Konoha village accountable. The Mizukage said without hesitation. Don't worry. If we want to target Konoha village, it's not enough for us two families alone. We must first pull both Sand village and Kumo village to our side, and then choose a suitable time to detonate this matter. The current Chunin exam is a good time. When the Daimyo is present, it will be a good opportunity to strike a thunderous blow to Konoha village. During this period of time, what we have to do is to stir up internal strife between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, and publicize the contradictions between the two clans. By then, it will not be easy for the Hokage who comes from the Uchiha clan to deal with Senju Tobirama from the Senju clan. By then, the disintegration of Konoha village will not be far away. The Suchikage has made every possible effort to overthrow the huge mountain called Konoha that has been oppressing the Iwagakure village. This time, that Suchikage is determined to win. He doesn't believe that God will always favor Konoha. Shimura was kneeling on the ground, listening to that Suchikage's plan against Konoha village. At this moment, he actually regretted what he had done. He originally wanted to bring disgrace to Senju Tobirama, but he didn't expect that he would end up harming the entire village by accident. What Shimura was thinking was unconsciously reflected on his face. Everyone present was an old fox. Seeing the worried look on Shimura Shahu's face, they had already guessed what was going on. You are Shimura Shahu, right? Your father is team leader Shimura, right? He has been providing intelligence to the Iwagakure village. We can be considered friends, and we often communicate through letters. Whenever he mentioned you in his letters, he was full of praise, and he almost said that you would be the next Hokage. Unfortunately, the truth was revealed in the end, and he was secretly executed by Konoha village. Son, you have been wronged during this period. The Tsuchikage played the emotional card and blamed the Konoha village for the intentional or unintentional mistakes in his words. When Shimura Shahu heard these heartwarming words, tears couldn't stop flowing. During this period of time, Shimura Shahu has been living in indifference and abuse. No one has ever shown him such warm concern as that Tsuchikage, which made him unable to control his emotions for a while. Chapter 130 Double Happiness. Cry, it will make you feel better. The Tsuchikage said soothingly in a soft voice. Shimura Shahu burst into tears, venting all the grievances in his heart through tears. That Tsuchikage walked over and patted his shoulder at the right time. This process did not take long, but just these few minutes left Shimura Shahu with the impression that he could trust that Tsuchikage. Shimura Shahu finally stopped crying, wiped away her tears, and her eyes regained their former brilliance. How's it going? Are you feeling better? The Tsuchikage's just the right amount of care made Shimura Shahu more determined to trust that Tsuchikage unconditionally. Thank you for your concern, Tsuchikage-sama. I'm fine now, Shimura Shahu answered very politely. Why? Call me Tsuchikage-sama? Your father and I are good friends. From now on, you can just call me Uncle Noki. It sounds more intimate. The Tsuchikage corrected Shimura Shahu's way of addressing him, bringing the two closer together. Uncle Anoki, Shimura Shahu called out tentatively. Hey there. Tsuchikage replied very kindly. Zahu, look at your current state. You should not live in Konoha village anymore. After the Chunin exam is over, I decided to take you to Iwagakure village. Are you willing to go with me then? The Tsuchikage seemed to care very much about Shimura Shahu and had arranged a future for him. Shimura Shahu thought for a moment and then spoke. I am willing. Well, it's settled. To prevent Konoha village from noticing, we won't be in touch for a while. We'll have plenty of time to talk when we return to Iwagakure. Zahu, you should go back first. Don't let the people in Konoha village get suspicious, or it will be difficult for you to leave. The Tsuchikage said this out of consideration for Shimura Shahu, not wanting him to be exposed and fall into the hands of Konoha Zenbu. Then, Uncle Anoki, please take care of yourself. I will go back and wait for your news. Shimura Shahu had just met that Tsuchikage, someone who cared about him so much, and now he was about to part with him. He was filled with reluctance, but in the end he chose to follow that Tsuchikage's arrangements. After Shimura Shahu left, the Mizukage suddenly laughed and said, Tsuchikage, do you really plan to bring him to live in the Iwagakure village after this is accomplished? How is that possible? For a rebellious nin like him who betrayed his own village, who can guarantee that he will betray Iwagakure that day? The Tsuchikage's face changed from its previous friendly look to one of disgust. Tsuchikage, I never thought you were this kind of person. You even lied to a child. What do you mean by cheating? I just took advantage of his emotions. When we mentioned that we were going to deal with Konoha village, he was very reluctant. In order for our plan to proceed smoothly, it is normal to use some small tricks to solve possible problems. The Tsuchikage was not ashamed of it, but proud of it, and did not feel that he had done anything wrong. What that Tsuchikage said makes sense. Our next move will depend entirely on that Tsuchikage's arrangements. The Mizukage said in a submissive manner. Shimura Shahu, who had already left his temporary residence in the Hidden Mist village, suddenly found that there were still people in this world who cared about him. His heart felt warm and the corners of his mouth rose slightly, indicating that he was very happy. Shimura Shahu had no idea that Tsuchikage, whom he had recognized as a relative, was actually just using him to achieve his own goals, and would be ruthlessly abandoned after that point. Shimura Shahu walked home happily, lay on the bed, and was so excited that he could not sleep. Zahu, you seem to be in a good mood. How are things going? Black Zetsu's voice suddenly rang in Shimura Shahu's ears. Everything has been done they decided to take action on the Chunin exams. Mera Mera concealed the details and only told Black Zetsu the result. Zehu, you did a great job. In view of your outstanding performance, I have a gift for you. Black Zetsu was very satisfied with Mera's efficiency, so he took out the gift he had prepared in advance and gave it to Mera. Black Zetsu took out a glass container and handed it to Mera, and inside the container was an eye. This is Mera. Mera held the glass container in his hand, not understanding what Black Zetsu meant by giving him an eye. Haven't you always wanted to regain sight in your right eye? Now's your chance. Black Zetsu reminded Mera, which immediately made Mera ecstatic. I can see again, Mera said in surprise. Don't be too happy. First, we need to clean up your previously necrotic eye along with the eye axis. This process will be very painful, but you must not scream and disturb others. Secondly, since the eye does not belong to you, there may be a rejection reaction, causing severe pain. Are you sure you still want to replace the eye? Black Zetsu explained the eye changing process in advance, giving Mera a chance to choose. Of course I want to change it. I want to change it now, Mera said firmly. Well, we can start now. Black Zetsu said as he began to change Mera's eyes. Black Zetsu possessed Mera's body, removed the bandage on Mera's head, revealing the closed right eye inside, and used tools to remove Mera's necrotic right eye along with the eye shaft point. During the whole process, Zehu clenched his teeth and said nothing. Beads of sweat the size of beans kept dripping down his forehead, showing that he was in inhuman pain. Black Zetsu cleaned Mera's eye socket, opened the glass container, took out the eye, and transplanted it into Mera's eye socket. The eyes that Black Zetsu brought were not ordinary eyes, but the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. It was just that Mera was not knowledgeable and did not notice the specialness of the eyes. The Sharingan brought by Black Zetsu was originally soaking in a container in Tobirama's secret laboratory. Black Zetsu took away one of his right eyes and transplanted it to Mera. Black Zetsu transplanted the Sharingan into Mera and used his own abilities to speed up Mera's recovery process. Zehu, try your new eyes now. How do you feel? Black Zetsu separated from Mera's body and asked. Mera closed his left eye and only used his right eye to see things, and the surrounding environment came into his sight. I can see with my right eye. Ha 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 ha. I can see with my right eye. Mera was so excited that he was a little incoherent, but he quickly calmed down. The eye in your eye socket is not an ordinary eye. It is the famous Sharingan. Guess where I found this eye? Black Zetsu told the secret of Sharingan to Mera and asked him to guess where the Sharingan came from. So, this is a Sharingan. Could it be that you dug it out from the eye of a member of the Uchiha clan? Mera was afraid of the Uchiha clan's revenge, and his voice trembled. You guessed wrong. In fact, it was found in Senju Tobirama's secret laboratory. He had a ready-made eye, but he didn't save his disciple. Senju Tobirama is really cold-blooded. While Black Zetsu told Mera the origin of the Sharingan, he also did not forget to say a few bad things about Tobirama in front of Mera, completely cutting off the possibility of reconciliation between the two. Humph. Senju Tobirama is a cold-blooded man, but he won't be able to stay alive for many days. When the third round of the Chunin exam begins, he will be ruined. Mera whose hatred for Tobirama has seeped into the lines of his writing, and he wishes Tobirama would die as soon as possible. Hui, you still need to tie up your right eye with a bandage recently to prevent others from discovering the fact that you have transplanted the Sharingan. When you take the Chunin exam, you will inadvertently expose this matter. You understand what I mean? Black Zetsu was so kind to help Mera change his eyes. He just wanted to use Mera's identity as Tobirama's disciple to stir up internal strife between the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, so that Tobirama would no longer have a foothold in Konoha village. When it comes to provoking internal strife between the two clans, Black Zetsu and that Sachikage are really on the same page. Today is the happiest day for Mera since his clan was exterminated. Not only does someone care about him, but he has also regained sight in his right eye. However, he does not know that there are conspiracies and calculations hidden behind this. He is still immersed in the beautiful dreams that others have woven for him. Damn it, this haunted fellow is chasing me. Zehu, quickly wrap the bandage. If someone comes, just pretend you know nothing. After Black Zetsu gave Shimura Shahu instructions, he immediately merged into the earth and escaped. Upon hearing this, Shimura Shahu quickly wrapped the bandage around his eyes to cover his Sharingan point. Just as Shimura Shii was wrapping bandages, future Kamui and Kamui appeared at Shimura Shii's home. I was a step too late again. It ran away. Future Shenwei said hatefully, "Is your Xylan technique reliable? Why can't my Kagura mind eye sense anything?" After several unsuccessful pursuits, Shenwei began to doubt the ability of the future Shenwei. "You said I can't do it, but I at least followed its footsteps all the way here, and you can't even sense a fart. How dare you say I can't do it? Where's your face, future?" Shenwei reacted strongly to Shenwei's questioning and immediately mocked back, "You can do it, but how come we haven't even seen it once until now?" Shenwei continued to question. "Ahem, that's enough. There are outsiders here, future." Kamui reminded Kamui that Shimura Shii was also watching them at the scene. "Someone is here. That's great. Little boy, did you see a black mass just now?" Kamui asked Shimura Shii about the whereabouts of Black Zetsu, hoping to get useful information from him. When Shimura Shahu heard that Kamui wanted to find Black Zetsu, his pupils dilated rapidly, and he replied with forced calmness, "I didn't see anything just now, and then I saw you suddenly appear in my house." Chapter 131 Solution. You can't get anything out of asking like that. Let me ask it, future. Kamui opened his Sharingan and released an illusion. He thought Shimura Shii would be deeply trapped in the illusion and answer whatever he asked, but he never expected that Shimura Shii would just stare at him and nothing would happen. PFFT. You still say it's not your ability that's the problem, but you can't even control a genin with your illusion technique. Let me do it, so you don't embarrass our family. After Kamui finished speaking, he opened his Sharingan and released an illusion on Shimura Shahu. Shimura Shahu's eyes lost focus and his look was dull, and it was obvious that he had fallen into an illusion. "Look, I told you that you're incompetent. You can't even deal with a genin," Kamui boasted to future Kamui, and then suddenly discovered that Shimura Shii had broken free from the illusion. The result was obvious. Shenwei also failed. When Shenwei was thinking about where the problem lay, future Shenwei said, "There's something wrong with his right eye under the bandage. Remove his bandage." After future Kamui's illusion failed, he used the Xylan technique to detect Shimura Shahu and look for the reason why his illusion failed, and he actually found it. Upon hearing this, Shenwei immediately reached out to remove the bandage on Shimura Shahu's head. The reminder from future Kamui made Shimura Shahu panic. The secret that he possessed the Sharingan was about to be discovered. "Help. Cough cough." Shimura Shahu wanted to shout for help, but as soon as he said the word, Kamui, who was quick-witted, pinched his throat with his tiger's mouth, causing him to cough, and he couldn't utter the rest of the words. When Shimura Shahu coughed, the bandage on his head had been removed by Kamui, revealing the Scarlet Sharingan inside. No wonder the effect of the illusion is greatly reduced. It turns out it's because of the Sharingan. Where did you get the Sharingan? If you don't tell me, you will spend the rest of your life in the Anbu. The moment Kamui saw the Sharingan, he had already arranged the rest of Shimura Shii's life. I tell you everything. As Tobirama's disciple, Shimura Shahu naturally knew some of the Anbu's interrogation methods. When he heard that Kamui was going to send him to the Anbu, he quickly told everything he knew. After listening to this, Kamui and future Kamui had strange expressions on their faces, and their eyes were full of pity when they looked at Shimura Shahu. So, Tobirama not only forced the Uchiha clan to rebel and cause the Fourth War, but he was also the founder of Konoha's culture of killing teachers. Future Kamui exclaimed, "Yes, this is very Tobirama. Look at his disciples. Is there any good one?" Shenwei concluded based on the actual situation. "So, how does he deal with it?" Future Kamui asked. "Let's Organize a meeting among Konoha's top leaders to discuss this. This matter cannot be handled by me alone. Shenmue spoke out his thoughts. I'll leave the rest to you. I'll continue tracking Black Zetsu. Goodbye. As soon as future Shenmue finished speaking, he disappeared. Wrap the bandage on and follow me. After Kamui finished speaking, he looked at Shimura Shahu quietly. Where? Shimura Shahu asked tremblingly. Don't worry, we are not going to the Anbu or the police department. We are going to the Hokage building. After Kamui finished explaining, he waited for Shimura Shahu to finish bandaging him so that he could take him out. After Shimura Shahu finished wrapping the bandage, Kamui took him to the conference room of the Hokage building. Keep an eye on him and don't let him move around freely. Kamui gave some instructions to the Anbu personnel, then set out to invite the Hokage and other Konoha high-ranking officials to a meeting. Kamui activated the Flying Thunder God formation and quickly gathered all of Konoha's high-ranking officials into the conference room of the Hokage building. Shenmue, it's so late. Why did you call us here for a meeting? Yawn. Banjian was sleeping at home when he was suddenly woken up by Shenmue and told to attend a meeting. He was a little listless as he was still half asleep. I called you up for a meeting so late. Of course it's urgent, but before the meeting, we have to meet someone first. Kamui pulled Shimura Shahu in front of everyone. Zahu, why are you here? As soon as Tobirama entered the conference room, he found Shimura Shahu sitting there, guarded by Anbu personnel. Now that Kamui had pushed Shimura Shahu out, Tobirama naturally wanted to ask clearly, why is he here? You will know immediately. This meeting today is because of him. Kamui answered Tobirama and began to remove the bandages on Shimura Shahu's head. Tobirama could clearly feel that Kamui had something against him, but he didn't know where Kamui's opinion of him came from. When the bandage on Shimura Shahu's head was removed, revealing the Sharingan inside, everyone who had been drowsy just now suddenly became energetic. Shenmue, what's going on? Hokage Madara asked with a gloomy face. Anyone would feel uncomfortable when seeing his own bloodline limit appear on an outsider. This matter should start from Tobirama's human experiment. Kamui took this opportunity to tell Black Zetsu and that Tsuchikage's plan against Konoha village, as well as Black Zetsu's origins. Shenmue's story makes people feel scared. After listening to it, Tobirama finally understood why Kamui had a grudge against him. He had caused so much trouble to the village without making any noise. If it were someone else, they would have the same grudge. After listening to Kamui's story, Hokage Madara had a new understanding of Black Zetsu. However, he did not expect that Black Zetsu's origins were so mysterious. At the same time, he also became more vigilant against Black Zetsu. Tobirama, tell me what you think. Naruto Madara asked Tobirama for his opinion, wanting to hear from him how to resolve the matter. Hokage, I have decided to resign from my position as Anbu chief and dean of Konoha. Tobirama's answer made everyone stunned, and then they heard what the Hokage Madara said. Tobirama, I'm asking you for a solution to this matter, not asking you to resign. Naruto Madara said angrily. Shenmue, tell me what you think. Naruto Madara calmed himself down and then threw the question to Kamui. Right now, the stability and unity of the village is the most important. Internal strife between the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan must not be allowed to happen. Madara, Hashirama, you two team leaders must take the lead and restrain your own tribesmen. At the same time, I will lead the police department to maintain the relationship between the two tribes. We will work together, both inside and outside, to control the development of the situation. Tobirama, you and I will be the one in the open and the other in the dark. Once we find someone spreading information that would sow discord between the two clans, we will arrest them immediately. It is better to arrest someone by mistake than to let him go. That's all I have to say. Shenmue expressed his thoughts in detail for everyone to refer to. Okay, let's do it this way. The meeting is adjourned. After listening to Kamui's idea, Hokage Madara immediately agreed, announced the adjournment of the meeting, and stood up to leave the meeting room. You agree now? No more discussion. Kamui felt that Naruto Madara's decision was a bit hasty and wanted everyone to continue studying it. No need to discuss further. Your solution is very good. Let's implement it. I will return to the tribe now to discipline the tribe members. We will see you tomorrow. After saying this, Naruto Madara walked out of the meeting room without looking back. Hashirama, I think there are still some details that need to be discussed during the execution. Kamui saw that Naruto Madara had left and entangled with the big pillar again, wanting to discuss the details with him. Then, you should go find Tobirama. My mission is just to restrain my own people. There doesn't seem to be anything to discuss here. So, Kamui, see you tomorrow. After as Huzi finished speaking, he left in a hurry without giving Shenwei time to react. Tobirama, I'm going to mobilize the Enbu personnel and arrange them to carry out the mission. Kamui, are you going to come and help me? Kamui went to Tobirama, but just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Tobirama. No, you are busy. Shenwei quickly refused. Shahu, I'll take him away. He's safe in the Anbu, and no one else will find him. As for Kamui, we'll see you tomorrow. After Tobirama finished speaking, he walked out of the meeting room leisurely with Shimura Shahu. Banjian, hey, stop. The solution this time does not require the participation of the mission department. Everything in the mission department remains the same. So if you have anything to say, you should talk to your subordinates in the police department. Shenwei, see you tomorrow. Shenwei's words were interrupted again, and then he listened to Banjian's long speech. The key point was that Shenwei couldn't refute him and could only watch Banjian walk out of the meeting room. By the way, Shenwei, let me remind you that it is the middle of the night and almost everyone is asleep. At this time, he had already walked out of the cubicle of the conference room, stretched his head over, and said something to Shenwei, then retracted his head point when Shenwei first heard what Banjian said. He felt that it was incomprehensible. After thinking about it carefully, he finally reacted. Madara, Hashirama, you two liars, who is going to restrain the clan members in the middle of the night? You are clearly looking for an excuse to be lazy. Kamui, who realized what was happening later, was furious and helpless in the conference room. Madara, Hashirama, Tobirama, and Itama, who were hiding not far from the conference room, heard Kamui's roar, smiled at each other, and then went home. Shenwei sat alone in the conference room, getting angrier and angrier. He didn't expect that he would be defeated in the area of slacking off, which he was best at. He probably had no choice but to fight back this time with the idea that we should share happiness and hardships, and that happiness is better shared with others than enjoyed alone. Shenwei went to the police department to notify everyone to gather for a meeting point. As soon as Kamui gave the order, the police officers from Konoha village swarmed in and filled the police department. Good evening, everyone. The purpose of calling everyone here this time is to investigate the rumors and troubles in the village. There is evidence that someone is planning to launch an action against Konoha village recently, causing civil unrest in Konoha village. What our police department needs to do is to minimize the impact of this incident on Konoha village. So everyone should be alert during this period and focus on investigating such incidents. My attitude towards this matter is to better catch the wrong person than let him go. Okay, adjourn the meeting. Chapter 132 Execution. After Shenwei explained the main content of the meeting, he announced the adjournment of the meeting. Then, without caring about the police personnel, he left the police department alone and went home to sleep. The next day, Hokage Madara and the Great Pillar held clan meetings within their respective families. The content of the meetings was to restrain the clan members from conflicts with other families. Recently, there is intelligence that someone wants to stir up conflicts between the families in the village, causing the families in the village to become disunited and the village to fall apart. So in the near future, I ask you not to have conflicts with other families in the village. Once such things are discovered, they will be severely punished. Do you understand, Madara? Hokage has always been strict with his clan members, and his clan members also know Madara Hokage's consistent style, and have long been accustomed to it. Madara Hokage is not only the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, but also the Hokage of the village. If he can't even control his own clan members, how can he manage the huge Konoha village? The clan members also understand Madara Hokage's difficulties, and have expressed that they will definitely obey the orders of the clan leader. On the other hand, the Great Pillar is not as overbearing as a Hokage Madara at the clan meeting. The clan meetings held by the Great Pillar are full of humanistic care. Fellow members of the Senju clan, I have gathered you together today to discuss the conflicts between the clans. 10,000 words omitted here. In order to prevent such incidents from happening again, I have decided to strictly control my tribesmen from now on. Here are a few of my requests to my tribesmen. 2,000 words omitted here. I finished speaking. If you have any different opinions, please raise them. If you don't have any different opinions, then we'll adjourn the meeting. Finally, Dasu's clan meeting, which was as long as an old lady's foot binding, came to an end. Dasu spoke with great emotion at the meeting, and even shed a few tears when he was excited. It did not make people feel boring at all. This was only Dasu. If it was someone else, the clan members would have been unable to sit still long ago. After the clan meeting ended, Dasu returned to his post to work. Hokage Madara ordered the Anbu personnel to invite the heads of each family in the village to a meeting in the conference room of the Hokage building. Inviting the patriarchs of each family was a sudden idea of Madara Hokage, and it was not part of Kamu's solution. But Madara Hokage felt it was necessary. When the patriarchs of each family arrived at the meeting room of the Hokage building, Hokage Madara was already waiting there. At the beginning, Hokage Madara did not go straight to the point, but chatted with the patriarchs of each family about family matters, in order to narrow the distance between them. After becoming familiar with the patriarchs of each family, Hokage Madara began to talk about business. The content was nothing more than restraining the clan members, but unlike the clan meeting, Hokage Madara revealed to the patriarchs of each family that there were shadows of other ninja villages behind the entire conspiracy. Hokage Madara stopped there and made a start, leaving the rest to the clan leaders to guess. Hokage Madara believed that whoever could become the clan leader would definitely understand what he meant, and would also know what should and should not be told to the clan members. The meeting ended quickly. The patriarchs of each family brought Hokage Madara's orders. Let's not talk about how to restrain their clansmen for now. Let's talk about Kamu. Shenwei summoned police officers overnight and issued an order for a thorough investigation. Police officers arrested a group of people that night and are currently interrogating them overtime, and the number of people is still increasing. Compared with the police officers who were busy all the time, Shenwei slept until noon today. When he got up, he saw a group of people who looked disappointed in their lives sitting at the dining table. Looking at the familiar foods on the table, Shenwei knew that Mito must have cooked again. Shenwei walked to the kitchen into steps and saw Mito sulking in the kitchen. Mito, what happened? Shenwei stepped forward to inquire, wanting to understand the situation and prescribe the right remedy. Shenwei, let me tell you something. The kitchen knife in our house has become a spirit, Mito said mysteriously to Kamu, forehead upon. Hearing this, Shenwei immediately thought of the legendary kitchen utensil, the Garuda knife. Ah, you talking about this kitchen knife? Shenwei said this as he took the Garuda sword in his hand, and the auspicious phoenix pattern on the blade immediately appeared. Yes, that's it. Look, it didn't have such a beautiful pattern just now. I was making breakfast for everyone in the morning. I saw it when I entered the kitchen, so I used it to cook for everyone. But as soon as I picked it up, the pattern on it disappeared, Mito said, pointing at the Zuho pattern on the blade. Shenwei understood that Garuda sword did not recognize Mito as the successor, so it hid the Zufeng pattern on its own. Shenwei did not want to attack Mito, so he did not tell the secret of the Zufeng pattern. Shenwei, do you think I don't have any talent for cooking? Mito looked at Kamu, her eyes longing for recognition of her culinary talent. Kamu thought to himself, you just found out, but he comforted Mito with his words. How could that be? Mito, you cook the best things. Under Mito's gaze, Kamu had no choice but to go against his conscience and say some words to comfort Mito. Shenwei, you don't have to comfort me. I know what I made is really unpalatable, Mito said disappointedly. No, I get it. It must be that after you used the magic sword here, your cooking skills were affected. Shenwei thought quickly and put the blame on Garuda sword. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Mito said with doubt in her tone, but she had already believed it in her heart. After all, in her mind, she always had the illusion that I was the best cook in the world. Of course it's true. Well, you've been tired all day, so leave lunch to me. After Kamui coaxed Mito, he tricked her out of the kitchen and started preparing lunch. While preparing lunch, Kamui was thinking about whether he should add a lock to the kitchen door in the future to prevent Mito from coming in to cook. Just as Shenwei was thinking, he suddenly discovered that the auspicious phoenix pattern on the Garuda sword had disappeared. Oh my god, why are you joining in the fun? I just coaxed the older one, and now I need you to coax the younger one, Shenwei complained. I apologize. I shouldn't have called you Yaodao. Please don't be angry, okay? As Shenwei apologized, the auspicious phoenix pattern on the Garuda sword reappeared. Lunch was quickly prepared. Kamui brought it to the table, and everyone's eyes regained their former glory. After Shenwei finished his lunch, he came to the police department. As soon as Shenwei entered the police department, someone came to report to him, "Minister, you are finally here. If you don't come to our police department's prison, it will be overcrowded." What happened? Kamui inquired. "Minister, ever since you said that it's better to arrest someone by mistake than to let him go, the police have been energized and have started arresting people all over the village. Now the police prison is full." The police officer replied, "Most of the people you arrested were probably just spreading rumors. Just give them a warning and release them. There's no need to keep them in jail." Shenwei has provided a feasible solution to solve the problem of overcrowded prisons. "Minister, do we still need to continue arresting people according to the attitude of better to arrest the wrong person than to let him go?" Police officers raised their own questions. "Let's continue for now. We'll do it in a big way and focus everyone's attention on the police department. This will help cover up the actions of the Anbu from being discovered." Shenwei gave his own explanation and continued, "I'm going to the Anbu now to see what's going on there. Maybe it will be helpful to us." Shenwei left the police department. After he finished speaking, Shenwei believed that whether a department is strong or not depends not only on whether its leader is wise, but also on whether its institutional system is sound. Kamui has absolute confidence in the system of the police department. This is also the conclusion he came to after slacking off for a long time. Otherwise, he would have been forced by Hokage Madara to work overtime in the office. Kamui left the police department and headed straight for the Anbu. When Kamui saw Tobirama, he found that he looked exhausted. Kamui guessed that Tobirama must have not slept all night and was probably dealing with the traitor. "Tobirama, you didn't sleep all night?" Kamui inquired. "Well, tell me why you're here." Tobirama simply answered Kamui and went straight to the point. "Did the Anbu gain anything?" Kamui didn't bother to be polite with Tobirama and asked directly. "The Anbu has already mastered the method of passing information between them, but they are not sure how many spies there are in the village, so they are still investigating in depth." Tobirama informed Kamui of the current situation of the Anbu, so that Kamui would be aware of the situation. Tobirama continued, "In addition to the spies in the village, there are also some people in the village who were bribed with money and deliberately spread rumors. These people also need to be severely punished. Do you have a list?" "I will immediately arrange for police officers to arrest the people," Shenwei said without hesitation. "Yes, I'll give you the list now." Tobirama found a document on the desk and handed it to Kamui. Kamui took the document and opened it. There were quite a few names on it, but most of them were civilians. Of course, there were also some family ninjas among them. "Tobirama, I've taken the documents with me. I'll arrange for the police to arrest the man when I get back. Also, don't be so mysterious all the time. Sometimes letting everyone know more about you can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble." Kamui closed the document, gave Tobirama a few words of advice, and then left the Anbu. Leaving Tobirama behind the desk, deep in thought. "Expose yourself appropriately so that the people in the village can get to know you better." Tobirama thought about it for a moment and finally felt that this path was not suitable for him, so he put it behind him and concentrated on the work at hand. Kamui returned to the police department and directly gathered people to arrest people according to the list given by Tobirama. "Everyone, please stop what you are doing. The document in my hand is a list of people who have been investigated by the Anbu and have been identified as having problems. Please give priority to arresting those on the list, Shenmue said while holding up the document in his hand. Chapter 133 Conspiracy. Shenmue divided the names in the document according to region and asked the police officers to arrest people. The series of actions of the police department soon attracted the attention of the Mizukage. The Mizukage guessed that Konoha village had discovered their conspiracy, so he hurried to find that Tsuchikage. To discuss countermeasures, the Mizukage came to the temporary residence of the Iwagakure village and went straight to the Tsuchikage. As soon as they met, the Mizukage said, "It's Tsuchikage, the police department is making a big move. Are they coming for us? Have they discovered our plan?" Mizukage, don't panic. The activities of the police department have increased a bit, but this does not mean that Konoha has discovered our plan. Perhaps it is just because the daimyo wants to watch the Chunin exam in person, so the police department is doing this to maintain law and order. It's Tsuchikage analyzed calmly, but what if our plan is discovered by Konoha village? What should we do? The Mizukage was not dispelled by that Tsuchikage's words, and he asked, still a little worried, "Mizukage, don't be timid and worry about gains and losses when doing things. Nothing in the world is ever perfect. Even if Konoha discovers it, so what? When the time comes, just put aside the relationship and refuse to admit it. This fire will never be burned on us." That Tsuchikage was confident and had already thought of his own escape route, but nothing to worry about. I've made an appointment with the Kazekage and the Reikage to discuss this plan. If the Mizukage feels that this plan is too risky, he doesn't have to participate. The Mizukage wanted to persuade that Tsuchikage to think twice, but before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by that Tsuchikage and asked to choose a side. "I will participate." The Mizukage pondered for a long time and finally decided to stand on the side of that Tsuchikage and the others. "That's right. Imagine if our plan succeeds. Konoha village will fall apart. Isn't this a great opportunity for us to join forces and suppress Konoha village? When Konoha village faces internal and external troubles, it will be forced to sign a truce agreement with us. We can ask Konoha village to provide a large amount of supplies every year to maintain this fragile peace between us. Then, Konoha village, the largest ninja village in the ninja world, will become a warehouse for our 4 ninja villages." Just thinking about it makes me very excited. When that Tsuchikage spoke, there was a look of madness in his eyes. It was obvious that he had gone possessed, and the Konoha village that was weighing down on him was his inner demon. The Mizukage did not go crazy because of that Tsuchikage's words. On the contrary, he was very calm at this moment. He kept asking himself in his heart, is Konoha village really so easy to be defeated? Mizukage simulated it in his mind for a long time, and finally realized that it was just a dream that would never come true. The Mizukage looked at that Tsuchikage's crazy look and knew that it was useless for him to say anything now, as that Tsuchikage would not listen at all. So he decided not to stop trying to persuade him and just let him dream. After a while, the Kazekage and the Reikage came as invited, and that Tsuchikage told them his plan, hoping that they could join in. "It's Tsuchikage, your plan is very good. We in the Hidden Cloud village will fully cooperate with you." After listening to that Tsuchikage's plan, the Reikage immediately agreed with that Tsuchikage and expressed that he and the Hidden Cloud village behind him would fully support it. After listening to that Tsuchikage's plan, the Kazekage did not rush to express his opinion. He first looked at the Mizukage who was silent beside him, then looked at that Tsuchikage and the Reikage who had crazy looks on their faces, and he also imitated the Mizukage and acted like an ostrich. "Kazekage and Mizukage, you two can tell us what you think about my plan and we can discuss it together." After that Tsuchikage won over the Reikage to his side, he did not give up and wanted to win over the Kazekage and the Mizukage as well. "It's Tsuchikage, your plan is good, but the spies that the Hidden Mist village had planted in Konoha village have all been removed by Konoha village. We are really powerless." The Mizukage cited the lack of manpower as an excuse and calmly stated that he did not want to get involved in this mess. "It seems that the spies of the Hidden Mist village need more training. Kazekage, what do you think? Are you also short of manpower?" The Tsuchikage felt a little disappointed that the Mizukage did not participate in his plan, but he did not say much. When the Tsuchikage spoke to the Kazekage, There was a hint of command in his tone, as if the Kazekage was his subordinate. The Kazekage could tell that Satsukige's words were not very friendly, but he could only bear it. After all, his own sand village was not as strong as the Iwagakure village. Then the Kazekage forced a smile and said, "There are indeed quite a few spies planted by the sand village in Konoha village. If that Satsukige has any needs, I will arrange for them to do something." The Kazekage seemed to have compromised with that Satsukige, but in fact, as long as the spies in the Sand Ninja village were still in the hands of the Kazekage, it was not up to the Kazekage to decide whether or how to do things, not to mention that the Kazekage and the Mizukage don't want to get involved in this mess. Even if they don't contribute, they can simply put the blame on their subordinates and no one can blame them. Feng Ying really didn't disappoint me. I knew Feng Ying would support my plan. Then we will start dividing the tasks. Seeing that the Kazekage supported his plan, that Satsukige gave him a smirk and began to put the details of the plan into place. When that Satsukige was dividing the tasks, he intentionally or unintentionally assigned all the tasks with risks of exposure to the Sand Village, and assigned those easy tasks to the Iwagakure village and the Kumogakure village. To complete. After Satsukige finished dividing the tasks, he casually asked everyone again, "If you are dissatisfied with the tasks I have assigned to you, please let me know. I promise to try my best to meet your needs." Looking at that Satsukige's pretentious appearance, the Kazekage couldn't help but sneer in his heart and realize that this plan would eventually end in failure. The Satsukige's tasks are divided very reasonably. I think we should not change them anymore. Let's just move on to the next one. The Reikage strongly agreed with that Satsukige's division of tasks and felt that they should not waste time here, so he urged that Satsukige to quickly proceed to the next item of the plan, obviously not taking the Kazekige's opinion seriously. Since everyone has no objection, let's move on to the next item. The Satsukige and the Reikage sang the same tune and completely ignored the Kazekige's opinion. The Kazekage wanted to leave in anger, but considering the consequences of doing so, he had no choice but to give up the idea and sit there obediently to listen to what that Satsukige had to say. The Mizukage saw everything and remained silent. The secret talk among the four cages ended very quickly. From the perspective of that Satsukige and the Reikage, the talk went very smoothly. However, from the perspective of the Kazekage and the Mizukage, the talk was a farce. After the secret talk, the Reikage, Kazekage, and Mizukage said goodbye one after another, saying they were going to start arranging manpower to carry out that Satsukige's plan. Among the three of them, except for the Reikage, who believed that Satsukige's plan could succeed and really arranged manpower, the Kazekage and the Mizukage were just making excuses to leave here early. The Reikage went back without stopping to make preparations, while the Kazekage and the Mizukage walked along the road leisurely. The Kazekage seemed very dissatisfied with that Satsukige's arrangement at that time. The Mizukage asked knowingly, thus opening the topic. What does the Mizukage mean by this? Why don't I understand? The Kazekage did not admit it directly in front of the Mizukage, but chose to pretend that he did not understand. Kazekage, don't worry that I will stand on the side of that Satsukige. On the contrary, I'm not optimistic about that Satsukige's plan. The Mizukage made his position clear, hoping that the Kazekage would let down his guard and talk to him sincerely. So, what the Mizukage said about the lack of spies planted in Konoha village is all false. The Kazekage reacted immediately and asked the Mizukage, "It's not all fake." The Mizukage gave an ambiguous answer, making it impossible to guess whether what he said was true or not. "Mizukage, you usually support that Satsukige. Why did you suddenly back out this time?" The Kazekage just asked casually, not expecting to get an answer from the Mizukage regarding this question. "I can answer you right now. It is easy to cause civil unrest in Konoha village, but it is absolutely impossible to turn Konoha village into a warehouse for our four major ninja villages. Since you know that the plan is doomed to fail, why do you still want to participate?" It was rare for the Mizukage to have such a lucid moment, and this also gave the Kazekage a new understanding of him. "Mizukage, you are right. It's a pity that Satsukige and the Reikage cannot see this clearly. In the end, we can only use a tragic defeat to make them face the reality." The Kazekage agreed with the Mizukage's idea very much, and had even thought of the tragic endings of that Satsukige and the Reikage. But, Mizukage, since you have already thought of this, why don't you remind them? Fengying asked curiously. I didn't say that. Didn't Fengying say that either? The Mizukage did not answer the Kazakage, but asked him back. I am a nobody, so even if I tell you, your words won't count. It might even upset that Suchikage, so I'll just keep silent. But if the Mizukage tells you, I'm sure that Suchikage will consider it. After making fun of himself, the Kazakage flattered the Mizukage, inducing him to tell him his true thoughts as expected. The Mizukage was coaxed into a state of elated by the Windkage's words and spoke out all his thoughts. Even if my words can be taken seriously, I won't say it. If I say it, and that Suchikage changes his plan, how can I take advantage of the situation? As soon as that Suchikage finished speaking, he realized that he had said something he shouldn't have said, and the smug look on his face just now was replaced by calmness. When the Kazakage heard the Mizukage's true thoughts, he was shocked. He didn't expect the Mizukage to be so bold that he actually wanted to attack the Iwagakure village. Since you already know this, I will tell you straight away that Suchikage's plan is bound to fail, and this is our chance. As long as our two ninja villages join forces, the Iwagakure village will be ours. Seeing that the matter had been exposed, the Mizukage wanted to pull the Kazakage to his side and attack the Iwagakure village together with him. Fengying was still a little hesitant at this moment. The Mizukage continued. After the mission is accomplished, the supplies of the Iwagakure village will be divided equally between our two families. Chapter 134. The great name is coming. Mizukage's words became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Okay, I agree with the Mizukage's promise. The Kazakage readily agreed. With the support of the Kazakage, the Mizukage's plan had a much higher chance of success, and the Mizukage was naturally overjoyed. Along the way, the Mizukage and the Kazakage had a very pleasant conversation and finalized the entire plan. As long as the time comes, they will attack the Iwagakure village. Hokage building. Madara Hokage was in the Hokage's office, processing documents submitted by the police department and the Anbu. At this time, Black Zetsu suddenly appeared in front of Madara Hokage and said, "Ban, when will our next plan begin?" "There is no next plan, Black Zetsu. I already know your true identity and your purpose, Naruto." Madara looked at Black Zetsu expressionlessly, ready to suppress him at any time. "Uchiha Kamui told you, but why do you think he was telling the truth?" Black Zetsu was fearless in the face of Naruto Madara and even deliberately confused people to interfere with Naruto Madara's judgment. Whether what Shenwei said is true or false, I have my own judgment. But how many things have you done behind my back that I don't know about? Do you still think I will continue to trust you, Naruto? Madara no longer trusts Black Zetsu. No matter what he says, the result will be the same. Are you going to believe Uchiha Kamui? Don't you forget your brother's eyes. Why are they in your eye sockets? Hey, Ju didn't want to lose Naruto Madara as a chess piece, so he tried to use the matter of Izuna's eyes to persuade Naruto Madara to continue cooperating with him. Are you done? If you are, just surrender, Naruto. Madara was determined and was not misled by Black Zetsu's words. After listening to Black Zetsu's words, he activated the first form of Susanoo and controlled the bone claws of Susanoo to capture Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu merged into the earth, avoiding Naruto Madara's move, then emerged from somewhere else and said, "Madara, one day, you will regret what you did today." After Black Zetsu made his threats, he immediately merged into the earth and disappeared, not giving Naruto Madara a second chance to attack. Naruto Madara looked at the disappearing Black Zetsu, put away his Susanoo, and sat behind the desk in a daze. At this time, an Anbu member appeared and reported the situation to Naruto Madara. "Hokage-sama, the daimyo have already set out and are expected to reach Konoha village in about 3 days. The Anbu member said and left immediately. For the next 3 days, although Konoha village seemed calm on the surface, there were actually undercurrents. The police department and the Anbu, one openly and one secretly, carried out a major purge plan against the spies in the village. Because daimyos from various countries came in groups. Among them, the daimyo of the land of lightning arrived in the land of fire early on and has been living with the daimyo of the land of fire. The daimyo of other countries arrived only recently, and after meeting with the daimyo of the Land of Fire, they came to Konoha village together under the leadership of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The daimyos came to Konoha village in a group. Naturally, the 5 Kajin Konoha's high-level officials took it seriously, so they stood at the gate of Konoha village early in the morning to welcome the arrival of the daimyos. Where are the daimyo going? Why haven't they come yet? Kamui approached Tobirama and asked quietly. It should be here soon. Wait a little longer. It was impossible to tell whether Tobirama was happy or angry on his calm face, but it seemed that he was somewhat dissatisfied with the daimyo point. Just when Kamui's patience was almost exhausted, the daimyos finally arrived and entered Konoha village, surrounded by the 5 Kajin Konoha's high-ranking officials. For the daimyo, the ninja village is nothing more than a toy to satisfy their competitive spirit. And the Chunin exam is like letting their toys participate in a talent show. Hokage, please brief the daimyo on the situation of the Chunin exam. All the daimyo present knew about the Chunin exam. The Fire Country daimyo deliberately asked about the Chunin exam in front of the other daimyo. He wanted to surpass the other daimyo in terms of the number of people from Konoha village who passed the preliminaries, and save his own face. Your Excellency the daimyo, the venue for the Chunin exams has been set up and everything has been arranged. In 3 days, all genin who have passed the preliminary selection will be able to take the final exam. Madara, the Hokage, did not figure out what the Fire Country daimyo was thinking, and gave an irrelevant answer. The Fire Country daimyo was not satisfied with the answer given by the Hokage Madara, and wanted to ask for more details, but was interrupted by the Water Country daimyo who came with them. We have been walking all day, and are all tired. Let's rest first. We can talk about the Chunin exam later. It was a good opportunity to show off, but it was ruined just like that. The daimyo of the Fire Nation didn't know how to explain the situation. He snorted coldly at Naruto Madara, and turned his head away, no longer looking at him, to express his dissatisfaction with Naruto Madara. When the daimyo arrived at their residences, someone was dissatisfied with his residence. This person was the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Is this the place that your Konoha village arranged for us to live in? How can people live here in such poor conditions? I demand that I be moved to another place immediately. The unreasonable behavior of the daimyo of the Land of Earth made the other daimyo start to watch the fun from the sidelines. The daimyo of the Land of Fire felt at this moment that Konoha village had made him lose face again, so he gave the order. Hokage, what are you doing? I order you to change your place of residence immediately. Hokage. Madara felt very upset when listening to the words of the daimyo of the Land of Fire. The building in front of them was already the best in Konoha village. The daimyo were not satisfied, and there was no place for them to change it. When Kamui saw that Naruto Madara was in a dilemma, he stepped forward to help Naruto Madara out. If you are not satisfied with this place, what kind of building would suit your temperament? Of course. Who are you? Who allowed you to interrupt? The daimyo of the Land of Earth was about to make a request when he reacted first and asked about Kamui's identity. Shenmue, don't be rude. Come back quickly, Naruto. Madara ordered. I am the head of Konoha village's police department, Uchiha Kamui, and I don't think I was interrupting just now. I was just asking about your needs. Kamui ignored the order from the Hokage Madara and replied with a smile on his face. Haha, interesting. Is there no one left in Konoha village? Such a kid can be the chief of the police department. The Land Kingdom daimyo taunted. You can be the daimyo of the Land of Earth, so why can't I be the chief of police? Kamui refused to give in and fought back, making the daimyo of the Land of Earth so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. It's such a kid. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Give that kid a lesson. The daimyo of the Land of Earth became furious and ordered that Suchikage to take action and teach Kamui a lesson. When that Suchikage heard that he had to teach Kamui a lesson himself, he immediately became hesitant. He knew that he was no match for Kamui, and he didn't want to humiliate himself. It's Suchikage, why don't you take action? The daimyo of the Land of Earth urged. I say, you're Suchikage. Is he afraid? The daimyo of the Land of Lightning came to watch the fun and added fuel to the fire. The daimyo of the land of earth was already angry and was provoked by the daimyo of the land of thunder, so he spoke without caring about anything. Anoki, I order you to teach him a lesson right away, or you will no longer be that Tsuchikage. The daimyo of the land of earth took the position of Tsuchikage and forced that Tsuchikage to take action. This also completely cut off that Tsuchikage's retreat, forcing him to take action against Kamui. Kamui felt no pressure facing that Tsuchikage. He just treated it as playing with him. The two of them fought back and forth, giving people a feeling that they were evenly matched. If that Tsuchikage stopped now, he would have not only completed the order of the daimyo of the land of earth, but also saved his own face, thus achieving the best of both worlds. But he didn't know where he got the illusion, thinking that he could really defeat Kamui, so he attacked with all his might, wanting to show off in front of the daimyo of the land of earth. Finally, after fighting with that Tsuchikage for a long time, Kamui became a little impatient and knocked that Tsuchikage to the ground with a direct punch, ending this fast. That Tsuchikage lying on the ground was humiliated and too embarrassed to face everyone. So he pretended to be unconscious and acted like he knew nothing. Hurry and send that Tsuchikage to the Konoha hospital. Naruto. Madara ordered the Anbu to carry that Tsuchikage, who was pretending to be unconscious, to the Konoha hospital. The person who was happiest when that Tsuchikage was defeated by Kamui was definitely the daimyo of the land of fire. Well done, good fight. I didn't expect that there are hidden talents in Konoha village. There is actually such a hero. The daimyo of the fire country walked up to Kamui and praised him without reservation. After all, Kamui defeated that Tsuchikage, which was a matter of honor for him. The daimyos of other ninja villages turned a blind eye to the actions of the far country daimyo and asked their own cage about their chances of winning against the Kamui. After getting the answer from his own cage, he felt calm except for sighing that he was tricked by the daimyo of the far country. I'm a little tired, so I'm going back to my room to rest. You guys continue, don't worry about me. The daimyo of the land of water couldn't stand the arrogance of the daimyo of the land of fire, so he immediately suggested going back to his room to have a rest, thinking, out of sight, out of mind. I think we are all leaving, so who are you still showing off to? The daimyo of the land of water began to return to his room to rest. The daimyo of other countries followed suit and avoided the daimyo of the land of fire. They had the same idea as the daimyo of the land of water. In order to avoid the daimyo of the land of fire, the daimyo of the land of earth did not mind the poor living conditions and moved in directly. When the fire country daimyo saw that the other daimyos had left, he stopped praising Kamui and found a room to live in. In this way, the daimyos all moved into the residences arranged by Konoha village. Naruto Madara left the place where the daimyo lived, let out a long breath, and then said, I would rather fight an enemy than entertain the daimyo again. It's too tiring. This is only the first Chunin exam. The daimyo are just trying to find something new. By the time of the next Chunin exam, it will be great if half the number of people can show up. Shenmue analyzed. Shenmue, you were too reckless today. Madara. The Hokage criticized. Yes, I was too rash. I should have demolished the house and let them all sleep on the street. Kamui said this nonchalantly, making Naruto Madara so angry that his face turned black. Chapter 135 Confession. Kamui, let's be serious. The daimyo have already moved into Konoha village. I'm leaving their safety to your police department. Naruto. Madara said solemnly. Madara, don't worry. I'm the best at maintaining the law and order of Konoha village. Shenmue replied seriously. Kamui, I'm asking you to be responsible for the safety of the daimyo, so don't evade the important matters. When Hokage Madara saw that Kamui did not answer the question, he spoke openly. Then, please, Lord Hokage, take back your order and seek another solution. Shenmue refused outright. Kamui's refusal choked Naruto Madara so much that he was speechless. Forget it, Madara, you should leave this task to me. Kamui's personality is not suitable for completing such a task. Daisuke volunteered to take on the security work of the daimyos with the Daishira volunteering. The anger in Hokage Madara's heart subsided a lot. Only then did he realize that if he arranged for Kamui to complete the task, the news that the daimyo had been beaten would probably spread. Then, I'll have to trouble you this time, Hashirama. Since you don't want to go, Kamui, why don't we ask the police department to send a few people? Hokage. Madara agreed to the Great Pillar's request and then transferred manpower to Kamui. This is no problem. When Shenhui heard that he didn't have to go himself and he just needed to send a few people, there was nothing wrong with it, so he agreed. Hashirama, you don't have to be polite to him. Just ask him for 30 or 50 people. His police department is big and powerful, so he doesn't need a few people. Madara, the Hokage, was worried about the Great Pillar and was too embarrassed to ask Kamui for people, so he encouraged him from the side. His eyes lit up when he heard that, and then he spoke hesitantly. This is not good. It's really not good. The transfer of 30 to 50 people has already affected the normal operation of the police department. Shenhui said that he was not satisfied with the result. There's nothing wrong with it. It will save you from being idle all day. Hashirama, just listen to me and ask him for so many people. Naruto. Madara took a small revenge on Kamui and immediately felt happy both physically and mentally. Okay, we've agreed on 30 people, and that's it. We can't regret it later. Shenhui finally compromised. He didn't want to continue this meaningless argument. Well, this matter is settled. Hashirama, you and Kamui go to the police department to pick up the person. After this is over, Kamui, come to my office. I have something to tell you. Naruto. Madara said as he walked towards the Hokage building. Let's go to the police department to pick someone. Hashirama urged. Hashirama, you said Madara asked me to go to his office. What is it about that? Kamui didn't guess what the Hokage Madara was up to, so he asked the Great Pillar for advice. Don't guess blindly, you will know when the time comes. Dazuyuzi answered directly. Okay, I'll listen to you. Let's go to the police department to pick someone now. Shenhui gave up his wild thoughts and focused on what was in front of him. Soon, Shenhui and Dazuyuzi arrived at the police department. Shenhui gathered the police personnel and said, the daimyo have entered the village. In order to protect their safety, the Hokage has assigned Hashirama Senju to complete this task. At the same time, he plans to draw some personnel from the police department to assist him in completing this task. The number of people is set at 30. Anyone who is interested can go directly to Hashirama. Kamui explained things clearly and then handed the rest of the matter over to the Great Pillar. As for who was willing to participate in this task and how the Great Pillar would choose people, it was none of Kamui's business because he was now going to the Hokage's office to meet the Hokage. Madara. Kamui left the police department and headed straight for the Hokage building. Along the way, Kamui looked at the passers-by and his mood calmed down. When Kamui walked into the Hokage's office, he found the Hokage, Madara, sitting there with a sad face, so much so that the Hokage, Madara, didn't even notice Kamui walking into the office. Ban, what do you want to talk to me about? Kamui inquired. Shenhui, you are here. Please sit down first. When Naruto Madara heard this, he realized that Kamui had arrived, and he quickly stood up and closed the office door. Kamui wondered what Naruto Madara wanted to say, making it so mysterious. Naruto Madara closed the door, then came back and sat down and said to Kamui, Kamui, there is something I must tell you. I have actually been in contact with Black Zetsu. Naruto Madara's words surprised Kamui a little, but not so surprising. Kamui had guessed before that Black Zetsu was hiding in the village, but he didn't know who was related to this. He didn't expect that Naruto Madara would take the initiative to admit it today. So, what did it tell you? If Black Zetsu wants to gain the trust of Naruto and Madara, he will definitely make up a story to make them become a community of interests. Kamui is very curious about how Black Zetsu fooled Naruto and Madara. Black Zetsu said that my eyes are the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and also told me that above that, they can evolve into the Rinnegan. Madara, the Hokage answered in detail. Oh, Black Zetsu just used his power to trick you into becoming his pawn. Shenhui analyzed. No, I was not blinded by power. What really convinced me was the evolution process of the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Naruto Madara corrected Kamu's mistake and continued. Black Zetsu told me that there is only one way to open the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan, and that is to merge the eyes of one's own blood relatives. Kamu, is what Black Zetsu said true? Naruto Madara stared at Kamu, wanting to get an answer from Kamu. It's true what it says, and your eyes are indeed the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. Kamu felt that now that things had come to this, there was no need to hide anything anymore. Otherwise who knew what tricks Black Zetsu would play next. Point. When Naruto Madara heard Kamu admit it himself, he grabbed Kamu's collar and said hatefully, Kamui, Izuna is my brother, and he is also your brother. How could you have the heart to do that to me? Of course I know. He is my brother, but he insisted on doing it. By the time I found out, the operation was already over. What do you want me to do? Tell me, what do you want me to do? Kamu grabbed Naruto Madara's collar with his backhand, his words revealing self-blame and guilt. Naruto Madara and Kamu were in a stalemate for a while, then they both let go of each other's collars. So, what happened next? How did Izuna do? Naruto Madara continued to ask. Later, he didn't want you to know the truth, so he decided to stay in that world and communicate with you through letters. Kamu replied, you're going to leave Izuna alone in that world? Naruto Madara asked. Of course not. I use the pupil technique to create a pair of Sharingan for Izuna to facilitate his daily life. By the way, when I went to see him a few days ago, he already had someone he liked, and he even asked me for advice on love. Shenmue answered simply and concisely. At first, Naruto Madara thought that Izuna was very lonely in that world, but the more he listened, the more he felt something was wrong. When was the last time you went there? Naruto Madara asked in confusion. It was the day we ate dumplings together. I brought some to Izuna, and he recognized which dumplings you made at a glance. He ate all of them and said your dumplings were the best. Kamu thought back to the events of that day and described them to Naruto Madara. I know everything, so you don't have to hide it from me. Kamu, next time you go to that world, remember to inform me in advance, so that I have time to make dumplings for Izuna. When Naruto Madara heard that Izuna liked the dumplings he made, he planned to prepare them before his next trip and bring them to Izuna. No problem, I'll come and help then. Kamu agreed immediately, but was unexpectedly disliked by Hokage Madara. What are you doing here? Izuna likes to eat the dumplings I make, but they're not yours, so just be a means of transportation. Huh, I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. Kamu turned his head away and no longer looked at Naruto Madara. Now that the misunderstanding has been explained, let's stop here and you can go back. Naruto Madara realized that everything was a misunderstanding, so he chose to end the conversation and let Kamu go back to work. Ban, go ahead and do your work. Bye, Kamu said, then turned and walked out of the Hokage's office. Shenmue, wait a minute. Tell me the recipe of the filling first, so I can get familiar with it. Naruto Madara called Kamu and wanted to get the recipe of the filling from Kamu, hoping to make delicious dumplings for Izuna. Paper, pen. Kamu asked the Hokage Madara for paper and pen, quickly wrote the filling skin, left it to the Hokage Madara, and then left the Hokage's office. Kamu walked out of the Hokage building, looked at the sky and stretched, trying to forget all his worries, but his eyes were full of confusion. Shenmue returned to the police department and found that Dasuzi had already left with his men. Shenmue looked at the somewhat deserted police department and, for the first time ever, took the initiative to work to make up for the shortage of manpower in the evening. When it was time to get off work, Shenmue put down his work and was the first to leave the police department. When Shenmue returned home and began to prepare dinner, everything seemed the same as before, but also seemed a little different. Shenmue brought the food to the table. After everyone took a bite, they felt that today's food was different from what they usually ate, but they couldn't tell what was different. Shenmue, what's wrong with you? The perceptive Mito noticed that something was wrong with Kamu, so he started to ask. Don't worry, I'm fine. Kamu assured Mito that he was fine. Shenmue, are you under too much pressure and not getting enough rest? Mera also noticed Kamu's abnormality and asked Kamu the reason. I'm Really fine. Don't worry about me, Shenmue patiently explained over and over again, and finally everyone felt relieved. After dinner, Shenmue was still the one washing the dishes after a busy day. Kamui lay on the bed without a trace of sleepiness. In the dim room, the two scarlet Sharingans were particularly eye-catching. Suddenly the door was pushed open and a man walked in from outside. He said to Shenmue, "Why are you installing a light bulb here, so late at night, when you can't sleep? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 136, Shenmue Autism. The one who spoke was none other than future Shenmue. "What has stimulated you? You are so weird." Shenmue turned a deaf ear to what future Shenmue said and looked ahead with lifeless eyes. Seeing that Shenmue did not respond, future Shenmue paid more attention to Shenmue's current symptoms. "Shenmue, look at me. I'm your father." Future Shenmue straightened Shenmue so that Shenmue looked directly at him and said point, and Shenmue was like a puppet, allowing the future Shenmue to manipulate him without any emotional fluctuations. No reaction to this. Future Shenmue frowned, thinking about how to awaken Shenmue and restore Shenmue to normal. Suddenly, a powerful eye power burst out from Kamui's Sharingan, making everything around Kamui become illusory, and then dissipated into thin air. This was the prototype of the eye technique of returning to emptiness. "Shenmue, wake up." Future Kamui used his own pupil power to resist the invasion of Kamui's pupil power, and at the same time, swung his hands and slapped Kamui's cheeks left and right. Future Shenmue whipped for a while, but was unable to stop Shenmue from continuing to burst out with pupil power. What happened on Kamui's side soon alarmed Kamui's duplicate, who possessed the Mangekyō Sharingan. "Who are you? Let go of brother Shenmue." As the doppelganger of Kamui said this, he was about to rush over to save the beaten Kamui. "Stand there. Don't come over. It's dangerous here." Future Shenmue stopped what he was doing, turned around and said to Shenmue's duplicate, "Hey, why are there two Shenmue brothers?" The Kamui doppelganger exclaimed as he looked at the face of future Kamui that was very similar to Kamui. "I'll explain this later. Go and tell everyone not to get close to this place." Future Shenmue instructed Shenmue's duplicate to continue trying to awaken Shenmue. "Okay, leave this to me." The doppelganger of Shenmue agreed and ran to inform others. Future Shenmue replaced his slap with a fist and attacked Shenmue, the human sandbag. Crazily, the fist of future Shenmue happened to hit Shenmue's eye socket, and a powerful repulsive force sent future Shenmue flying. At the same time, Shenmue moved, following the body's instinct. Shenmue stood up from the ground strangely, and the coverage of the pupil technique return to the void became larger. The house of Shenmue's family began to dissipate under the influence of the pupil technique return to the void, and the coverage of the pupil technique return to the void was still expanding. "Shenmue, what's wrong with you? Shenmue, wake up." Mito and Mera also rushed over at this time. They looked at Kamui, who was destroying the house, and said future Kamui said as he looked at Kamui's doppelganger, "Didn't I tell you to inform them and let them leave here? Why did you bring them here?" "Don't blame him. I came here on my own initiative. It has nothing to do with him." Mito defended the Kamui doppelganger. "Shenmue, what happened to him?" Mito asked future Kamui. Kamui must have been stimulated, causing the negative emotions in his heart to burst out all at once. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and the Sharingan is also known as the eyes that reflect the soul. So this explosion of pupil power has occurred. In the future, Shenmue will share his understanding of Shenmue and its current situation with everyone, so that everyone can understand Shenmue's current situation. "So, is there any way to solve this problem?" Mera asked future Kamui. "The best solution is to let Shenmue come out on his own." Future Kamui replied. After hearing future God's answer, everyone fell silent. Just when everyone was at a loss, the double of Shenmue spoke. Kamui, brother, since the Sharingan is also the eye of soul reflection, can we use the Sharingan to enter Kamui's heart and wake him up?" The Imaginative ideas of Shenhua's double body made future Shenhua's eyes light up, and he felt that his ideas were worth trying. The method you mentioned has the possibility of success, but there is a prerequisite. The divine power must be completely suppressed. Otherwise, anyone who enters the divine power will be shocked into an idiot by this power. In the future, Shenhui will explain the shortcomings of this method in advance, so that everyone can understand the dangers of this matter. Shenhui, brother, can you suppress this pupil power? The doppelganger of God asked. No. The answer from future Shenhui poured cold water on the Shenhui doppelganger. Of course I can't do it alone, but don't I have you here, future? Shenhui added. Shenhui, brother, it's already this late, and you're still in the mood to joke. The doppelganger of Shenhui is somewhat dissatisfied with the future Shenhui's habit of breathing heavily when speaking. My bad. Let's get started. Follow my instructions and we'll suppress his pupil power together, future. Shenhui said this, using his own pupil power to guide the pupil power of Shenhui's duplicate to suppress Shenhui's pupil power. I saw that Shenhui's surroundings were reduced to nothingness by the pupil technique, and the covered area was shrinking little by little. Shenhui's raging pupil power was temporarily suppressed. Quick, now, future. Shenhui reminded from the side. Mito and Mera walked hand in hand towards Kamui and looked directly into his eyes. Future Kamui took the opportunity to release illusion, sending Mito and Mera into Kamui's inner world. Mito and Mera only felt a black screen before their eyes, and then they found themselves in an empty black space. Mitone, is this the inner world of Kamui? It feels so lonely, Mera said to Mito while looking at everything around her. I didn't expect that Shenhui's inner world would be so dark. Mito's tone was filled with some heartache and self-blame for Kamui. Mito's sister, look, there's a light over there. Mera pointed to a place in Kamui's inner world and said to Mito, Mera, let's go over there and take a look. Maybe the Kamui is there. Mito pulled Mera towards the light, hoping to find Kamui there. Before Mito and Mera could take a few steps, they found themselves in the light, with a little boy of about 4 or 5 years old in front of them. Kamui, Mito called out tentatively. The little boy just glanced at Mito, then lowered his head and went back to work. Mito's sister, it seems we have found Kamui. The next step is to figure out how to wake him up. Mera noticed the little boy's reaction and determined that the little boy was Kamui. Mera, but what should we do? Mito asked. That's easy. Just beat him up and wake Shenhui up. Mera answered confidently. This is not good. What if it has the opposite effect? Mito was a little hesitant and didn't quite agree with Mera's method. Don't worry, just watch me. Mera was confident in her method, and just as she was about to approach Kamui to implement it, a bolt of lightning struck Mera, stopping her violent act. Mera, are you okay? Mito helped Mera, who was hit by lightning, and asked about Mera's condition. I'm okay. Mera's body has not yet recovered from the paralysis, and her speech is a little intermittent. It seems that using violent methods will not work. We must think of a gentle method to awaken the divine power. Mito analyzed. Then I'll try again. After Mera recovered from her paralysis, she volunteered to take on the task of awakening the divine power. Mera first took a small tentative step towards Kamui, waited for a while, and found that there was no lightning strike. So she became bolder and approached Kamui carefully. Mera walked to Kamui's side and saw that Kamui was concentrating on putting a puzzle together. Mera was about to call Mito over when she heard Mito's voice coming from beside Mera. I guess, in order to awaken the power of God, we must first complete this puzzle. Mito's sister, when did you come here? Why didn't I feel anything? Mera asked confused. I've been here for a while, but I saw you were concentrating on the puzzle, so I didn't bother you. Mito replied. Then let's help Shenhui and complete this puzzle now. Mera said energetically. When Mera sat next to Shenhui, picked up a puzzle piece, and wondered where to put it, she found that the patterns on each piece were changing, making it difficult to know where to start. No, I can't figure out what this is. I can't even put it together. Mera looked at the puzzle for a long time, but couldn't find a suitable place for the piece in her hand, so she put the puzzle down and gave up the idea of completing it. That's true. However, since this is Shenmue's inner world, this puzzle must be related to Shenmue. If we find a way to make Shenmue focus on one thing, perhaps we can stop the puzzle from changing. Mito told Mera his guess. I'll try it first. Mera sat in front of Kamui, making sure he could see her, and then spoke. Kamui, I'm Mera. Do you remember me? Shenmue looked at Mera as if he was recalling the name Mera. The pattern on the puzzle also changed as Shenmue recalled, and the speed of the pattern change also slowed down. Mera, our idea is right. Tell me something more specific. Upon seeing this, Mito immediately asked Mera to focus Kamui's thoughts on one thing, so that it would be easier for Mito to complete the puzzle and awaken Kamui. Specific things. I got it. Kamui, do you remember how you defeated Acnologia? As soon as Mera said this, Kamui began to recall, and the pattern on the puzzle changed. No, there's still no way to freeze the puzzle into a pattern. Mera, can you think of anything else? Mito still couldn't solve the puzzle, so he asked Mera to do something else. But apart from these, I can't think of anything else. Otherwise, Sister Mito, you should come. You and Kamui have been together for a long time, and a lot of things must have happened during that time. Mera suggested. Chapter 137 Recovery. Then let me try. Mito said as he sat down in front of Kamui and switched seats with Mera. Kamui, I'm Mito. Do you remember the first time we met? After Mito finished speaking, his face turned red, and he lowered his head, not daring to look at Kamui again. Kamui recalled the scene when he first met Mito, and the scene automatically appeared in his mind, and the pattern on the puzzle changed accordingly. Suddenly, Shenmue seemed to have thought of something, and the pattern on the puzzle froze. Mito sister, we succeeded. Mera saw that the puzzle stopped changing, and told Mito the good news. While she started to work on the puzzle as time went by, Mera had completed most of the puzzle, and could clearly see the original appearance of the puzzle. Mera looked at the puzzle, her expression becoming more and more strange. She secretly glanced at Mito, but she didn't expect to be caught by Mito. Mera, have you finished the puzzle? Mito asked uncomfortably. Almost there. It will be done soon. Mera quickly lowered her head, not daring to look at Mito again, and continued to complete the puzzle in her hand. Mera, you saw it all? Mito asked suddenly. See what? Mera's eyes darted around, not daring to look at Mito. Mito put his hands on Mera's shoulders and spoke seriously word by word. Mera, you must not tell anyone about this, not even if Kamui asks. Well, Mera was startled by Mito's sudden attack and instinctively agreed. The puzzle was finally completed with the cooperation of Mito and Mera. Mito looked at the entire puzzle and said, Humph, you only think about these messy things in your mind. After Mito finished speaking, he was still a little unsatisfied and punched Kamui on the head, totally ignoring the possibility that he might be struck by lightning. At this time, the pattern of the puzzle changed, and it contained Shenmue's memories from childhood to adulthood, like a movie being played. When the movie ended, it turned into a white light and merged into Shenmue's body. Shenmue's inner world turned white, and Shenmue also changed from a little boy to his current appearance. Mito, Mera, I'm back. Shenmue greeted the community and Mera as he did before. Just as Mito and Mera were about to speak, they felt the scene around them change. When Mito and Mera looked around again, they found that they had walked out of Kamui's inner world, and everyone was surrounding them, waiting anxiously. Awake. They are awake, the Divine Double said, as if announcing good news. Has Shenmue woken up? Where's Kamui? How's Kamui doing? The first thing Mito and Mera did when they woke up was to inquire about Kamui's situation. I'm sorry to have made you worry. I'm fine now, but I feel like my face is a little swollen, Kamui said as he walked up to Mito and Mera. Upon hearing this, future godly might left the crowd calmly. Mito and Mera looked at Kamui, who had returned to normal, and each hugged one side of Kamui. With all the words contained in this hug, the others left at the same time, making room for Shenmue and the other two to talk in private. Shenmue, do you know that you scared us just now? What happened to make you like that? Mito, with some reluctance, released Kamui and asked him. Nothing. It's all over. Since Kamui wasn't going to say anything. Mito gave up asking any further. Kamui, you destroyed the house. Where are you going to sleep tonight? If you don't have a place to sleep, I mean if, you can sleep in my room. I'll go and squeeze in with Sister Mito. After Mera finished speaking, she was shocked by her own bold idea. She lowered her head and looked at her toes, waiting for Shenwei's answer. Mera felt that she had hinted very clearly, but she did not expect Shenwei to say something shocking. Don't bother with that. I can just restore the house to its original state. Shenwei activated his pupil technique to restore the damaged areas to their original state. Mera was stunned after hearing Shenwei's answer. She didn't expect Shenwei to say that. Mera raised her head and looked at Shenwei in disbelief, only to see Shenwei restore everything to its original state. She felt ashamed and angry and walked back to her room angrily. Before leaving, she did not forget to step hard on Shenwei. Why did Mera step on me? How did I offend her? Kamui asked Mito with a puzzled look, hoping that Mito could answer this question. Mito looked at Kamui, who didn't look fake, and said with a strange expression, you really don't know why Mera is angry? Yeah, why else would I ask you? Shenwei said as a matter of course. If you can't figure this out, then why do you remember so clearly what happened when we first met? Mito muttered to himself. Mito, what are you talking about? Kamui couldn't figure out what Mito was talking about for a moment, so he asked Mito. It's just, I'm going to die. Mito was about to explain to Kamui when he suddenly realized that the matter was a secret that could not be told. His face turned red and he punched Kamui as if complaining, then left in a hurry. Kamui looked at the direction where Mito and Mera disappeared and didn't understand why they hid him. He thought about it for a long time, but still couldn't figure out what he had done wrong. Shenwei lay on the bed with doubts, and soon he began to breathe evenly. The next day, Shenwei got up and made breakfast for everyone. During the time, Shenwei hummed a little tune and seemed to be in a good mood. It's time to eat. It's time to eat, Shenwei called out, and everyone came out of the room one after another. When everyone was seated, Shenwei stood up and spoke. Before we have breakfast, let me introduce you to someone. Shenwei called out the name of future Shenwei and called out future Shenwei. What? Are you asking me to do so early in the morning? Can't you let me sleep a little longer? Future Shenwei came out wearing the same clothes as Shenwei. Let me introduce him to you all. His name is Shenwei. He is my future self. Because of some things, he came here from the future. Okay, I have finished the introduction. You can go back to sleep. This is the first time that Shenwei officially introduced the future Shenwei to everyone. Why are you still sleeping? You guys have already served dinner and you ask me to go to bed. How dare you say that? If I hadn't been there last night, most of the Konoha village would have been destroyed by you. Future Shenwei pulled over a chair, sat down, took Shenwei's bowl and chopsticks, and ate while talking. Yes, you have worked hard and made great contributions. You are truly a role model for our generation. Shenwei complimented him in a way that was both explicit and implicit. Young comrade, you have a very high level of ideological awareness. Well, this dish is well cooked. Future Shenwei seemed not to hear the sarcasm in Shenwei's words and just kept eating. Aren't you going to explain why my face is swollen? Shenwei was not going to continue beating around the bush with future Shenwei, so he went straight to the point. In your situation at the time, I naturally had to sober you up. It was just a rescue measure. Believe me, it was really just a rescue measure. Future Kamui explained, hoping that Kamui could understand his behavior. Okay, you said it was a first aid measure, so how about you at least spank me a few dozen times? Don't tell me that 10 spanks is a course of treatment. After Shenwei finished speaking, he pounds towards future Shenwei, wanting to get back everything he had lost from future Shenwei with interest. When future Shenwei saw that Shenwei was about to take action, he left his position first, leaving Shenwei empty-handed. Shenwei failed to catch future Shenwei in his first pounds, so he pounced on future Shenwei again. In this way, Shenwei and future Shenwei, one chasing and the other escaping. played a game of cat and mouse in the house. Mito sister, are we just going to watch them fight and not stop them? The doppelganger of God asked. No, they are tired of fighting, so they'll stop naturally. Let's continue eating, Mito replied calmly. Oh, the doppelganger of Shenwei picked up the bowl very obediently and continued eating, pretending to be oblivious to the battle around him. After a while, Shenwei sat down, picked up the bowl and chopsticks, and started eating, as if nothing had happened. If the blood from his nose had not been wiped clean, no one would have thought that Shenwei had just had a real fight with future Shenwei. After finishing his breakfast, Shenwei went out to work at the police department as usual. The residence of the daimyo at Tsuchikage. Where is the information of the genin who are taking the Chunin exam? Let me see. The daimyo of the land of Earth asked at Tsuchikage for information. Sir daimyo, this is the information you requested. The Tsuchikage handed the information respectfully to the daimyo of the land of Earth. The daimyo of the land of Earth looked through the information, but couldn't make any sense of it, so he spoke to the Tsuchikage. Tsuchikage, you will introduce the genin mentioned in the information, focusing on those genin who may hinder the Iwagakure village. Yes, your excellency the daimyo. Next, that Tsuchikage introduced to the daimyo of the land of Earth those genin who he thought could hinder the Iwagakure village one by one. Daimyo-sama, these are all the genin who will hinder the Iwagakure village. The Tsuchikage concluded. Tsuchikage, are you done? Are you sure you didn't repeat the entire document? As the daimyo of the land of Earth listened to name after name, his anger grew little by little. HMPH, what do you do as a Tsuchikage? What do you do with the funds given to your Iwagakure village every year? You can't even train a genin. Anoki, I tell you, if the Iwagakure village cannot win the final victory this time, you will have to solve the funding problem for the Iwagakure village by yourself in the future. Get lost. The daimyo of the land of Earth was very dissatisfied with that Tsuchikage. He flew into a rage on the spot and gave that Tsuchikage a death order with the funds of the Iwagakure village. In the end, he simply ordered that Tsuchikage to get out. After that Tsuchikage left dejectedly, the entourage of the daimyo of the land of Earth asked, Daimyo-sama, are you really planning to abandon the Iwagakure village? Chapter 138 Trivia. It is of course impossible to give up the Iwagakure village, but it is still necessary to cut costs and replace that Tsuchikage. And you heard what that Tsuchikage said just now. Go and make some arrangements. Find a way to prevent those people from taking part in the Chunin exam. Do it in a covered way. You understand what I mean, right? The daimyo of the land of Earth hinted to his entourage to take action against the genin who were taking the Chunin exam. Yes, Lord Daimyo. The entourage of the daimyo of the land of Earth agreed and began to make preparations. The residents of the Fairy Tail Guild members. President, I want to open the second source of magic because of his failure in the Chunin exam. Gray decided to activate the second source of magic to increase his strength, so he secretly found President Makarov and asked for his help. Gray, have you thought it through? The pain you will have to endure when you open the second magic source is beyond your imagination. Have you really thought it through, President? Makarov said earnestly. President, I have thought it through. You can start now. Gray had taken off his clothes at some point and was waiting for President Makarov to carve magic circle on his body to activate the second source of magic. Okay, now that you've thought it through, let's get started now, President. Makarov carved a magic circle on Gray's body to activate the second source of magic. After President Makarov completed the magic circle on Gray, he couldn't help but ask another question. Gray, it's not too late for you to regret now. I won't regret it, President. You can activate the magic circle now, Gray said with determination. Then, I will activate the magic circle. If you can't hold on any longer, be sure to tell me in time, President. Makarov warned Gray and then activated the magic circle. The moment the magic circle was activated, Gray felt intense pain bursting out all over his body. He wanted to scream out to release the pain, but for him now, it was a luxury. Gray, can you hold on? If you can't, you must tell me, President. Makarov couldn't bear to see Gray in pain, so he wanted to stop activating the magic circle of the second magic source. President, I can still. Gray squeezed out a few words from between his teeth, telling President Makarov that he could make it. No, please stop talking, President. Makarov understood what Gray meant and told Gray to save his strength and get through this pain point. When Gray was activating the second source of magic, Kamui found Madara's doppelganger and gave him a Shirama cell eye drops. It can relieve your current symptoms to a certain extent, but it can only relieve them. Don't rely on it too much. After Kamui gave the Hashirama cell eye drops to Madara's duplicate, he gave instructions. Is there no cure for this? Madara's duplicate wants to solve the problem of the Mangekyō Sharingan once and for all. There is a way. It is to replace the Mangekyō Sharingan with a pair of your own blood relatives, so that the Mangekyō Sharingan can evolve into the eternal Mangekyō Sharingan. This way, you don't have to worry about going blind. Kamui told the method to the Madara duplicate, intending to see what choice the Madara duplicate would make. This is too cruel. I can't do it. After listening to the method given by Kamui, Madara's duplicate chose to give up. Never lose yourself in the pursuit of great power. In the end, you will find that you have lost far more than you have gained. After Kamui finished speaking, he disappeared in a cloud of smoke with a bang. Yes, this was just Kamui's shadow clone. Kamui's real body was still busy in the office of the police department. Madara's duplicate was thinking about the words Kamui left before he left. Although Madara's duplicate didn't understand why Kamui said such words to him, he kept these words firmly in his mind. The residents of Iwagakure village. That Tsuchikage came back from the daimyo of the land of earth, and as soon as he came back, he found a letter on his desk. That Tsuchikage did not immediately open the letter to check its contents, but instead called his subordinates to inquire about the situation. Has anyone come into my room today? Tsuchikage-sama, no one has entered your room since you left. After the subordinate answered that Tsuchikage sent him away and opened the letter himself. The content of the letter was very short, with only one sentence. The laboratory where Tobirama conducts human experiments is in the director's office at Konoha Hospital. After reading it, Tsuchikage immediately destroyed the letter, and at the same time, gained more confidence in his plan. Although that Tsuchikage didn't know why the person who sent him the letter did this, he believed that the information in the letter was absolutely true. As for who sent the letter, and what the purpose behind it was, that Tsuchikage couldn't care less now. Every move of that Tsuchikage was seen clearly by Black Zetsu, who was hiding in the dark. When Black Zetsu saw that Tsuchikage showed some confidence on his face after reading the letter, he knew that he had already succeeded halfway, and the other half could only be known during the Chunin exam. Seeing that his plan was going smoothly, Heizetsu did not stay long and disappeared into the earth. That's right, the person who sent the letter to that Tsuchikage was Black Zetsu. Because of Hokage Madara's betrayal, Black Zetsu is no longer just thinking about revenge on Kamui. He has set his sights on the entire Konoha village. Only by destroying Konoha village can he quell his anger. It's hard to fool Indra's reincarnation in this generation, so just wait for the next generation. Black Zetsu has plenty of time anyway, so he doesn't care about these few decades. Another reason is that future Kamui has been chasing Black Zetsu too closely recently and almost caught him several times. Black Zetsu also plans to hide for a while and wait for the storm to pass before coming out to stir up trouble. Black Zetsu appeared on the cliff of Hokage Rock, overlooking the entire Konoha village, and said, "I will come back again, and by then I will destroy Konoha village with my own hands." Black Zetsu looked at the prosperous Konoha village below, made up his mind, and completely disappeared from the ninja world. On the streets of Konoha village. Metron ignored the pointing and strange looks from others, and completed his training plan meticulously. Although others thought that Metron was mentally abnormal, Metron himself did not think so. If you can't frog jump around Konoha village 10 times, then punch it 10,000 times. When Metron was restraining himself and strictly enforcing it, a discordant voice came from the side. "Hey, isn't this Metron, the last place student in the ninja school?" A group of genin from Konoha village surrounded Metron and blocked his way. The person who spoke just now was the leader of this group of genin. Metron turned a deaf ear and continued to complete his training. Metron's action made the leader of this small group feel despised and angry. "Metro, I'm talking to you." The leader of the small group kicked Metron as he spoke, wanting to knock him down. To prove his own strength, the leader of the small group kicked, but Metron dodged it easily. However, because of the dodging, Metron failed to complete his training. Metron wanted to leave here and go to the training ground to practice punching with wooden stakes, but a group of people from the small group blocked Metron's way and prevented him from leaving. "I hit you and you dared to hide. Don't think I can't do anything to you after you leave the ninja school," the leader of the small group threatened. "Get out of the way and don't interfere with my training." This was the first time that Metron had a face-to-face conversation with the leader of a small group. "Did I hear you correctly? You just told me to get out of the way and not interfere with your training. You were just lucky to pass the previous Chunin exams. Do you really think that's your strength? Brothers, beat this loser for me so that he won't make a fool of himself in the Chunin exam and bring shame to our Konoha village." The leader of the small group gave a call and a group of people prepared to beat up Metron. At this point, it has become clear that the people in this small group are also the genin who will be taking part in the Chunin exam this time. However, the members of this small group were all genin who were eliminated in the Chunin exam. When they learned that Metron, who was the last in the ninja school, passed the previous Chunin exams, they were indignant. So, led by the leader of that small group, they united them together and prepared to teach Metron a lesson and send him to Konoha Hospital so that he could not take part in the final exam. Everything went just as they planned. They blocked Metron and gave him a good beating. But when the small group started to take action, they were surprised to find that their fists and feet could not touch the corners of Metron's clothes at all. What surprised them even more was that Metron's movements were not at all messy. He moved among the crowd with ease, like a butterfly flying through flowers. This small group couldn't believe what they saw. The one who used to be the last in the ninja school had grown into someone they needed to look up to. For them, a loser like Metron should be trampled under their feet all his life, and the strength displayed by Metron now is something they absolutely do not want to see. So naturally they will not allow Metron to become stronger than them. He only knows taijutsu. We should keep a distance from him and suppress him with Kyuuei or Shuriken. Then we can find a chance to use ninjutsu and jinjutsu on him. The leader of the small group woke everyone up with a word, hit the point, and arranged a detailed plan. The whole small group quickly distanced themselves from Metron. Kyuuei and Shurikens rained down on him, suppressing him, and then they began to prepare ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Seeing that these people were already murderous, Metron stopped just dodging and started to fight back. Metron burst out with astonishing speed and knocked down a genin easily. With one punch, the knockdown genin lay on the ground retching, obviously having lost his ability to fight. After defeating this small group, Metron went directly to the training ground he had longed for and practiced punching with wooden stakes without even looking at these people again. Chapter 139 Take Action. The activation of Gray's second magic source was finally completed. At this time, Gray was exhausted, and there was no joy of success on his face, but only fatigue all over his body. President Makarov sent the unsteady Gray back to the room and gave him some instructions. "Gray, you just opened the second source of magic. You need to rest well. Call me if you need anything." Gray, lying on the bed, did not try to be brave. He nodded to Makarov, and after a while, he fell asleep. President Makarov tiptoed out of Gray's room, and just as he closed the door, he heard someone talking outside. "Excuse me, does Mizuno Haku live here?" "Sorry, there is no one you are looking for here. Please leave." President Makarov didn't know that Gray's pseudonym here was Shiro Mizunotsuki. He thought that the other party had found the wrong person, so he asked the person to leave, not wanting this person to disturb Gray, who was resting. "You may not understand what I said, so let me put it another way. I'm here to find Gray. Gray is very likely a member of our Mizunotsuki clan, so please don't stop us from recognizing each other." The ninja from the Mizunotsuki clan spoke to President Makarov in a friendly manner. It turned out that just a few days after the Chunin exam preliminaries ended, this ninja from the Mizunotsuki clan reported Gray's situation to the clan, and the clan immediately asked him to contact Gray and bring Gray back to the clan by any means to prevent the family bloodline from flowing out. This ninja from the Mizunotsuki clan was not idle while waiting for a reply from the clan, but began to collect information about Gray, including his name. I'm sorry, I think you got the wrong person. Gray can't be a member of your Mizunatsuki clan, President. Makarov knew that he and others were brought here by Kamui, and they had no connection with this world. Gray naturally could not be a member of the Mizunatsuki clan, so he refused outright. I know Gray grew up here with you. You have deep feelings for him. Suddenly someone shows up and wants to take him away from you. You are reluctant to let him go. I understand that. So, call Gray out and let him make his own choice. Maybe he will choose to go with me. The ninja of the Mizunatsuki clan thought they were very considerate of President Makarov's mood at the moment, and they tried to persuade him earnestly. I told you, you got the wrong person. Gray is definitely not a member of your Mizunatsuki clan, President. Makarov was not moved at all and still refused. HMPH. Old man, what if I insist on taking Gray away today, President? Makarov's repeated rejections made the Mizunatsuki clan angry and humiliated, so they planned to take Gray away by force. Then, let's see if you have the ability, President. Makarov looked at the ninjas of the Mizunatsuki clan with serious eyes, and they were ready for battle. The ninja of the Mizunatsuki clan thought that President Makarov was just an ordinary old man. At least this was the conclusion he came to from the intelligence he had collected during this period. So he drew out his katana and planned to kill President Makarov without alerting anyone. The ninja of the Mizunatsuki clan raised his sword and slashed at President Makarov. The giant's fistbone, chairman. Makarov's right hand suddenly grew huge, and he punched the ninja of the Mizunatsuki clan away, ending the fast. The police officers patrolling the streets quickly rushed to the scene of the accident, understood the situation, and then took the ninjas of the Mizunatsuki clan back to the police department for processing. Gray, who was sleeping in the room, had no idea what was happening outside. He was so tired and slept very soundly. By the time Gray found out about this, it was already the next morning when his companions were talking about it. The ninjas of the Mizunatsuki clan were sent to the police department. As the minister of the police department, Kamui naturally knew about this matter. So Kamui put down his work and went to find President Makarov to explain the matter. Kamui can assure himself that he definitely didn't go to President Makarov to explain things simply because he wanted to slack off. Kamui told President Makarov about the Mizunatsuki clan's ice release bloodline limit, Gray's ice shaping magic, and why he created a false identity for Gray. After listening to this, President Makarov nodded and said, I see. No wonder that person thought Gray was a member of their family. Kamui, this won't cause you any trouble, right, President? Don't worry, this little thing is not a big deal, Shenmue said nonchalantly. Shenmue, thank you for helping us clean up the mess, President. Makarov said politely, it's not hard. Now that everything has been explained clearly, I will continue to work in the police department. Goodbye, President. Shenmue saw that everything had been discussed, so he didn't stay any longer. There were still a lot of messes in the police department waiting for him to deal with. Kamui returned to the police department to continue his work. On the way, he happened to pass by Konoha Bank, so Kamui exchanged the lottery ticket he had bought before, and Kamui's wallet suddenly became fatter again. Kamui contacted the staff of Konoha Bank to find out more. After learning that everything was running normally, he returned to work in the police department with peace of mind. In the evening, Shenmue, who had been busy in the police department all day, dragged his tired body back home and prepared dinner for everyone. At the dinner table, the little girl Kagura said unintentionally, brother, did you meet a group of unidentified people today? No, what happened? The double of Shenmue was confused and asked, this afternoon, when I was training, a group of people suddenly rushed out and attacked me. They didn't look like ninjas, but I defeated them in the end. Did they say why? Shenmue asked while picking up some food. They didn't say anything. They just came up and attacked me, but I could feel that they knew me and that the attack was directed at me. The little girl Kagura treated what happened today as an interesting thing to talk about after dinner. She ate and drank as usual and didn't take it too seriously. Since they are coming for you and this attack was unsuccessful, there is a high possibility that there will be a next time. Be careful when you go out recently and try not to go to remote places. To prevent them from attacking again, Kamui instructed the little girl Kagura. Okay, brother Shenmue. The little girl Kagura agreed readily, but in her heart she hoped that the other party would come to her again to add a little spice to her current dull life. Brother Shenmue, who could the other party be? The Kamui doppelganger doesn't want his sister Kagura to suffer any harm and hopes to solve the problem fundamentally and once and for all. I don't know who it is yet, but it should be related to the other 4 ninja villages. I will let the police department investigate this matter. Shenmue already has a rough plan in mind, and the detailed plan still needs to be determined based on the results of the police department's investigation. Revealing a part of the plan to Shenmue's duplicate is to let Shenmue's duplicate feel at ease. The attack that Kagura encountered this time was probably not just aimed at Kagura, but they also wanted to use some tricks to prevent some people from participating in the Chunin exam and clear obstacles for the genin of their own ninja village. So you must not be careless recently, and you must also notify others to stay alert at all times. Shenmue saw the essence of the matter and reminded them to pay special attention. He also hoped that they would convey his meaning to other members of the team and ask them to pay more attention. Okay, brother Shenmue, I will pass this on to them. The doppelganger of God took on this task. By the way, something happened today because of Gray's pseudonym. Kamui then recounted the story of how the ninja from the Mizunatsuki clan went to look for Gray today. I didn't expect that the pseudonym I made up would actually attract the ninjas from the Mizunatsuki clan. Do you think Ursa's pseudonym will also attract the Uzumaki clan? Shenmue guessed with his wild imagination. It's hard to say. Someone just came up with an idea without considering the consequences. Maybe the Uzumaki clan is already on their way to Konoha village. There was a hint of teasing in Mito's tone, and he even tried to scare Kamui at the end. Let's eat. Shenmue abruptly changed the subject to hide his embarrassment. Mito was also considerate and stopped talking about this topic and just ate quietly. Nothing happened that night. On the next day, which was the penultimate day before the Chunin exam, Kamui got up as usual, made breakfast, and then went to work at the police department. As soon as Shenmue arrived at the police department, he was stopped by his subordinates. Minister, something happened. Last night, someone under the daimyo of the Land of Earth was killed. Now the daimyo of the Land of Earth is very angry and wants us in Konoha village to give him an explanation. What happened last night? Tell me slowly. Shenmue did not hand over the murderer arbitrarily, but planned to listen to the whole story and then make a decision. Minister, this is what happened. Police officers began to describe what happened last night. Last night, when the double Madara and the double Izuna finished a day of training and were about to go back to rest, a group of people suddenly rushed out, surrounded them, and started hacking them with swords without saying a word. At first, the double Madara and the double Izuna didn't take it seriously and kept teasing the group of people. Unexpectedly, the group of people showed no moral ethics and threw a handful of lime at them. Madara's duplicate was protected by Susanoo and was fine, but Izuna's duplicate was blinded by lime and slashed from the back. Although the injury was not serious, it was enough to arouse Madara's duplicate's anger. Madara's duplicate performed an illusion and found out who the mastermind behind the scenes was. He then killed all of them, sent Izuna's duplicate back home, and went alone to settle accounts with the mastermind behind the scenes. The mastermind behind this incident was none other than the entourage of the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Chapter 140 Exoneration. After Madara's duplicate found out that the mastermind behind the scenes was the entourage of the daimyo of the Land of Earth, he immediately went to the daimyo's residence. Just before Madara's duplicate tried to sneak into the daimyo's residence, he was discovered by the police officers who were responsible for protecting the daimyo, who, when Madara's double body saw that he had been discovered, he jumped out and said, "Get out of the way." As Madara's duplicate body said this, he activated Susanoo and walked all the way inside. No matter how the police officers attacked, they could not hurt Madara's duplicate body at all. The noise outside alarmed the daimyo who were resting, so they arranged for their entourage to go and see what was happening. When the daimyos learned that someone was trying to break in, they curiously went out to see who was coming. The daimyos wanted to watch the fun, so their entourage naturally followed. In this way, a group of people came face to face with Madara's double point. Madara Izuna was in the crowd and immediately spotted the target of his trip. He controlled the big hand of Susanoo and grabbed the entourage of the daimyo of the land of Earth. Seeing the huge Susanoo coming towards them, these pampered bigwigs had already forgotten about running away and just stood there straight and motionless. Madara's duplicate grabbed the entourage of the land of Earth daimyo in his hands and scolded, "Why did you send people to attack me?" The entourage of the daimyo of the land of Earth had already been frightened out of their wits. When they heard the question from Madara's double incarnation, they subconsciously glanced at the daimyo of the land of Earth. Madara's double incarnation followed his gaze and saw the daimyo of the land of Earth, and only then did they realize that all this was the order of the daimyo of the land of Earth. Madara's double body controlled Susanoo and crushed the entourage of the land of Earth daimyo in his hand to death, and then said to the land of Earth daimyo, "It was you who gave the order for him to attack me, wasn't it? I gave the order. Do you still want to kill me? I'm the daimyo of the land kingdom. Have you thought about the consequences of killing me? Do you know, I don't know where the daimyo of the land of Earth got the courage from, but he actually threatened Madara's doppelganger. Shut up, I don't care who you are. If you hurt my brother, you must die." Madara's double body ignored the threat from the daimyo of the land of Earth and controlled the big hand of Susanoo to grab the daimyo of the land of Earth. When the daimyo of the land of Earth saw this, he had only one thought in his mind. It was all over. Just when the daimyo of the land of Earth thought he was dead, a figure blocked his way. Wouldn't escape the arrival of the tree realm. The rapidly growing tree entangled Susanoo's big hand and saved the daimyo of the land of Earth at the critical moment. "You are the one over there, so just surrender and don't make the same mistake over and over again." The great pillar persuaded Madara's duplicate to give up resistance. "Hashirama, tell me what is wrong. He sent people to attack Izuna and me, and Izuna was injured. Isn't this wrong?" Madara's duplicate knew that if Dabashi was determined to stop him, he would have no chance of revenge today, so he hoped to persuade Dabashi not to interfere in the matter. "I am the noble daimyo. You ninjas are just tools. If you want to kill me, then kill me. The daimyo is always right and can never be wrong." The daimyo of the land of Earth shouted when he saw that he was safe. "I'm sorry, Madara, but it's my duty to protect the daimyo." The great pillar said sorry and formed seals with his hands to control the wood release, restraining the double of Madara and sending it to the police department for detention. When the daimyo of the land of Earth saw that the danger had been resolved, he slapped the big pillar and continued to speak unyieldingly. "You were sent to protect the daimyo's safety. This is how you protect him. Why did he break in? Why didn't you stop him in advance? Where were you when he broke in? What do you do for a living? I'm telling you, this matter is not over yet." The daimyo of the land of Earth vented his anger at the giant pillar, then turned around and found the daimyo of the land of fire to express his dissatisfaction. "You, the hidden leaf village of the land of fire, can't even provide the most basic protection, yet someone was able to break in. You must give me an explanation for this." Dazuse knew that he had failed in his duty, so he deliberately got slapped by the daimyo of the land of Earth. Otherwise the daimyo of the land of Earth would have wanted to beat Dazuse. After seeing the daimyo of the land of Earth leave, the great pillar immediately arranged personnel, redeployed the defense forces, and then went to find the Hokage Madara to report the situation. At the same time, the daimyo of the land of fire also sent someone to inform the Hokage Madara to hand over the double Madara to the daimyo of the land of Earth to calm the daimyo of the land of Earth's anger. Hokage Madara knew that Madara's doppelganger was brought by Kamui, so he directly rejected the daimyo of the fire country, and the matter came to a standstill. "Minister, how should we deal with this matter now?" After the police officer told Shenwei what happened last night, he asked him how to deal with it. "Bring your men with me and bring back the daimyo of the land of Earth. How dare you attack the people of Konoha village? Do you think our police department is just here to eat and do nothing?" The powerful and domineering remarks made the police officers excited, and they quickly gathered a team and headed straight for the daimyo's residences. The news that Kamui took the police department personnel to the daimyo's residences soon reached the ears of Hokage Madara through the Enbu. The show is about to begin. How can I miss it? Ahem. I mean, I'm going to stop Shenwei right now, before he does anything too outrageous. Hokage. Madara looked at the Fire Country daimyo in front of him, and corrected his inappropriate words in time. Okay, stop pretending. Do you think I really want to deal with that ninja? As a daimyo, I often have to make decisions that are beyond my control. The Fire Nation daimyo changed his usual style of showing off, and spoke earnestly to Kai and Hokage Madara. Hokage Madara looked at the Fire Country daimyo in front of him, and suddenly realized that he had underestimated him. Just imagine, how could a person who has been optimistic about Konoha Village since its establishment, and is willing to use national tax revenue to support the vigorous development of Konoha Village, be a person who only knows how to show off? The look in Hokage Madara's eyes when he looked at the daimyo of the Land of Fire changed unintentionally. Well, let's go and watch the fun together. This show won't work without us as a foil. As the Fire Nation daimyo spoke, he turned back into his usual show-off self. On the other side, Kamui brought a team of police officers to the daimyo's residences. The police department is handling the case, and outsiders should stay away. Kamui stunned everyone with a shout, then led a team of police officers straight to the room of the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? The guard of the Land of Earth daimyo said. Of course I know. This is Konoha Village. We are from the police department. Now there is a matter that requires the cooperation of the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Shenwei acted impartially and showed no mercy. What? A joke? When will the laws of your Konoha Village apply to me? The daimyo of the Land of Earth heard the noise, walked out of the room, and said with great disdain, since the daimyo of the Land of Earth does not recognize the laws of the Leaf Village, why do you want us in the Leaf Village to give you an explanation? You should know that it is a matter of honor for a leaf ninja to kill a daimyo of another country. Kamui deliberately bullied the daimyo of the Land of Earth, putting him in a difficult position. Who said that killing the daimyo is a matter of honor? They simply don't take us seriously. Anyone who dares to challenge the dignity of the daimyo should be severely punished. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning said angrily. When Kamui saw the daimyo of the Land of Lightning stand up and speak for the daimyo of the Land of Earth, his heart sank, and he asked without changing his expression, will the daimyo of the Land of Lightning also get involved in this matter? I have no interest in getting involved in your mess. I'm just dissatisfied with your remarks and want to speak out a few fair words. The daimyo of the Land of Lightning said that he would not get involved, but it was obvious that he was here to support and cheer for the daimyo of the Land of Earth. Oh, it's so lively. What were you talking about just now? Take me with you. The Fire Nation daimyo shamelessly requested to join the group chat. Shenwei, why are you here? Naruto, Madara asked deliberately, pretending not to know Kamui's purpose. Hokage, recently I discovered that a group of people have been beating up genin who are taking part in the Chunin exam for no reason. Now there is evidence pointing to the daimyo of the Land of Earth, so I would like to ask the daimyo of the Land of Earth to go to the police department to cooperate with the investigation. Kamui slowly stated his purpose, cooperating with Naruto Madara. So that's how it is. If that's the case, I think you should cooperate with the investigation and completely clear yourself of suspicion. The Fire Nation daimyo chimed in. Humph, I'm the daimyo of the Land of Earth. If you want me to cooperate with the investigation, then you have to produce evidence. Without evidence, do you, Konoha Village, still want to enforce the law violently? The arrogance of the daimyo of the Land of Earth made the Konoha ninjas present so angry that they gritted their teeth. Is it necessary to use violence to ask you to cooperate with the investigation? Who are you looking down on? Don't you want evidence? Then I will give you evidence. Shenwei asked the police officers to bring back a death row prisoner and then made seals with his hands. Reincarnation from dirty soil. Yes, Kamui exchanged the impure world reincarnation technique from them all and used this technique to summon the souls of the entourage of the daimyo of the Land of Earth from the Pure Land. I'm alive again. The entourage of the daimyo of the Land of Earth who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, looked at everything familiar in front of them, and said in surprise. Everyone was amazed when they saw the impure world reincarnation technique. Kamui immediately controlled the entourage of the daimyo of the land of Earth, and asked him about the truth of the matter. Why did you send people to attack the genin taking the Chunin exam? Shenmue asked straight to the point. Because the daimyo didn't want the genin of Iwagakure to lose too badly. He asked me to find someone to attack the genin who were taking the Chunin exam. The entourage of the daimyo of the land of Earth, who was resurrected by the impure world reincarnation, answered honestly. Daimyo of the land of the Earth, you want evidence, and I'm giving it to you now. If you have anything else to say, you should just come with me to the police department to cooperate with the investigation. Kamui said, and asked his police officers to bring the Earth Country daimyo back to the police department. Chapter 141 Result. You are slandering me. Yes, you performed the ninjutsu, and he was summoned by you, so he is naturally under your control. You can't just tell him what you want him to say. The daimyo of the land of Earth acted like a rogue and refused to admit his crimes. Sir daimyo, please stop being such a scoundrel. Your actions will only bring shame to the land of Earth along with you. Kamui did not waste his breath arguing with the daimyo of the land of Earth, because it would be difficult to prove anything that way. So Kamui took another approach and started with the glory of the land of Earth. It doesn't matter if the daimyo of the land of Earth doesn't acknowledge him. As long as this matter remains unresolved, he will have a stain on his name. This stain will be the best weapon to attack him, and his path to becoming a daimyo will be completely cut off. After hearing Kamui's words, the daimyo of the land of Earth's face instantly darkened, and he looked at Kamui fiercely, apparently figuring out the key point. Daimyo of the land of fire, I have a few words to speak to you alone. The daimyo of the land of Earth sent an invitation to the daimyo of the land of fire in the hope that he could use some means to make a big deal out of a small matter, or a small matter out of nothing, and minimize the impact of this incident. Okay, I heard that there are many rare treasures in the land of Earth. The daimyo of the land of fire knew very well why the daimyo of the land of Earth came to him at this time, so naturally he wanted to blackmail him. The daimyo of the land of Earth and the daimyo of the land of fire entered the room alone to discuss the matter. The daimyo of other countries did not leave, but waited for the final outcome of the matter. Soon, the daimyo of the land of fire and the daimyo of the land of Earth came out one after another. Unlike the jubilant daimyo of the land of fire, the daimyo of the land of Earth had a forced smile on his face. It seemed that he had paid a considerable price in the previous negotiations. Hokage, this matter ends here. You don't need to pursue the responsibility of the land country daimyo, and the land country daimyo will not pursue that ninja anymore. As soon as the daimyo of the fire country came out of the house, he announced to everyone that the reason he mentioned Naruto Madara's name was because he hoped that Naruto Madara could control his ninjas. After the fire country daimyo finished speaking, the earth country daimyo quietly walked up to Kamui and spoke softly. You didn't expect that you wanted me to cooperate with the investigation just now. Now your daimyo has said that he will not pursue the matter anymore. What else can you do to me? I'm not afraid to tell you that I was the one who sent people to attack those genin, but what can you do? If you know it, I only need to give up a little bit of my own interests, and I can be safe and sound, and continue to be the daimyo of the land of Earth, while you can only watch me get away with it. Ha ha ha. After the daimyo of the land of Earth finished speaking, he laughed wildly in front of Kamui. Although the daimyo of the land of Earth tried his best to lower his voice, it still did not escape the ears of the ninja, and his words were heard clearly by the police officers behind Kamui. After the daimyo of the land of Earth finished speaking, the police officers could no longer suppress their anger, and wanted to step forward to teach the daimyo of the land of Earth a lesson. The daimyo of the land of Earth looked even more smug upon seeing this. Shenmue stretched out his hands, stopped the angry police officers behind him, and said with a smile, I think the daimyo of the land of Earth must have paid a heavy price in the negotiation with the daimyo of the land of fire just now. There is one more thing. I think the daimyo of the land of Earth must have misunderstood. The purpose of my trip is just to help that ninja get away with his crime. As for asking the land country daimyo to cooperate in the investigation. It's like if you directly ask to open a window and others disagree. You first say you want to tear down the roof, and after others refuse, you then say you want to open the window, and they will agree. But I didn't expect the daimyo of the land of earth to be so impatient. Before I could state the conditions, he went to negotiate with the daimyo of the land of fire. It was clearly just a matter of talking, but I never expected that the daimyo of the land of earth would spend a lot of real money. I really feel guilty. Shenmue said he felt guilty, but there was no sign of guilt on his face. Instead, he had a smile that showed he was gloating. After hearing Kamui's words, the arrogance and complacency on the face of the daimyo of the land of earth instantly collapsed and was replaced by a frosty expression. Although the daimyo of the land of earth knew that Kamui was deliberately trying to piss him off, he still couldn't suppress the flames of anger in his heart. The daimyo of earth country gave up his interests to the daimyo of fire country, and the finances of Konoha village need funding from the daimyo of fire country. That means this part of the interests was donated to Konoha village by the daimyo of earth country. If we think about it this way, we still need to thank the daimyo of earth country. Come and thank the daimyo of earth country for his generosity with me. Shenmue's idea has a strange train of thought. Although it is not wrong, it is not very accurate either. However, the effect is still great. The daimyo of the earth country was breathing heavily, his eyes widened, and he looked like he was choosing people to devour. Thank you for the donation from the daimyo of the land of earth. Thank you for the donation from the daimyo of the land of earth. Shenmue first demonstrated it to the police officers, and then the police officers followed suit and repeated it. The daimyo of the land of earth used his remaining sanity to walk away and return to his room, not wanting to appear out of control in front of everyone. It is said that that night, the daimyo of earth kingdom smashed everything in the house, and nothing in the house was intact. Collect the team. When Kamui saw that the daimyo of the land of earth had left, he ordered his troops to withdraw and return to the police department. The protagonists, Kamui and the daimyo of the land of earth, have both left, so today's drama has come to an end. The other celebrities who were watching the show could be said to be very satisfied. After the show was over, they left. Today's incident will also become an important topic of conversation for them for some time to come. Hokage is the Uchiha Kamui, the head of Konoha village's police department. What an amazing character. The Fire Nation looked at Kamui's back with admiration in their eyes. Shenmue, he always stays calm and composed when faced with danger. He can always surprise you in places you least expect. Madara. Hokage's evaluation of Kamui aroused the curiosity of the Fire Nation daimyo. Hokage, tell me specifically what Kamui has done in front of the daimyo of the fire country. Madara, the Hokage, recounted what Kamui had done, trying to leave a good impression on the daimyo of the fire country. Kamui was on his way back to the police department with a team of police officers. Minister, your last few words were so refreshing. The expression on the face of the land country daimyo at that time was so wonderful. I still want to laugh when I think about it now. Yes, especially when we thanked the daimyo of earth country at the end. He was clearly thinking about eating us alive, but he could only watch us get angry and helpless. It was so satisfying. It's a pity that the daimyo did not allow us to pursue the matter further. Otherwise we would have been able to make the daimyo of the land of earth plead guilty. The rest of the police officers looked at the police officer who was speaking, and the police officer realized at this time that he had said the wrong thing. Just when he wanted to explain, Shenmue spoke. Although the fire country daimyo has forbidden us from pursuing this matter further, this matter is not over yet. At least I don't think it is over. When you return to the police department, just focus on your work and don't spread gossip. When the police officers heard Shenmue say that the matter was not over yet, they thought Shenmue was going to take them to do something, but they didn't expect that Shenmue just told them to work with peace of mind, which made their excited mood sink to the bottom in an instant. After Shenmue came back with a team of police officers, he went straight into the office and started processing the documents on the desk. Shenmue's actions also made the police Officers completely lose hope. In the evening, Shenwei got off work from the police department as usual, went home to cook, eat, and wash dishes. After completing this set of processes, Kamui activated the Flying Thunder God formation and came to the Land of Earth. Kamui opened the map of the Naruto world and found several mineral veins in the Land of Earth that were urgently needed by the Leaf Village and had extremely high yields, and began mining. At this point, Kamui discovered that the Rasengan had another unorthodox use. With the multiple shadow clone technique combined with the Rasengan and assisted by the Speed Force, the amount of mining that Kamui can do in 1 hour is enough to match the amount that ordinary miners in the Land of Earth would do in several years. Then Kamui will store everything that has been mined into his personal space point. When Shenwei has almost mined all the resources in the mine, he will blow up the mine and set off for the next mine point in one night. Kamui only dug 2 mineral veins, but what he mined was enough to last Konoha village for the next 50 years. This was definitely a huge profit. Of course, Kamui does not just mine, he also blows up mines. When it comes to some mineral veins that overlap with the territory of the Land of Fire, Kamui is ruthless. If he wants to clean up these blown up mineral veins and mine again, even if he asks a large group of ninjas for help, he won't be able to mine again without a month. The mineral veins of the Earth Kingdom have been destroyed by the power of God. All the mineral veins have been taken care of by God to a greater or lesser extent. In the following period of time, the Earth Kingdom can only import mineral veins from other countries. This is a major blow to the finances of the Earth Kingdom. Shenwei was busy all night and was exhausted. He immediately activated the Flying Thunder God formation and went home to have a good sleep. The next day, the cabinet of the Land of Earth summarized the news from various places and learned that all the large and small mines in the Land of Earth had been blown up. They were suddenly overwhelmed and passed the information to the daimyo of the Land of Earth, who was far away in Konoha village in the Land of Fire through a special channel. The daimyo of the Land of Earth vented his anger last night and felt that he was in a better mood. The information was delivered to him in the afternoon, and for a moment, anger mixed with fear surged into his heart. In the evening, several other daimyos and the 5 Cage also received news that the mines in the Land of Earth had been destroyed. Except for Naruto Madara, who thought that it was Kamui who did it. No one else thought in this direction, or if they thought about it, they felt it was impossible and deliberately ignored it. Chapter 142. The finals begin. Several other daimyos were extremely panicked and worried that a mine explosion might happen in their own country, fearing that they would receive the same information from their own country soon. If Shenwei knew, he would definitely tell them that your worries are unnecessary, but unfortunately Shenwei doesn't know. The daimyo spent the whole night in fear, but the next day, their inner panic was diluted by the festive atmosphere of the Chunin exam. The daimyo and the 5 Cage entered the Chunin exam venue first, followed by the genin who were taking the Chunin exam, and finally the villagers who were watching the Chunin exam. The entire venue was packed with people. At this time, Hokage Madara stood up and began his speech. The content of Hokage Madara's speech was nothing more than welcoming the daimyo, the 5 Cage, and the genin from various ninja villages who came from afar to take part in the Chunin exam, and then wishing the genin good results in the Chunin exam, and finally announcing the start of the Chunin exam. Just when everyone was looking forward to the Chunin exams to begin soon, Kamui, the chief examiner, had yet to show up, and the lively atmosphere quickly cooled. Why hasn't the Chunin exam started yet? The Fire Nation daimyo asked the Hokage Madara, who was beside him. The next step should be the work of the examiner Shenwei, but Shenwei has not shown up yet. I have sent people to look for him, and I believe there will be results soon, Hokage Madara answered the daimyo of the Land of Fire, but in his heart he was wondering where Kamui was, and why hadn't he come to preside over the Chunin exam. Not only the daimyos and the 5 Cage couldn't understand why Kamui was late, even the genin on the field were puzzled by Kamui's lateness. Why hasn't Shenwei come yet? Is he sleeping in at home? Said the doppelganger of the Great Pillar. Brother, Shenwei left before us, but I don't know why he hasn't arrived at the venue yet. The doppelganger of Kamui didn't understand why Kamui was late. Could it be that Mr. Shenwei is lost? Metron guessed that's even more impossible. The layout of the venue has always been supervised by Brother Shenwei. How could he get lost? The Little girl Kagura said. The genin had different opinions on why Kamui was late, but none of them was convincing. Where is Kamui now? In fact, he is in the warehouse of Konoha village, dumping the minerals in his personal space. Kamui thought that it would be over soon, and then he would go to preside over the Chunin exam, so he left the minerals in the warehouse of Konoha village without anyone noticing. However, he never expected that the warehouse of Konoha village was too small to hold so many things, so the minerals that appeared out of nowhere suddenly burst the warehouse. Fortunately, Shenwei activated the pupil technique to return to the void and restored everything to its original state in time so that no one discovered it. With the experience of bursting the warehouse before, Kamui decided to take it slow this time and store the minerals in batches in different warehouses. This caused Kamui to waste most of his time and fail to appear at the venue of the Chunin exam. By the time Kamui cleared the minerals in his personal space, he found that the Chunin exam had already begun. He then activated the Flying Thunder God formation and rushed to the Chunin exam venue. The next moment, Kamui suddenly appeared at the venue of the Chunin exam, putting everyone at ease. Kamui, the Chunin exam has already begun. Why are you here just now? But since you are already here, you will continue to preside over the Chunin exam, Naruto. Madara said loudly from the stands. With what the Hokage Madara said, no one else could say anything. The impact of Kamui's lateness was eliminated without a trace by the Hokage Madara's words. Sorry, I'm late. Now we'll start drawing lots. The rules are the same as the last time. Those who draw the same number will be opponents, and those who draw a red lot will be buys. Shenwei quickly got into the role and took on the responsibilities of the examiner. A group of genin came forward and started drawing lots. The results of the draw made some people happy, while others were sad. The results of the draw are as follows: Kamui Doppelganger vs Metron, Tobirama Senju vs Jinkaku, Uchiha Madara vs Ashirama Senju, Mu vs Suzuki Jinjetsu, Namikaze Minato, Laxus vs Sandan, Uchiha Kagura vs Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Suzuna was very lucky to draw the red lottery ticket and got a bye in this round of exams. First round, Uchiha Kamui vs Metron. All irrelevant personnel please leave the field. Both parties enter the field and prepare. With Kamui's orderly arrangements, the Chunin exam went smoothly. The two genins, Kamui's doppelganger and Metron, stood in the center of the venue, looking at each other with high fighting spirit. It is worth mentioning that the Kamui doppelganger actually had a custom-made divine robe made, but the fourth Hokage on his back was replaced with the Uchiha clan's emblem. The battle begins. Shenwei said this and retreated outside the battlefield, looking at the two sides on the field. If one side was in danger, Shenwei would immediately stop the fight. Metron, the doppelganger of godly power, did not use any of his signature forbidden techniques, but only relied on physical skills to fight and estimate the opponent's limits. This physical skill showdown alone was enough to make some of the villagers Chunin trail behind. This kind of fist-to-flesh contest made the daimyo and villagers' adrenaline rush, and they exclaimed it was thrilling. After a fight between Kamui doppelganger and Metron, they finally figured out each other's limits and were ready to fight for real. I saw Kamui's double and Metron quickly leave the battlefield and use their signature forbidden techniques. The art of multiple shadow clones. 8. Gates of ninjutsu. First gate, open. After the two used forbidden techniques, the viewing experience of the battle was raised to a higher level, causing the audience to cheer. Hokage, is this the ninjutsu of your Konoha village? It looks very powerful. Come and tell me about it. The daimyo of the Fire Nation watched the exciting battle below the stage like a curious baby, pestering Naruto Madara to explain it. Of course, Hokage Madara could not offend the daimyo of the Land of Fire, so he briefly introduced the two forbidden techniques, the multiple shadow clone technique and the 8 gates ninjutsu. Then, Naruto Madara turned the topic to the battle in the field and acted as a commentator. A large group of gods doppelgangers rushed forward and surrounded Metron. After activating the opening gate, Metron, he felt like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. Although each of his moves could destroy a shadow clone, as long as he was dragged into a protracted battle, defeat was only a matter of time. 8. Gates of ninjutsu. Second gate of rest, open. Eager for victory, Metron directly opened the second gate of the 8 gates, To avoid himself from a tough fight, Metron, who had activated his Shuuman, became erratic, causing the doppelganger of Kamui to be in a passive position and be beaten. Divine power. The double Kamui activated the eye technique Kamui, causing himself and the shadow clone to enter a virtual state, preventing Metron from continuing to clear the field. Metron's attack passed through the body of Kamui doppelganger, causing another round of cheers from the audience. Naruto, what's going on here? Why is he passing through his body? The Fire Nation Daimyo asked curiously. Because it involves the Sharingan. Naruto Madara did not explain everything clearly, but only gave a rough introduction. At this time, Shenmue, who was in the virtual state, closed his eyes and absorbed natural energy, preparing to enter the Sage mode. All the shadow clones around him were also dissolved without a single one left. The virtual state perfectly solves the problem that the Shenmue double body cannot be interrupted when absorbing natural energy. Before entering the Sage mode. When the double of Shenmue opened his eyes again, he was already in Sage mode. The moment the Kamui doppelganger entered Sage mode, it attacked Metron. Metron has been waiting for Godzilla's doppelganger to enter Sage mode so that he can have a serious fight with him. Seeing Godzilla's doppelganger attacking him, Metron took the initiative to meet him. The two fists collided, and the ground centered on the two people instantly cracked. The cracks spread to a place not far from the audience seats. Before stopping. The destruction caused by the fight between Kamui and Metron first silenced the place, and then directly pushed the atmosphere to a climax. Yue, who was defeated by Metron in the audience, and the small group that had caused trouble for Metron 2 days ago, looked at the green figure in the field with complicated feelings in Sage mode. Kamisama II was much stronger than Metron in both strength and speed. After a brief fight between the two, Metron retreated 2 steps more than Kamisama. Metron had already felt the gap between them in the previous fight, but Metron had already come to this point, and it was absolutely impossible to make him give up. 8. Gates of Ninjutsu. Third Gate of Life. Open. The Gate of Life is the last safe gate among the 8 gates of ninjutsu. If you do not train yourself enough when opening each gate after the Gate of Life, you will either die or become disabled. The moment Metron opened his life gate, his whole body turned red as blood. This was a symptom of the sudden acceleration of blood flow and the expansion of blood vessels. Metron's own combat power was improved again. He also knew that he could not hold on for too long in this state, so he immediately launched a fierce attack on the doppelganger of Godly. Metron was seen attacking God's double continuously. To an outsider, one might think that Metron had the upper hand. But in fact, although Metron kept attacking God's double, he was blocked by God's double and did not cause any substantial damage to God's double. It can only be said that Metron had bad luck as he encountered the Kamui duplicate. With his Mangekyō Sharingan and the perception ability in Sage mode, Metron's every move was controlled by the Kamui duplicate. No matter how fast Metron's attack speed was, or how tricky the angle was, it was resolved in time by the Kamui duplicate. The reason why the double God of Might was resolved in time was because the double God of Might was not easy at all. There was a special kind of power in Metron's moves, and it was this power that required him to stay highly concentrated. Once he was a little careless, he might be hit by a combo from Metron and end the battle. Fortunately, Metron's strength comes and goes quickly and cannot last long. Otherwise the Godzilla doppelganger would have lost long ago. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143. Everything goes well. On the field, Kamui felt very puzzled when he saw Metron suppressing Kamui's duplicate. Logically, these two should be evenly matched, so how could this situation happen? Kamui opened the infinite Mangekyō Sharingan and discovered the problem. Every time Mighty Doppelganger blocked Metron's attack, its body would stiffen for a very short time, causing Mighty Doppelganger to miss the best time to counterattack. When Mighty Doppelganger's body recovered, Metron's attack would come again. This process repeated itself continuously and became what it is now. Kamui knew that Metron was an upright man and would not use despicable means. Excluding this, the only remaining possibility was that there was a kind of strange power contained in Metron's moves. To be honest, when Kamui thought of this, he was also shocked. Thinking back to his previous life, so many masters had spent their entire lives trying to master this thing, but it was actually mastered by a genin who had always been at the bottom of the list in the other world. It was really incredible. Shenwei doesn't know much about strength and can't figure out what specific strength Metron has mastered, so he can only go to Metron privately to verify it. The battle in the field was gradually coming to an end as Metron slowed down. To the outsider, it seemed that Metroid and Kamisama doppelganger were slowly starting to fight on equal terms, with the two men in a stalemate with each other. But in the eyes of insiders, the outcome of this battle has been decided, and the final winner is a doppelganger of Shenwei. As expected by many insiders, Metron, who was unable to maintain his life, was knocked down by the Kamui doppelganger using the frog Kumite, and the outcome was decided. The excessive consumption of the 8 gates on Metron's body, coupled with the frog Kumite of the Kamui's double incarnation Sage mode, directly knocked Metron unconscious. Shenwei saw that the outcome was already decided, and the heavy stone in his heart finally fell. Shenwei was really afraid that Metron would open the 4th door regardless of the consequences in order to win, which would result in both sides suffering losses. Kamui arranged for the unconscious Metron to be sent to Konoha Hospital for recuperation, and then announced loudly, since contestant Metron fainted and lost his ability to fight, the winner of the first round is Uchiha Kamui. Let us give a round of applause to Metron and Uchiha Kamui, these two young genin, and thank them for bringing us a wonderful battle. Under the guidance of Kamui, the audience in the venue applauded generously, causing the genin who had not yet gone on stage to feel excited. In the second round, Tobirama Senju vs Jinkaku. Please give the warmest applause to welcome the two genin to the arena. Senju, Tobirama and Jinkaku, amid the applause of the audience, came on stage and prepared to fight. The battle begins. After Shenwei finished speaking, he withdrew from the battlefield, looked at the two people on the field, and said to himself, "This is really a fateful battle." Kamui remembered that in the original work, Tobirama Senju was killed by the two brothers Kinkaku and Jinkaku. Unexpectedly, in this world, Tobirama's doppelganger directly met Jinkaku in the Chunin exam. On the field, the swords in the hands of the doppelganger of Tobirama and Jinkaku collided repeatedly. Although it was not as exciting as the previous fight between Metron and the doppelganger of Kamui, it had a different kind of beauty. The swordsmanship of Tobirama's double body, just like him, emphasizes skill. It is the kind of skill that can hurt the enemy with just 1 point of force, and never use 2 points. Yunjio's swordsmanship is just like his swordsmanship, with wide and open moves, giving people a rough and bold feeling. But if you think that such swordsmanship is full of flaws, you are wrong. The swordsmanship of Tobirama's doppelganger and Jinkaku was acquired through their battles in the long years of war in the ninja world. They had gone through battles both large and small, and constantly modified and improved them, eventually finding a path of swordsmanship that best suited them. Jinkaku, realizing that he couldn't gain any advantage over Tobirama's duplicate with his swordsmanship, immediately changed his attack method, and switched to a ninjutsu duel. When the Tobirama duplicate saw that Jinkaku wanted to perform ninjutsu, he immediately advanced to stop Jinkaku, instead of retreating, because from the perspective of chakra attributes, the result of the ninjutsu duel would be unfavorable to the Tobirama duplicate. A series of attacks by Tobirama's double successfully prevented Jinkaku from performing ninjutsu, but this was not a long-term solution after all. It was impossible for Tobirama's double to use attacks to stop Jinkaku every time. After all, when attacking, the flaws in one's own moves will be infinitely magnified. If Jinkaku seizes the opportunity, the doppelganger of Tobirama will lose. Why don't you use that space-time ninjutsu? Or are you afraid that I will break your space-time ninjutsu, so you don't dare to use it? Jinkaku shouted, trying to find a psychological flaw in Tobirama's doppelganger. Upon hearing this, the Fire Country daimyo in the stands immediately asked the Hokage Madara beside him for advice. "Hokage, what is space-time ninjutsu?" The Hokage explained the meaning of space-time ninjutsu to the daimyo of the Land of Fire in detail. The Fire Nation daimyo nodded repeatedly after hearing this, but no one knew whether he understood it or not. In fact, Jinkaku was also afraid of the Flying Thunder God technique of Tobirama's double. Jinkaku said this deliberately because he wanted Tobirama's double to perform the Flying Thunder God technique instead of facing the Flying Thunder God technique that was suddenly launched. It is better to prepare in advance and have a bottom line in mind. The double Tobirama naturally understood the meaning of Jinkaku's words. He was not fooled. On the contrary, the double Tobirama sped up or slowed down his attack frequency from time to time, giving Jinkaku the illusion that he was about to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. In this battle, the two men's swordsmanship is equally matched, and now the competition is about who has more patience. The almost gangster-like behavior of Tobirama's doppelganger brought a huge sense of oppression to Jinkaku. Jinkaku's patience finally reached its end. He slowly became impatient and started to attack, eagerly craving for victory in the battle. The double of Tobirama saw everything but said nothing, thinking to himself that it was time. The double body of Tobirama disappeared in an instant, used the Flying Thunder God slash, and appeared behind Jinkaku again. Jinkaku couldn't stop coughing up blood and he no longer had the strength to hold the sword. The sword fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Jinkaku fell to the ground, then leaned forward, and couldn't get up, breathing out more than breathing in. The double Tobirama put away his sword and stood, waiting for Kamui to give the final result. The Fire Country daimyo looked at the double of Tobirama in the field in amazement, and said to the Hokage Madara beside him, "Naruto, this is the space-time ninjutsu, right? It's amazing. Who created it, Mr. Daimyo? What you just saw was indeed a space-time ninjutsu. The person who created this space-time ninjutsu was Kamui." When the Hokage Madara saw the Fire Country daimyo asking, he answered truthfully. After listening to this, the daimyo of the Land of Fire said nothing and continued to watch the scene. Kamui saw that the sword of Tobirama's duplicate did not hit Jinkaku's vital points, and as long as Jinkaku was sent to Konoha Hospital for treatment as soon as possible, his life could be saved. Kamui didn't hesitate and immediately sent someone to take Jinkaku to Konoha Hospital, and then said loudly, "Since Jinkaku was seriously injured and unconscious, he lost his ability to fight, so the winner of the second round is Senju Tobirama. Let us give a round of applause to Senju Tobirama and Jinkaku, these two young genin, and thank them for bringing us a wonderful battle." Shenmue kept repeating the same old stuff over and over again, but the audience was willing to buy it, and the applause was getting louder and louder. Round 3. Uchiha Madara vs. Senju Hashirama. Let's welcome the two genin with warm applause. The applause this time was particularly enthusiastic because the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan were competing with each other. Although Madara the Hokage and the Great Pillar had previously restrained their members from causing trouble, the two clans had been fighting for so many years, and some things had been ingrained in their bones and become a habit which could not be restrained by just a few words from the clan leader anyway. As long as it's not the Senju clan and the Uchiha clan, and the two clans are fighting in groups, Hokage Madara and the Great Pillar will turn a blind eye and pretend nothing happened. Because just when Kamui announced that the double of Madara and the double of the Great Pillar would appear on the field, the Hokage Madara and the Great Pillar looked at each other at the same time, their eyes containing a strong desire to fight. The doppelganger of Daisuke came on stage like a star, waving to the audience and thanking them for their support. In contrast, Madara's duplicate came on the stage with an indifferent expression, and his eyes could not focus on anything else except the duplicate of Deiko. Not to mention the cool and aloof feeling of Madara's double incarnation. It really charmed many female audiences, and their eyes were full of hearts. Kamui looked at the two copies of Madara and Hashika who were about to fight, and secretly wondered if the old man Six Paths had played tricks when drawing the lots. Otherwise how could he draw these two together? But the drawing of lots is conducted in full view of the public. If you want to change the decision of the drawing, you will probably be accused of shady dealings immediately. Alas, we can only hope that these two guys will take it easy when they fight, otherwise the people at the scene will suffer. Shenmue said with extremely complicated emotions. The battle begins. At Kamui's command, the double Madara and the double pillar instantly entered combat status. The two knew each other well, so they ignored the stage of testing each other and started fighting with all their strength. Wooden. Escape. The arrival of the tree realm. Susanoo, Madara's double body continued to inject eye power, allowing his Susanoo to enter the complete form from the third form point. Madara's double body controlled Susanoo, drew out the katana from his waist, and slashed at the double body of a Hashira point. The doppelganger of Dasuzi spoke calmly, clasping his hands together. Wood. Release. The technique of Wooden Man. A huge wooden man appeared at the feet of the double of the big pillar. The wooden man put his hands together and steadily caught the sword of the double of Madara point. Although the sword of Madara's duplicate was blocked by Daijiru's duplicate, the strong wind from the sword was so strong that the people in the audience could not open their eyes until the strong wind died down. The audience suddenly erupted into thunderous applause. Hokage, is this the true strength of your Konoha village genin? The Fire Country daimyo spoke haltingly as he watched the battle on the field. Chapter 144 Climax. When faced with a question from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, Hokage Madara hesitated for a rare moment, not knowing how to explain it to him. To be honest, there are several pairs of ears listening nearby. Even if we follow the daimyo of the Land of Fire, the situation in Konoha village has not really reached that level. Just when Hokage Madara was in a dilemma, the daimyo of the Fire Country took the initiative to give up the opportunity to find out the answer and instead watch the battle on the field seriously. Wood. Release. Wood Dragon technique. The double of the Great Pillar performed Wood Release ninjutsu, and a wooden dragon emerged from the wooden man's body. Originally, Madara's duplicate body held the sword in both hands and slashed at the duplicate body of the pillar, but the sword was blocked by the wooden man, and he was about to pull the sword out of the wooden man's hands. At this moment, a wooden dragon suddenly emerged from the wooden man's body, and the wooden dragon's body wrapped around Susanoo. The wooden dragon opened its mouth wide and bit the wrist of Susanoo's right hand, restricting Susanoo's movements. Madara's double body acted decisively and gave up the katana in Susanoo's hand. Madara's double body controlled Susanoo's left hand to pinch the wood dragon's neck and pulled hard to free his right hand that was bitten by the wood dragon. He then controlled Susanoo's right hand to pull the wood dragon off Susanoo's body. Madara's duplicate used the wooden dragon as a whip and swung it hard with his left hand to hit the duplicate of the big pillar. Seeing this, the double body of Daizuzi raised the sword in his hand to block. Just as the wooden dragon and the katana were about to collide, the katana in Oshira's double body disappeared, and the wooden dragon in Madara's double body also lost its toughness and turned into a dead tree. The katana disappeared because it was originally part of Madara's double body's pupil power, and Madara's double body could control it anytime and anywhere. The wood dragon loses its toughness because it is created by the wood escape technique of the double of the Great Pillar. As long as the double of the Great Pillar cuts off the chakra supply, the wood dragon will naturally lose its activity. Although the wooden dragon has lost its vitality and turned into a dead tree, who says that a dead tree cannot hit people? Susanoo was seen swinging a dead tree and smashing down the double body of the pillar. The double of the big pillar controlled the wooden man and caught the dead wood with both hands. But before the double of the big pillar could fight back, he saw a flash of a knife in front of his eyes, and the two arms of the wooden man were cut off at the same time and thrown into the air. It turned out that when the double body of Madara was controlling Susanoo with his left hand and waving the dead tree, his right hand secretly condensed a katana. At that time, the double body of Oshira was paying attention to the dead tree and did not notice that the double body of Madara had picked up the katana again. That's why the double body of Madara cut off the two arms of the wooden man with one sword. Seeing that he had succeeded in one strike, the second body of Ban did not dare to slack off at all and swung out another quick strike, this time directly at the second body of Ban, which was on the large pillar on the wooden man. Wood. Release. The technique of ranking. The double of the Great Pillar clasped its hands together, and a wooden shield with a ghost face and fangs was formed to protect the double of the Great Pillar, blocking the sword that the double of Madara was determined to attack. Based on his previous experience of fighting with the double of Deiko, Madara judged that the double of Deiko should have run out of tricks at this moment. As long as he could break the wooden shield with ghost face and fangs, he would win the final victory. Thinking of this, Madara's double worked even harder controlling the katana in Susanu's hand, continuously chopping at the wooden shield with a ghost face, and Fang's eye saw damage slowly appearing on the shield, and the pattern of the ghost face, and Fang's disappeared completely after continuous hacking point at this time. The double of the big pillar inside the shield was heard saying, "Immortal." Technique would release true thousands of hands. A huge wooden statue of thousand-armed Guanyin appeared out of thin air behind the wooden man. The double body of the big pillar saw the right moment, jumped out from the shield, and stood on the top of the thousand-armed Guanyin statue. "Come on, Madara." The great pillar's duplicate said this, controlling the thousand-armed Guanyin statue to move towards the direction of Madara's duplicate. "I've been waiting for you for a long time, Hashirama." Madara's duplicate controlled Susanu, split the wooden man in front of him into two halves, and went straight to the duplicate of the giant pillar. Shenwei knew without looking any further that the final winner was the doppelganger of Dazu. What Shenwei was most curious about now was where did the doppelganger of Dazu learn the magic? Before Kamui had time to think about it, the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara statue of the double body of Daikoku and the Susanoo of Madara collided with each other, become a Buddha on top. The double body of the great pillar clasped its hands together, and the thousand-armed Avalokitesvara statue under its feet began to move. Each of the hands behind it clenched into fists and extended to hit the Susanoo of the double body of Madara. The punches from the double body of the great pillar directly shattered the Susanoo of the double body of Madara into pieces, revealing the double body of Madara inside. The Madara duplicate lay on the ground, too weak to get up, and continued to fight with the great pillar duplicate. The battle ended here, and Kamui stepped out to announce the outcome of the battle. Since Uchiha Madara is unable to fight again, the winner of the third round is Senju Hashirama. Let us give a round of applause to Senju Hashirama and congratulate him on his victory. At the same time, let us thank Uchiha Madara for bringing us such a wonderful battle. After Shenwei considered it again and again, he decided to change his words. If the audience didn't buy it, he would be so embarrassed. Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima, who had been silent in the audience, behaved very calmly at first, but later on, they were unconsciously carried away by the atmosphere of the scene, and cheered for their sons without any hesitation. When the double of Oshima and the double of Madara were engaged in the final battle, both Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima were extremely nervous, fearing that something unexpected might happen. The winner was decided, and Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima suddenly calmed down again. They remained calm as they listened to Kamui announce the result of the battle. After Kamui announced the result of the battle, the double pillar walked up to the double Madara, helped him up from the ground, and took him away. Naruto, this battle was truly spectacular. The Fire Nation Daimyo praised. Hokage Madara made a few polite remarks and thought to himself, if it were him and Hashirama fighting, what would be the final outcome? Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima, who were in the audience, also quietly left their seats, caught up with their sons, and left with them. Round 4. Wu vs. Gui Denghu and Yu. Welcome both players to enter. Shenwei continued to announce the entry of the next two contestants for the battle, and then use the pupil technique to restore the venue to its original state. In the audience, people spontaneously applauded the two contestants. Gui Denghu and Yu is a person who loves the crowds and wishes he could be the focus of the whole audience. He never refuses applause. If the applause is not loud enough, Gui Denghu and Yu will ask for more from the audience. Audience members here, let me hear your applause. Where are you two going? Uncles, don't you want to watch my fight? Hazuki Genjutsu saw Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima were about to leave, and hurriedly called them to stop. At this time, everyone's eyes were focused on Senju Butsuma and Uchiha Tajima. We won't watch your fight. Now we have to go back to be with our son. I wish you good luck. Uchiha Tajima replied, Uncle, are your sons also genin who are taking part in the Chunin exam? Why aren't they coming with you? Were they eliminated? When Hazuki Genjutsu heard Uchiha Tajima say that he was going back to be with his son, he subconsciously thought that the other party had been eliminated. Yes, he just lost, and I'm going to comfort him now. Uchiha Tajima replied. When Hazuki Genjutsu heard Uchiha Tajima say that his son's battle had just ended, he subconsciously glanced at the duplicate of Madara. He didn't dare to say anything else. He just admitted his mistake and acted like an ostrich. Kamui watched Hazuki Jinjutsu annoyed from the side and found it very funny, but as the host of the Chunin exam he had to maintain basic professional ethics and could not laugh, no matter how funny it was, unless he could not help himself. This was just a small episode in the Chunin exam. Once it passed, people would forget about it. The battle begins. As Shenmue announced the start of a battle, everyone's attention was focused on the battle and no one cared about what happened before. Steaming. Danger explosion power, GUI. Deng Huanyu quickly approached Wu and then exploded directly, trying to end the battle quickly. Earth. Escape technique. Super light and heavy rock technique. Without giving Hazuki Jinjutsu any chance to get close, he used his ninjutsu to fly into the air. Chen. Escape. The art of peeling off the original world. A white cube appeared between Wu's hands. It's useless. You can't find my true form. Releasing ninjutsu is just a waste of chakra. GUI. Deng Huanyu, who had used the steam explosion power, stood on the ground and said sarcastically to Wu in the air, I can't find your real body, but I know you are here right now, and that's enough. Wu said calmly, the white cube in his hand slowly growing larger, as if to cover the entire venue. You want to cover the entire venue and find my location, but I won't let you succeed. The water cannon technique. As soon as GUI Deng Huanyu raised his hand, a small water ball like a bullet shot out from his fingertips and flew straight towards Wu in the air. Goodbye, mustache. Wu used the super light and heavy rock technique to dodge the attack of Ghost Lantern Huanayu in the air, and the white cube in his hand was enough to cover the entire venue. Wu aimed the white cube at the field, and a bright white beam of light instantly hit the field. When the smoke cleared, only a square deep pit was left on the field, but Deng Huanayu was nowhere to be found. Wu knew that the attack just now had already reduced Deng Huanayu to ashes, so he landed on the ground with great confidence, waiting for Shenmue to announce the result. However, he never expected that, as soon as Wu Gang landed on the ground, he was hugged by someone, and this person was none other than GUI Deng Huanyu. Just now, when Wu used dust release to attack the venue, GUI Deng Huanyu's real body seized the opportunity and jumped hard to avoid the attack of dust release, which gave him a chance to catch Wu. Haha, I caught you. I hate it most when people call me mustache. Steaming. Danger explosion power. If GUI Deng Huanyu launched the steam danger explosion at such a close distance, he would definitely die. Wu naturally understood this, and he activated the dust release, original realm separation technique, trying to force Hazuki Huanayu to let him go in a way that both sides would perish. Chapter 145 Losing suspense. Facing the threat of dust escape, Hazuki Huanayu did not dodge or evade, but continued to launch the steam danger explosion. Stop, stop. Now, the Tsuchikage Mizuki in the stands stood up suddenly and screamed, hoping to stop Hazuki Jinjutsu and Wu from dying together. Given the distance from the stands to Hazuki Jinjutsu and Wu, that Tsuchikage and Mizuki were simply unable to rescue them in time, and they could only watch their own outstanding genin die together. Shenmue was standing outside the scene watching GUI Deng Huanyu and Wu about to die together, and thought to himself, although that's how they died in the original novel, it just happened a few decades earlier than in the original novel. Just think about it. A Chunin exam killed the second generation Mizuki and the second generation Tsuchikage in the original work, clearing the obstacles for Konoha village. What a deal that was. As soon as this thought popped up in Kamu's mind, it was extinguished in time by Kamui. If Konoha village wants to develop, it should strengthen its own construction instead of thinking about how to curb other ninja villages. Konoha village is not afraid of competition and dares to compete. The greater the external pressure, the more it can promote the development of the village. Fortunately, Kamui stopped at the brink of disaster, otherwise Kamu's thoughts would have been like Danzo's thinking of this. Shenmue activated his super speed and launched the Flying Thunder God formation, separating GUI Deng Huanyu and Wu Ren. Kamui threw away the bomb that was about to explode Hazuki Huanayu, and then changed the direction of Wu's dust escape. After doing all this, Kamui stopped using his speed force. Shenmue completed the above tasks in no more than 1 second. If Shenwei had not suddenly appeared on the field, no one would have discovered that it was Shenwei who did all this in the eyes of everyone. Gui Denghu and Yu and Wu were about to die together in the last second, but in the next second the two were separated abruptly, avoiding the fate of dying together. No one saw clearly how Shenwei saved people. Ordinary people only felt that this was amazing and forgot about it afterwards. But if this matter falls into the eyes of a strong person, it will be extremely terrifying. Just imagine, if you face such a terrifying speed of Shenwei, what are the possibilities of survival? The answer is slim. The battle is over. Because Azuki Jinjutsu and Wu ignored the rules of the Chunin exam, they have lost their qualifications for the Chunin exam. Shenwei announced the result of the battle. Hazuki Huanayu and Wu knew that they were a little too excited just now and didn't say anything, but that Sachikage and Mizukage in the stands were not happy about it. I don't agree with this penalty and I ask for the result of the fight to be changed. The Sachikage said loudly. I don't agree with this penalty either. Since they haven't decided the winner, let them continue fighting until the winner is decided. The Mizukage made his own suggestion. After hearing this, that Sachikage's face darkened even more. It was not that he did not expect it, but everyone could see from the previous battle that Wu had no way to deal with Azuki Jinjutsu's moves. If he continued to fight, Wu would definitely lose. Since that Sachikage and Mizukage have different opinions, why don't you discuss it first and tell me the result? It was rare for Kamui to give face to that Sachikage and the Mizukage, which not only surprised them, but also surprised the other cages. The same thought popped up in the minds of the 5 cage at the same time. When did Kamui become so easy to talk to? The other 4 cages looked at Madara Hokage at the same time, asking him with their eyes, what was going on? Don't look at me, I don't know anything, I'm still wondering. Madara, the Hokage, understood the meaning in the other 4 cages' eyes and quickly replied, I think we should just follow the divine power's judgment. After all, without the divine power, Gui Denghu and Yu and Wu would have perished together now. For some unknown reason, the Kazekage persuaded that Sachikage and the Mizukage to obey the judgment of Kamui. It's fine as it is. Keep fighting. If we have another fight to the death, and Shenwei chooses to stand aside and watch, then you will suffer a great loss. The Raikage seems to not want tragedy to happen, but only he knows what he is actually thinking. Madara the Hokage didn't say a word the whole time, just pretending he didn't exist, and listened to the 4 cages discussing. That Sachikage didn't want to let Wu continue fighting with Azuki Jinjutsu, not only for Wu, but also for the next plan. Now that someone was giving him a ladder, that Sachikage reluctantly agreed to Kamui's decision. Finally, the 5 cage began to vote. The Kazekage, the Raikage, and that Sachikage all agreed with Kamui's decision. The Hokage, Madara, abstained from voting, and only the Mizukage opposed it. In the end, the minority obeyed the majority, and the 5 cage agreed to Kamui's decision. Kamui, we have discussed this, and agree with your decision. Please allow the Chunin exam to continue. Madara, the Hokage, was pushed out by the other 4 cages to act as a mouthpiece. When Kamui heard this answer, he looked at the 5 cage with a complicated look. It turned out that you had discussed for a long time, and this was the result. It really proves the saying, I gave you a chance, but you were useless. After the incident, the Mizukage secretly glanced at that Sachikage and thought to himself, you finally chose to continue with your plan. Round 5. Namake's Minato, Laxus, vs. Shaman. Both parties are welcome to enter and prepare for the battle. Kamui allowed the Chunin exam to continue. Laxus and Shaman walked onto the field, with Laxus carrying his Walkman, waiting for Kamui to announce the start of the match. On the other side, the monk was fiddling with one puppet after another, preparing for the next battle. The battle begins. As soon as Kamui finished speaking, Shaman controlled the puppet to attack Laxus. White secret technique, the 10 neopines. Under Shaman's control, the puppet shot out various hidden weapons. The hidden weapons were glowing purple, and it was obvious at a glance that they were poisoned. Laxus did not dare to be careless. He dodged the hidden weapons and used lightning magic to attack the shaman who controlled the puppet. Thunder fist facing Laxus's lightning. Shaman immediately controlled the puppet to block in front of himself. The thunder and lightning destroyed the puppets standing in front of Shaman like a whirlwind. Shaman looked at his beloved puppets being destroyed, and without caring about the pain, he controlled new puppets to attack Laxus. Red. Secret technique. 100 machines maneuver. Shaman released all his puppets at once to attack Laxus. A large black mass of puppets attacked Laxus like an overwhelming force. The roar of the thunder dragon. Laxus dragon slaying magic created a gap in the overwhelming number of puppets before him. Thunderbolt. Laxus body turned into a bolt of lightning, and he rushed out of the encirclement of the puppets through the gap and went straight for Shaman, who was controlling the puppets. Seeing Laxus coming in front of him, Shaman raised his right hand calmly. Sandbound. Coffin. The sand instantly wrapped up the lightning like Laxus tightly. Do you think I can only control puppets? I didn't expect that I also have the skill of controlling sand. Sandfall. Funeral. The sand that was enveloping Laxus was instantly squeezed inwards, and the pressure was enough to destroy a person's body. President Makarov in the audience was looking at his grandson in trouble with an anxious look on his face. Although they had different opinions on the development of the guild and conflicts often broke out, the grandfather did not want his grandson to be safe. The other members of the guild, after spending some time with Laxus, knew that he was not a bad person and formed a deep friendship with him. Seeing Laxus in trouble, they were also very anxious. Thunder. Suit. As Laxus shouted, the sand wrapped around Laxus' body exploded and splashed everywhere. The monk looked at Laxus, who was like the god of thunder, and said decisively, "No one has ever escaped my sand waterfall funeral. You are the first. Examiner, I admit defeat." Shaman's puppets were simply unable to stop Laxus, and were of little use except for causing unnecessary losses. His own hidden sand ninjutsu was also broken free by Laxus. He tried his best, but was unable to do anything to Laxus, so surrendering was the best option. Since Shaman has admitted defeat, the winner of the 5th round is Namikaze Minato. Laxus. Let us give a round of applause to Shaman and Namikaze Minato. Laxus, and thank them for bringing us a wonderful fight. At this point in the Chunin exam, all the genin from other ninja villages had been eliminated, leaving only the genin from Konoha village. According to the material distribution method discussed at the 5-Cage Summit, Konoha village will obtain all the resources of the 5 major countries, but in order to have a beginning and an end, the Chunin exam had to go on, bringing the first Chunin exam in the ninja world to a successful conclusion. Round 6. Uchiha Kagura vs. Uzumaki Kushina. Urza. By the way, they are both the few female ninjas in the Chunin exam. Both players are welcome to enter. Uchiha Kagura and Uzumaki Kushina. Urza slowly walked onto the stage. These two elegant little beauties immediately attracted many attentions. The battle begins. Chidori. Flow. Purple. Electric current was wrapped around the little girl Kagura, and she rushed towards Urza like an arrow. Change clothes. Thunder Emperor armor. Urza put on the armor of the Thunder Emperor, which can resist lightning damage. Based on the chakra attributes of the little girl Kagura. Urza held the lightning spear and pointed it at the little girl Kagura. The tip of the lightning spear opened and closed instantly, and a blue lightning struck the little girl Kagura. Miss Kagura was so fast that Urza's attacks fell behind her. In just a few blinks of an eye, little Kagura came in front of Urza. Chidori. Spear. A blue beam of light extended from the left hand of the little girl Kagura. Urza looked at the attacking Chidori sharp spear and inserted the thunder spear in her hand in front of her body. A magic circle appeared in front of the thunder spear, blocking the attack of Chidori sharp spear. The daimyo of the land of earth in the stands was bored. His own genin had already been eliminated, so how could he have the mood to watch other people's genin? That Suchikage and the Reikage, to conspirators who are bent on breaking up Konoha village, pass on information in a way that only they two know. Chapter 146. Suspension of examination. That Suchikage and the Reikage made up their minds and decided to start their plan. That Suchikage made a subtle gesture towards the audience, and the spies hidden in the audience immediately understood what he meant and instigated the people around them to tell the daimyo about Tobirama's crimes. Senju. Tobirama is completely heartless, conducting human experiments and destroying humanity. Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth. The commotion in the audience instantly attracted the attention of the daimyo. Go see what's going on. The Fire Country daimyo arranged for his attendants to go to the audience seats to find out the situation. After a short while, the servant reported to the daimyo of the Fire Nation what he heard and saw in the audience. The Fire Country daimyo's face darkened after hearing this, and he asked the Hokage Madara beside him, "Did you know that Tobirama Senju conducted human experiments?" "I know, but just..." As Madara the Hokage was about to explain to the daimyo of the Land of Fire, he was interrupted by the daimyo of the Land of Earth. "Since you know about it, why don't you deal with it? Look at the villagers of Konoha village now. They are complaining about Senju Tobirama. Hokage, it is a serious dereliction of duty on your part to have something like this happen right under your nose." The daimyo of the Land of Water said sarcastically, "That's right, Hokage. You can't just leave it alone just because he's from the Senju clan." The daimyo of the Land of Lightning also interrupted at this time. "Hokage, give me a reason not to deal with Tobirama Senju." The daimyo of the Fire Nation was not misled by others. He remained calm and asked the Hokage why Madara did this. "Mr. Daimyo, Tobirama's human experiments are not as evil as they say. Instead, they are a great initiative that is ahead of its time. Tobirama can use human experiments to conquer most diseases in the ninja world, and he can even allow disabled ninjas to return to the battlefield. But just these few points alone are enough to make him the greatest ninja of this era." Naruto. Madara tried hard to defend Tobirama point. After listening to this, the daimyo was somewhat moved. What do the powerful and wealthy fear the most? Naturally, it is birth, aging, illness and death. Tobirama's human experiments can solve these problems, so it must be good point that Sachikage noticed that the daimyo seemed to be changing their stance and immediately interrupted. "I don't think so. No matter how well you describe the human experiment, Naruto, you can't cover up the fact that Senju Tobirama used living people for experiments. If human experiments want to succeed, they naturally need a large number of living people as materials. So where do these people come from?" With just one sentence, that Sachikage pulled the daimyo back to reality from their fantasy of being free from illness and disaster. "Senju Tobirama actually used living people for experiments? Is this true, Hokage?" The Fire Nation daimyo questioned the Hokage Madara in a deep voice, seemingly on the verge of a rage, reporting to the Fire Country daimyo, "I have already found out the exact location of the secret laboratory where Senju Tobirama was conducting human experiments. If you don't believe me, we can go and see if there are any living people in Senju Tobirama's secret laboratory as experimental materials." The Sachikage spoke first, not giving the Naruto Madara any chance to explain for Senju Tobirama. "Well, let's go check out Senju Tobirama's secret laboratory now." With the answer from the daimyo of the Land of Fire, that Sachikage led a large group of people out of the Chunin exam venue and headed straight for Tobirama's secret laboratory. "Look, why are the daimyo gone?" "Oh, that's true. Maybe he feels that the Chunin exams are boring. I think the daimyo are going to punish Senju Tobirama." The bursts of discussion in the audience directly affected the battle between Kagura and Urza. Kamui looked at the departure of the daimyo and the absent-minded Kagura and Urza on the field, and directly stopped the Chunin exam. "Due to an emergency, the Chunin exams are on hold. You two should take a break." Kamui paused the Chunin exams and immediately caught up with the daimyo's team to see what they were planning to do. That Sachikage brought the daimyo and his party to the director's office of the Konoha hospital. They looked left and right, looking for the mechanism to open the secret laboratory. That Sachikage's eyes seemed to be fixed on something. He walked over and fiddled with it casually, and a secret door appeared in front of everyone. That Sachikage walked into the secret door first, and the daimyos followed behind him and entered the secret laboratory of Tobirama together. Kamui pulled Naruto Madara aside and whispered, "What is your attitude towards Tobirama's human experiments, Lord Daimyo?" The daimyo is very angry. "I guess Tobirama won't be able to escape." Naruto Madara replied, Hokage, where are you?" The Fire Nation's great name is Deo Point. When Naruto Madara heard the Fire Country daimyo calling him, he immediately appeared before the Fire Country daimyo. Hokage, look at this place. It's simply hell on earth. I order you now to bring Senju Tobirama to me immediately. There was a tone in the Fire Country daimyo's voice that did not allow for rejection. But Tobirama, Naruto. Madara wanted to defend Tobirama, but the daimyo of the Land of Fire didn't even give him a chance to explain. Hokage, I don't want to hear your explanation. You can tell these words to the villagers of Konoha village and see if they are willing to listen to your explanation. I only ask you if you can bring Senju Tobirama here. I can. Naruto. Madara hesitated for a moment and finally gave a positive answer, turned and left to find Tobirama. Okay, I'll wait here for you to bring Senju Tobirama to me. I want to ask him face to face why he killed so many innocent lives. The Fire Nation daimyo said. Hinoki. Jonin, wake up. I'm the Mizukage. Among the experimental materials, the Mizukage found a senior ninja from the Hazuki clan who had been sent to carry out a mission. He was the uncle of Hazuki Jinjatsu. This Jonin of the Kizuna clan didn't know how long he had stayed in this dark laboratory. Suddenly he heard someone calling him. He slowly opened his eyes and looked at the person who came. When the Jonin of the Kizuna clan saw clearly that the person coming was the Mizukage, his nose felt sore and tears came down. Mr. Mizukage, I didn't expect you to save me. I thought I would never see you again. The Jonin of the Kizuna clan said while crying. Alright, stop crying. You're already a Jonin. Why are you still crying? You're safe now. After the Chunin exams are over, we'll go back to the Hidden Mist village together. The Mizukage complained as he untied the ropes on the Jonin of the Kizuna clan. Yes, Mizukage-sama. The Jonin of the Kizuna clan felt extremely good after regaining his freedom, so he turned his attention to the people who came with the Mizukage. The Hazuki clan's Jonin looked around and found that he didn't recognize most of the people, but there was one person he would never forget in his life. It's you. The Hazuki clan's Jonin pointed at Kamui and said, what, you know him? The Mizukage asked curiously. He was the one who sent me here. The Jonin of the Kizuna clan answered. When everyone heard the words of the Hazuki clan's Jonin, they all focused their attention on Kamui. That Sachikage and the Raikage looked at each other. The surprise in their eyes was beyond words. The target of that Sachikage and the Raikage is Tobirama Senju. As long as they defeat him, they can cut off an arm of the Konoha village, making it easier for them to plant spies in the village. But they didn't expect to have an unexpected gain. Kamui was also involved in the human experiment. They took this opportunity to kick Kamui out of Konoha village. Oh, there is such a thing. Please tell me what happened in detail. Sachikage was like a fly that had found an egg with a crack and was struggling desperately. The Jonin of the Kizuna clan looked at that Sachikage, hesitated for a moment, and said nothing. This is that Sachikage of the Iwagakure village. Just answer whatever he asks you. The Mizukage first introduced that Sachikage's identity and then told him to cooperate well with that Sachikage. The Jonin of the Kazuki clan received instructions from the Mizukage and told the story of himself and Kamui. According to the senior ninjas of the Hazuki clan, Kamui is a ninja who is in cahoots with Tobirama Senju. Tobirama may be using human experiments to help others, but Kamui is a complete egoist. The daimyo and the 5 Kage focused their attention on Kamui. Different emotions were contained in everyone's eyes, including regret, calmness, and gloating. Don't you feel a little guilty about using living people for human experiments? The Lord of the Land of Earth asked righteously. Yes, of course I felt guilty. That's why I sent the people from the Hidden Mist village here to be used as experimental materials, Shenmue said nonchalantly. Guilt. Everyone you see in the laboratory right now is a spy from another ninja village or a death row prisoner from Konoha village. None of them is innocent. Every one of them is on file. You can investigate them however you want, Shenmue said seriously. If that's the case, then why are there so many people complaining? I think it's because you're covering up for each other. The daimyo of the Land of Earth did not believe Kamui's words at all. He insisted that all of this was a lie made up by Konoha village, and that he was the warrior who lifted the veil. Believe it or not, and you are not qualified enough for me to deceive you. In the face of doubts, Shenwei responded as usual, "You the daimyo of the land of earth," was rendered speechless by the Kamui. "That's enough. Stop arguing. When Senju Tobirama comes, everything will be revealed." The incident in Konoha village was already a headache for the daimyo of the land of fire, and the quarrel between Kamui and the daimyo of the land of earth made him even more upset. Point that Tsuchikage and Reikage on the side exchanged glances and saw surprise in each other's eyes that Tsuchikage and the Reikage originally thought that human experiments were conducted secretly, and who would be stupid enough to leave evidence to prove that every experimental material sent was a person who deserved to die. But Senju Tobirama did just that. Not only that, he did it in every detail, so he could accurately find each person by comparing the information. How could they throw dirty water on Tobirama? Why is it that every time a plan is about to succeed, Shenwei appears to disrupt it, that Tsuchikage and the Reikage couldn't help but have question marks in their minds? Chapter 147, Taking Responsibility. Shenwei acted very calmly and did not take the human experiments seriously. Point for ordinary people, Konoha village is a refuge that is sheltered from wind and rain and away from war. But for Kamui, Konoha village is like a cage that binds Kamui tightly inside. Point Kamui's idea of traveling through the heavens and all realms had to be put on hold temporarily. If he could leave Konoha village by participating in human experiments, Kamui would finally have time to fulfill his dream. Point Shenwei thought happily in his heart, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised when he thought of the exciting things. This scene caught the attention of that Tsuchikage instantly and made him come up with an astonishing guess. Could it be that all this was planned by the Konoha village, deliberately waiting for us to jump into the trap? Once that Tsuchikage had this thought, he couldn't stop it, and he felt more and more that all of this was planned in advance by the Konoha village. Point at this time, Naruto Madara brought Tobirama to the daimyo of the land of fire for questioning. "Senju Tobirama, why do you want to conduct human experiments? Or what is your purpose?" The Fire Nation daimyo asked with a serious look on his face. "I conduct human experiments to gain a deeper understanding of the human body, explore the secrets of bloodline limits, and expand the uses of medical ninjutsu," Tobirama replied calmly. Point the answer given by Tobirama was so powerful that the daimyo of the land of fire was unable to digest it for a moment and didn't know how to continue asking. "Humph, no matter how much you say, it can't change the evil nature of human experiments." When the daimyo of the land of earth saw that the daimyo of the land of fire had extinguished his fire, he immediately jumped out to condemn Tobirama. Since the daimyo of the earth kingdom thinks human experimentation is evil, why are the people of the earth kingdom asked to go mining? The people who die in mining every day are much more than the materials needed for human experiments. Why don't the daimyos of the earth kingdom stop mining woolen cloth? Tobirama is not the head of the Anbu for nothing. He cannot say that he knows everything about the situation in other countries, but he still has some understanding of it. Point the situation that Tobirama described is exactly the most controversial issue in the land of earth. Especially after the Kamui mine bombing, this issue has become more and more serious. What do you know? If the land of earth wants to develop, it naturally needs people to mine the ore. The people should contribute their own strength to the development of the land of earth. Otherwise the land of earth will be supporting them in vain. The daimyo of the land of earth said as a matter of course. So, you forced them to mine, causing them to die in the mines, and you didn't use the income from mining to develop the land kingdom, but instead put it into your own pocket. How do you explain this? Tobirama's words were sharp and to the point as he described the suffering of the people of the land of earth and the darkness that loomed over them. Point the daimyo of the land of earth thought that what he did was very secretive and no one would find out, but he didn't expect that Tobirama would reveal his true colors today. So, what? I'm the daimyo of the land of earth, and I have the final say in the land of earth. The Earth Country daimyo said angrily. Point Tobirama turned his head away and no longer looked at the expression of the daimyo of the land of earth. I just don't understand. Since human experimentation brings so many benefits, why do people still resist it? The Fire Nation daimyo cleared his mind and asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Mr. daimyo, this incident must have been caused by someone deliberately inciting the villagers and creating conflicts. This kind of thing has happened more than once or twice in Konoha village, Naruto. Madara replied, has this happened before? Investigate, thoroughly investigate everyone in the audience at the venue today. I want to see who is inciting the people. The daimyo of the Fire Nation was extremely surprised. He did not expect that he was almost misled by the people. At the same time, he also hated the despicable methods of the mastermind behind the scenes. Yes, Lord Daimyo, the Dorum, Hokage. Madara agreed to the daimyo's request for a thorough investigation. Even if the Far Country daimyo didn't say anything, Hokage Madara would have done it. What Hokage Madara is thinking about now is how the Far Country daimyo will deal with Tobirama. The human experiment incident has caused such a big stir. Someone must take responsibility and divert the public's anger. Hokage, you can handle this matter. The Fire Country daimyo threw the problem back to Hokage Madara, asking him to deal with it, and then left point the others also left with the Fire Country daimyo, leaving the space for Hokage Madara and the others to discuss who should take the blame. Point that Tsuchikage and the Raikage were secretly delighted. Although this plan was slightly different from what they had expected, it was not a failure as they were able to get rid of a high-ranking Konoha official. I am the Hokage. This happened right under my nose. I cannot escape the blame. I have decided to resign from the position of Hokage. Hokage. Madara made this decision out of responsibility and guilt towards Tobirama. I was the one who conducted the human experiment, so I should be held responsible for any problems that occurred. I have already thought of a reason. Tobirama Senju defected from the village out of fear of punishment. Tobirama also rushed to take the blame. I am the head of the police department of Konoha village. This kind of thing happened in the village because of my poor supervision. Besides, I have long wanted to see the world outside the village. Now there is such an opportunity. Don't snatch it from me, either of you. Kamui realized that this was a legitimate opportunity to leave Konoha village, so he thought about how to make good use of this opportunity to get rid of those endless jobs. Shenmue, what does this have to do with you? Stop making trouble here. Besides, didn't I give you a holiday? Of course, Madara Hokage knew what Kamui was thinking. He just wanted to be lazy, so Madara Hokage didn't want Kamui to get involved. After the Chunin exam, I will accompany Mito back to Uchiha village to have a look. After that, I still have to come back to work. I promised Mito before that I would resign after the Chunin exam and accompany her to the outside world for sightseeing. Water, Madara, the world is so big, I want to see it. Kamui spoke with a double meaning and looked at Naruto Madara seriously. Shenmue, when did you decide this matter? Why don't you discuss it with us? Naruto. Madara understood the meaning of these 5 words to the outside world. He was very surprised by Kamui's decision, but not so surprised. He just didn't expect it to be so sudden. I just decided recently. There is no discussion. If you don't agree, I will leave a letter and leave without saying goodbye, Shenmue said nonchalantly. Humph, Naruto. Madara snorted coldly and stopped looking at Kamui. Madara, you are the Hokage, the leader of Konoha village. The village cannot live without you. Tobirama, you are the director of Konoha hospital and the head of Anbu. These 2 positions are of great importance to Konoha village. If you leave, have you thought about who will take over from you? But I'm different from you. There is no difference between me and the police department. There are perfect laws of Konoha. My symbolic significance is greater than my practical significance. Kamui weighed the pros and cons and tried to convince Naruto, Madara and Tobirama. Humph, you are just being lazy and stealing your ideas, Naruto. Madara glanced at Kamui. Although he felt that what Kamui said made some sense, he did not intend to let Kamui go. I still think that if I, as the person involved, take the blame, it will help divert the anger of the villagers, Tobirama said persistently. That's not necessarily true. Tobirama, don't forget that when the Hokage was elected, I only had 1 vote. This shows how unpopular I'm among the villagers. If you let me take the blame, I guarantee that I can clear all of you, Shenmue said. Kamui, are you really planning to leave the village? Naruto. Madara asked seriously. Well, it's time for me to go out and explore the world. Kamui replied, okay, I'll leave the blame to you this time, but the village will not declare you a traitor. They will only say that you are exiled. As for the time, let's set it at 3 years. After 3 years, come back and continue to be the head of the police department of Konoha village, Naruto. Madara informed Kamui of the outcome of the incident beforehand, and then left without looking back. Naruto Madara walked out of the lab, and was confronted by large pillars and boards. Madara, I heard that the daimyo of the Land of Fire wants you to choose someone to take responsibility. I'm the patriarch of the Senju clan and Tobirama's eldest brother. Tobirama made mistakes, because I failed to discipline him properly. I should be the one to take the responsibility. As soon as the Great Pillar saw the Hokage Madara, he took all the blame on himself and excused Tobirama. I am Tobirama's younger brother. I don't have. Itama wanted to continue talking, but was stopped by the Hokage Madara, who raised his hand and said, you don't need to say anything. The person who will take the responsibility has already been chosen. It's Shenmue. After Naruto Madara finished speaking, he left alone, looking a little lonely. After Naruto Madara left, Kamui and Tobirama walked out of the laboratory one after another. Shenmue, thank you. The Big Pillar bowed deeply to the divine power. Shenmue was startled by Dasuzi's sudden politeness. He quickly helped Dasuzi up and said, Hashirama, why are you thanking me? Is there some misunderstanding here? Shenmue asked with a puzzled look on his face. Hokage Madara told me everything. Thank you for taking responsibility for Tobirama. As Dasuzi said this, he was about to bow to Shenmue again. Fortunately, Shenmue was quick and did not let Dasuzi bow twice. Then he explained, I have wanted to leave the village and see the outside world for a long time. Taking the blame for Tobirama just happened to happen. You really don't need to thank me specially. Well, I have to go share this good news with Mito and Mera. Bye. Just as Kamui was about to leave, he was pulled back by Banjian. Wait, what's going on? Mera, Itama blurted out, and Abashi and Tobirama also looked at Kamui with curiosity in their eyes. Mera's situation is the same as Mito's. Shenmue deliberately spoke in a very obscure way, and while they were trying to savor the meaning of his words, he ran away in a flash. Oh my god, Kamui is really capable. It's not enough to have Mito, and now you've got Mera. Itama watched Kamui's disappearing figure and felt a surge of envy, jealousy, and hatred in his heart. Chapter 148 News. Kamui left the Konoha hospital and went directly to the Chunin exam venue. He wanted to tell Mito and Mera the good news that he was free and then go sightseeing with them. But when Kamui arrived at the Chunin exam, he found that Mito and Mera, who were originally sitting in the audience, had disappeared. But this did not pose a problem for Kamui. Kamui used the Flying Thunder God technique and followed the Flying Thunder God technique on Pikachu's body to come to Pikachu. While Pikachu was having dinner with Mito and Mera, Shenmue watched the meat and felt a little hungry too. Without being polite, he sat down and ordered 2 more dishes to fill his stomach first. Kamui, what happened? Why is the Chunin exam suspended? Mera asked Kamui in a low voice. It's just that some people can't stand the harmony and stability of Konoha village, so they have to stir up some trouble. They use Tobirama's human experiments as an excuse to incite the villagers and attract the attention of the daimyo. But fortunately, the matter has been resolved. By the way, I have 2 pieces of news to tell you now. 1 good news and 1 bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Shenmue spoke in a low voice while eating, not wanting his words to be heard by others. Bad news? X2 Mito and Mera said in unison, then looked at Kamui with a nervous look on their faces. You all want to hear the bad news first? Well, I'll tell you the bad news first. The daimyo is very dissatisfied with what happened this time. He wants someone to take the blame, and that person is me. Shenmue calmly recounted the bad news, with no trace of joy or anger on his face. What? How can you do this? This matter obviously has nothing to do with you. Why do you have to stand up and take the blame? No, I want to go to the Hokage Madara to seek justice. When Mito heard the bad news, he was furious. He picked up Pikachu and went to the Hokage building to seek justice from Hokage Madara. Fortunately, Kamui was quick enough to grab Mito and stop her. Otherwise Kamui would have no good news to announce. Mito, calm down. Sit down and listen to my good news first. Then decide whether or not to seek justice from Madara. Kamui calmed Mito down softly, then spoke. The good news is that I'm free. From now on, my work in the police department will be handed over to other people. In fact, I took the blame on my own initiative. My purpose was to get myself out of Konoha village and spend more time with you, but if this happens, you will never be able to return to Konoha village again. Mera looked at Shenwei with some heartache, thinking that it was not worth it for Shenwei to do this. Kamui, we don't need you to accompany us anymore. You can continue to be the head of the police department. We will go to Madara now. Maybe everything will not be in time. Mito pulled Kamui to find Naruto Madara. Kamui staggered when Mito pulled him. Without having time to think about how Mito's strength had increased, he broke free from Mito's hand and spoke. Speaking of this, I have to say that Madara thinks much more long term. The result of my handling is exile for 3 years, and after 3 years I have to come back and continue to serve as the head of the police department. So Mito, are you still going to look for Madara? Kamui looked at Mito with a smile. It's all your fault. I can't say the whole story, Mito said as he swung his little fist and punched Kamui on the chest, causing Kamui to cough several times. Mito, how come you've suddenly become so strong? Those few blows you just made almost cost me my life. Shenwei patted his chest to ease the uncomfortable feeling and said exaggeratedly, I don't know either. Anyway, I've been feeling like I have endless energy lately. It seems like someone has to behave better next time, or else he'll get beaten. Mito looked at Kamui and raised his little fist threateningly. Ahem. Eat. Kamui lowered his head and concentrated on eating, thinking about where he should take Mito and Mera after leaving the village. Hokage, the Daimyo-sama wishes to see you. The attendant beside the fire country Daimyo invited Naruto Madara in. Then he left the room and closed the door. Hokage, how was the matter resolved today? The fire country Daimyo asked casually as he fiddled with the tea set. Your Excellency the Daimyo, the matter has been resolved. Kamui is willing to take responsibility for this matter. I will announce the result after the Chunin exam is over. Naruto Madara replied calmly. Shenwei, isn't he your brother? How dare you let him take the blame? The Fire Nation Daimyo looked at Hokage Madara in surprise, his inner thoughts extremely complicated. Mr. Daimyo, you may not believe this, but it was actually Kamui who took the initiative to ask for this. Naruto Madara explained with an embarrassed look on his face. The fire country Daimyo looked at Naruto Madara with an even weirder look in his eyes, thinking, who would take the blame for something? You must be kidding me. Kamui. He is usually a person who slacks off. He took the initiative to take the blame, mainly because he wanted to take this opportunity to leave Konoha village, leave his job in the police department, and have some fun with his wife. In front of the Daimyo of the Fire Nation, Hokage Madara revealed Kamui's nature of slacking off, making seemingly unreasonable things seem reasonable. Hokage, you mean that Kamui took the initiative to take the blame, just to go out and have fun? Hahaha, interesting, very interesting. The Daimyo of the Land of Fire laughed happily, but I don't know how much he believed this matter in his heart. Mr. Daimyo, this is indeed the case. Naruto Madara emphasized harshly. Hokage, you misunderstood. I don't mean to disbelieve you. I just simply think this matter is very interesting. The Fire Nation Daimyo hastily explained. Daimyo-sama, what do you think we should do about the Chunin exam? Should we continue? Naruto Madara changed the subject, obviously not wanting to continue talking about Kamui. Of course the Chunin exams must go on, but forget about it today. We can continue tomorrow, the Fire Nation Daimyo suggested. In that case, Lord Daimyo, I will take my leave now. Naruto Madara wanted to leave, but was stopped by the Fire Country Daimyo. Hokage, don't leave in such a hurry. Come and try it. This is the tea that the Daimyo of the Land of Earth gave me. The Fire Country Daimyo said as he placed a cup of tea in front of Naruto Madara and motioned for him to taste it. Naruto Madara picked up the teacup, drank it all in one gulp, savored it carefully, and then said, "Is this the best tea from the land of Earth? It's not that great, not even as good as Kamui's tea, Shenwei's tea." Shenwei also likes to drink tea. The curiosity of the Far Country Daimyo was aroused by Hokage Madara, and he immediately pulled Hokage Madara aside to talk about tea. "Raikage, our action this time has exposed all the spies in Konoha village. Fortunately, their exposure was not in vain. At least we succeeded in bringing down a high-ranking Konoha official." The Sachikage's face was filled with a happy smile as he spoke to the Raikage beside him. The Fire Country Daimyo is also an idiot. He knows the truth of the matter, but he still wants someone to take the blame. He is so stupid. I wonder who Konoha village will throw out to take the blame. The Raikage's words showed disdain for the Fire Nation Daimyo, but at the same time, he was full of sympathy for the person who had to take the blame. This is normal. The common problem of those in power is to seek stability. In their view, after something happens, letting someone take the blame can divert the conflict. This is why I must take action during the Chunin exam. After all, you and I still have to thank the Far Country Daimyo. The Sachikage seemed to see through everything and commented on the way those in power did things in a condescending manner. "We should thank him. I wish him a long life so that he can cheat the Leaf Village more times in his lifetime." The Raikage's remarks became more and more outrageous, and then he suddenly changed the subject and asked that Sachikage, who do you think Konoha village will let take the blame? After hearing this, that Sachikage thought for a moment, shook his head, and said, "It's hard to say, but I guess the people who take the blame should be the Hokage and Tobirama. Apart from the two of them who are directly related to this matter, no one else should get involved in this mess." "I think so too." The Raikage agreed with what that Sachikage said. He didn't think there were any stupid people in this world who were willing to take the blame for others. The Daimyo of the Land of Earth watched a good show for free, and it was a good show about Konoha village. He was so excited that he even ate one more bowl of lunch than usual. "Mr. Daimyo, the damage to the mines in the Land of Earth has been revealed. Please review it." After saying that, the attendant handed a piece of paper to the Daimyo of the Land of Earth, on which was clearly written the conditions of the various mineral veins in the Land of Earth. The Daimyo of the Land of Earth took it and looked at it, and a layer of gloom instantly covered his face. "Show me what this is for. I want a solution. I want to be able to continue mining." The Lord of the Land tore up the paper in his hand and threw it at the attendant's head. "Go ask them to come up with a feasible solution immediately. I want to see that the mines in the Land of Earth can be mined normally." The Daimyo of the Land of Earth issued a death order and asked his attendants to deliver the message to the Land of Earth. "Yes, Lord Daimyo." The attendants withdrew in an orderly manner. After the attendants left, the Daimyo of the Land of Earth looked at the food on the table and could no longer eat it. He swept the food on the table to the ground and sulked alone. Kamui finished his meal with Mito and Mira, holding one in each hand, and walked slowly towards home. As for the Pikachu, it lay on Kamui's head and acted arrogantly. This little mouse is becoming more and more arrogant. Relying on the favor of his two mistresses, he doesn't feel that he is being excessive when he summons Shenwei. It seems that he is avenging the tattoo that Shenwei gave him. In the little account book in Shenwei's heart, he made a note of Pikachu and thought, "Little mouse, when you are left alone, I will definitely settle this account with you." Ouch, that hurts. "Pikachu, please be gentle. If you pull my hair again, it will be gone," Shenwei said in a rather servile manner. Chapter 149 Chores. Kamui held Mito and Mira's hands, and the three of them returned home together. The Zushin Mall, which had been quiet for a long time, suddenly had an update reminder. Shenwei immediately returned to his room and waited for the mall to update. The Zushin Mall is updating. New products are coming. The update of Zushin Mall has been completed. I wish you a happy life. After a few short prompt sounds, Shenwei was brought back to reality. Shenwei couldn't wait to open the mall. What he was most concerned about now was whether the things in the mall would start to be charged. Shenwei browsed through it and found that his worries were unnecessary. the mall was still the conscientious mall. Shenwei secretly rejoiced and turned his attention to the content of this update. The first is a change in the Naruto world map. As the first item obtained by Kamui, it helped Kamui a lot at first. But as Kamui uses the Flying Thunder God technique to continuously explore new worlds, the Naruto world map becomes useless. This update directly evolves the Naruto world map into the map of the universe. Whenever Kamui arrives at a new world, the map of the universe will automatically obtain the map of that world and update it in real time. Shenwei looked at the map of the heavens in front of him and thought, even if I had a map, I could still get lost and show you. Shenwei closed the map of the heavens and looked at a book on the homepage of the mall. He was overjoyed. The name of this book is Coordinates of All Worlds. As the name suggests, the book records the coordinates of various worlds. Now Shenwei's life in the next 3 years will be rich and colorful. Shenwei quickly exchanged the book Coordinates of All Worlds from the mall and then slapped it on his head with the book. Shenwei thought that the contents of the book would be engraved in his mind, but he found that there was no change except for the pain in his forehead. Shenwei rubbed his forehead. On the front of the book Coordinates of All Worlds, a line of small words suddenly appeared. Shenwei, do you dare to be lazy again? Layaway. Shenwei looked at this sentence in the book and could hardly believe his eyes. His mind was filled with thoughts about who this old Wei was, but he had no clue at all. Shenwei put this question in the bottom of his heart and threw Coordinates of All Worlds into his personal space. It was no big deal if he just needed to flip through the book when he needed it. After what happened to Layaway, Shenwei was no longer interested in looking at other products, so he closed them all. Shenwei was lying on the bed when he suddenly heard someone calling for him outside. Shenwei, are you home? When Kamui went out, he saw that the person who came to see him was none other than the Hokage Madara. Shenwei, you are at home. Go out for a walk with me. Since Madara Hokage invited him so warmly, Kamui naturally would not refuse, so he walked side by side with Madara Hokage. Kamui, the daimyo of the Land of Fire, said that the Chunin exam will be held tomorrow. After the Chunin exam, I will announce the result of your punishment. Then you will be free, and the entire Konoha village will be on my shoulders. Naruto, Madara said with a hint of blame, the more capable you are, the more work you should do. I believe this little thing won't be a problem for Brother Ban. Shenwei made jokes and tried his best to avoid the topic from turning into the sadness of parting. You are a capable person, Shenwei. Why don't I see you working hard? Instead, you are just slacking off every day. Naruto, Madara squinted at Kamui and then complained. Forehead. Kamui was rendered speechless by the Hokage Madara. After leaving Konoha village, where do you plan to go first? Naruto, Madara became interested in Kamui's itinerary and seemed to be planning to go together. Let's go to Uzashio village first and accompany Mito home. After that, I haven't decided where to go yet. Kamui answered truthfully. You really should accompany Mito home and then help me convey the goodwill of Konoha village. Naruto, Madara nodded slightly, indicating that he was satisfied with Kamui's itinerary arrangement, and then spoke. When are you going to send them back to their own world? After they come back from Uzashio village, it will be a good opportunity to let them play in this world for a while longer. Kamui plans to take them around the ninja world for a tour and then send them back so that they can experience life in the ninja world. Oh, and remember to notify me before sending them back. Naruto, Madara looked a little disappointed, but then quickly cheered up. Why bother? If you want to see Izuna, we can leave now, Shenwei said bluntly. Really? Then let's set off tonight to meet Izuna. I need to get ready now. Naruto, Madara instantly became excited and pulled Kamui's hand and ran straight to the vegetable market. Along the way, Kamui was dragged to the vegetable market by Naruto Madara to pick out the ingredients needed for making dumplings. From selecting the ingredients to putting the dumplings into the pot, Kamui has always been by the side of Hokage Madara, acting as a tool. What is that? It smells so good. The Fire Country daimyo peeked at the dumplings cooking in the kitchen pot and asked curiously. The daimyo of the Fire Nation originally came to Madara Hokage's house for the good tea, but after seeing the tea that Kamui gave to Madara Hokage, he could not walk anymore and started to study it directly in Madara Hokage's house. He also told Madara Hokage to do whatever he should do, and not to bother him. Madara, the Hokage, had only a vague knowledge of the tea ceremony, and had no common topics with the daimyo of the Fire Nation, so he left him at home, and went to find Kamui himself, and then things happened as follows. Your Excellency, there are dumplings cooking in the pot. I'll let you taste them when they are done, Naruto. Madara replied. The Fire Nation daimyo received the answer from Hokage Madara, and left the kitchen, waiting for Hokage Madara's dumplings. Madara, why is the daimyo in your house? After Kamui and the other daimyos of the Land of Fire left, he asked the Hokage Madara beside him. Naruto Madara told Kamui the reason why the Fire Country daimyo appeared in his house, and Kamui didn't know how to react. This lord is really working hard for his hobby. Kamui racked his brains, and finally found this non-derogatory word to describe the behavior of the Fire Nation daimyo. Okay, I know what you're thinking, but it's fine if you just think about it. There are some things you must never say. The dumplings are ready. I'll go send some to daimyo. You pack the rest. When I come back, we'll set off. After giving instructions to Kamui, Hokage Madara brought a plate of dumplings to the daimyo of the Land of Fire. TSK, I'm not a child anymore. Don't I know what to say and what not to say? It's unnecessary, Kamui complained while looking at the back of Naruto Madara. While Kamui was packing dumplings, Naruto Madara had already placed the plate of dumplings in front of the Fire Country daimyo. The daimyo of the Fire Country couldn't help drooling when he looked at the fat white dumplings on the plate. He picked up the dumplings with chopsticks and put them into his mouth. Naturally, the daimyo of the Fire Country burst into tears. While the Fire Country daimyo was busy eating dumplings, Naruto Madara quietly retreated, reunited with Kamui, and prepared to set off. Kamui used the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto Madara put one hand on Kamui's shoulder and held the dumplings he had prepared for Izuna in the other hand. With excitement and nervousness in his heart, he came to the world of fairy tale with Kamui. Madara Naruto was looking at the fairy tale guild in front of him, and he developed some feelings for the guild because of his love for the guild. Just when Madara Naruto was about to step into the guild to meet Izuna, Kamui said, "Don't look, Izuna is not here. Come with me, Naruto." Madara awkwardly retracted his leg and followed Kamui towards the woods outside the town. From a distance, Naruto Madara saw Izuna holding flowers in her hands and talking to herself, but no one knew what she was saying. Just as Naruto Madara was about to step forward to meet Izuna, he was covered with his mouth by Kamui and dragged into the bushes nearby. "Hush, don't make any noise, there's something interesting to watch," Kamui whispered to Naruto Madara, and then let go of Naruto Madara. Naruto Madara didn't understand what it meant, but still chose to believe in Kamui. After a while, a little girl with blue hair came over. When Izuna saw her, she immediately went up to her and handed her the flowers in her hand. The blue-haired girl shyly took the flowers handed to her by Izuna. The two seemed to be talking about something, but because they spoke very quietly and the distance was too far, Kamui and Naruto Madara couldn't hear a word. "Ban, if nothing unexpected happens, the blue-haired girl will be your brother's wife. Do you have anything to say about this?" Shenmue asked in a low voice, his words full of teasing. "Humph, I want to say now. Look at what a crappy place you chose. I can't hear a word they say." Naruto Madara gave an irrelevant answer, making it clear that he didn't want to discuss this topic with Kamui. "Both of your younger brothers are planning to start their own families. As the older brother, shouldn't you hurry up as well?" Shenmue said bluntly. "HMPH, I want you to take care of it." Naruto Madara said proudly. Look, they are holding hands," Kamui said excitedly as he patted Naruto Madara's thigh. Naruto Madara was slapped on the thigh by Kamui, and he grimaced in pain. Then Naruto Madara rubbed his thigh and spoke angrily. "Can't you just pat your thigh?" When Naruto Madara said this, he did not control his volume, which alarmed Izuna and the blue-haired girl. When the blue-haired girl heard the noise, she immediately pulled her hand back, which made Izuna feel lost. "Levi, hide behind me." Izuna stood in front of Levi and looked towards the place where the sound came from. The little blue-haired girl holding hands with Izuna is the one Izuna calls Ribi. At this moment, she grabbed Izuna's clothes on the back, stuck her head out from behind Izuna, and secretly looked outside. It's all your fault. If you hadn't spoken out, would we have been discovered? You're blaming me. You don't have legs yourself, but you insisted on taking pictures of me. I think you should be blamed for this. Kamui and Naruto Madara blamed each other and walked out of the bushes. Kamui, brother. Izuna recognized the person and screamed in surprise. Izuna, long time no see. Naruto. Madara's expression changes so quickly that he can argue with Kamui with a red face in the last second, and in the next second he looks like someone who has been reunited after a long separation. Chapter 150 Preparation. Izuna never expected that she would meet her brother again under such circumstances, and all kinds of emotions surged into Izuna's heart. Naruto Madara looked at Izuna, who was at a loss and didn't know how to express his feelings. Kamui looked at Hokage, Madara and Izuna, the two taciturn people who were standing there stupidly without saying a word, and took the initiative to step forward to break the deadlock. Izuna. I came to see you again. How was it? Are you surprised? Are you happy? Shenmui's words successfully attracted everyone's attention. Haha, not surprised nor happy. Didn't we just meet last night? Izuna stared at Kamui with a pair of dead fish eyes and expressed her true thoughts. Oh, that's not important. Who is the girl behind you? Won't you introduce her to us? There was no trace of embarrassment on Kamui's face, and he was looking for a topic to get Naruto Madara and Izuna talking about. When Izuna saw Kamui mention Levi, she suddenly started stuttering and didn't know how Levi would introduce her to her brother and Kamui. At the critical moment, it was the girl who mustered up the courage, walked out from behind Izuna, and introduced herself to Naruto, Madara, and Kamui. Hello. My name is Levi, and I am Izuna's girlfriend. After Levi introduced herself, her face turned red, and she wanted to hide behind Izuna again. Hello, my name is Uchiha Kamui. I'm Izuna's brother. I came here in a hurry and didn't bring any gifts, so this bag of senzu beans is for you. For a moment, Shenmue really didn't know what to give to Levi as a gift, so he simply gave her the senzu beans compared to Kamui, who didn't know what to give. Naruto Madara had nothing on hand and had nothing to give at all. Hello, my name is Uchiha Madara. I'm Izuna's brother. The gift. I'll make it up to you next time you come. This is the dumplings I made for you. Levi looked at the beans and dumplings that were handed to her, but being introverted, she didn't dare to reach out to take them. Levi, just take what's given to you. Don't be polite to them. They are both richer than the other. Izuna reached out to take the gift from Naruto Madara and Kamui to Levi, and then handed it to Levi. Brother, since you came with Shenmue, it means you already know everything. Don't blame Shenmue. Everything is of my own free will. Izuna looked at Naruto Madara and Kamui, who appeared in front of him at the same time, and he knew that the matter had been exposed, so he tried to excuse Kamui. Izuna, come back. Konoha village needs you. Hokage. Madara suddenly proposed to Izuna, hoping that Izuna could return to Konoha village to help him. I'm not going back yet, that's all. Izuna rejected Naruto Madara, and her words revealed that she didn't want to continue this topic. Well, Izuna, take care of yourself. Kamui and I will be back soon. Bye. Naruto Madara knew that he couldn't persuade Izuna, so he gave up trying to persuade her, put his hand on Kamui's shoulder, and prepared to return. You and Izuna just met, and you're not going to continue chatting. Shenmue was a little confused by the brothers' mysterious actions, so he reminded them from the side. With met and said what we need to say. What else is there to talk about? Let's go. Although Naruto Madara urged Kamui, his face remained calm. Kamui noticed that something was not right with Naruto Madara, but he didn't say much and just played the role of a means of transportation. Kamui activated the Flying Thunder God technique and suddenly disappeared in the world of fairy tale. Goodbye, Izuna watched the departure of Naruto Madara and Kamui and whispered these two words. Izuna, don't you miss your brother very much? Then why don't you go back with him? Levi raised her head and looked at Izuna, asking with a puzzled look on her face. Konoha village is great, but you are not there. A sweet word suddenly came out of Izuna's mouth, which made Levi feel happy. If Kamui saw this scene, he would definitely say to Izuna, I asked you to imitate, not to surpass. Izuna, you don't have to stay here just for me. If you want to go back, I can go with you. Libby said to Izuna with a blushing face, but as she spoke, her voice became smaller and smaller, and her head slowly lowered. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat the dumplings first. They won't taste good if they get cold. On this side, Izuna and Rii were sitting on the ground and feeding each other, while on the other side, Hokage, Madara and Kamui had already returned to the Naruto world. Kamui, you should go back first. We still have to preside over the Chunin exam tomorrow. I want to be alone for a while. After saying this, Naruto Madara no longer paid any attention to Kamui and walked silently towards his room. Madara, Izuna is a guy who values women over friends. You should never take it to heart. Kamui looked at the lost back of Naruto Madara and couldn't help but speak to him to enlighten him. Shenmue, if you really have nothing to do, you can go to the police department and finish your work. Naruto, Madara said with a dark face. Bye. Shenmue realized that his advice had actually had the opposite effect, so he immediately fled away. Humph. Naruto. Madara snorted coldly at Kamui's back and returned to his lost look point. Kamui came out of Naruto's house and went straight back home, no longer caring about the two brothers. When Kamui arrived home, he found the house empty. He almost thought there was a thief in the house. He hurried inside, but found Mito and Mera packing up their things. It's not like you won't be coming back in the future. Do you two really have to move? Shenmue complained as he looked at the bags in front of him. But I couldn't bear to part with any of the things in my house, so I wanted to take them all away. Mito explained. I couldn't bear to part with them either, so I chose to listen to Sister Mito. Mera gave the same reason. I understand how you feel, but you don't have to take the tables and chairs away unless you want to eat on the floor tonight. Under the awkward gazes of Mito and Mera, Kamui put the table and chairs back far away, then walked towards the kitchen to prepare today's dinner. After Shenmue walked out, he quickly came back and said, which of you put away the kitchen utensils? It turned out that Kamui walked into the kitchen and found it was also empty. Kamui immediately returned and asked Mito and Mera about the whereabouts of the kitchen utensils. Shenmue, wait a minute, let us look for it first. Mito and Mera searched through bags and bags and finally found the kitchen utensils at home. Just bring some changes of clothes and leave the rest of your stuff at home. Don't make it look like you're fleeing. In the end, Kamui didn't frown or say anything harsh to Mito and Mera. He just reminded them politely, then took the kitchen utensils and went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Kamui's words still had some effect. Mito and Mera discussed it and put some unimportant things back to their original places, leaving only some essential things for going out. I'm so tired. It would be great if there was a delicious meal in front of me right now. I'm tired after working all afternoon. I'm hungry too. Shenmue, is the meal ready? Mito and Mera slumped in their chairs, not wanting to move, waiting for Kamui to place the food in front of them. The meal is here. Are you two getting impatient waiting? Kamui came over with the food, and the aroma of the food activated Mito and Mera's tired bodies. Brother Shenmue, the meal is ready. It seems we came back just in time. The doppelganger of Kamui and the little girl Kagura walked back from outside one after another. It's time for dinner. Why didn't you call me? As soon as future Shenmue finished speaking, he sat down on the chair and started eating. Where have you two been? Why are you back so late? While distributing bowls and chopsticks, Kamui asked the Kamui and Kagura siblings. The Anbu just informed us that the Chunin exam will continue tomorrow. Brother Kamui, is this true? Said the doppelganger of godly power. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten it. The Hokage came to me today and told me about this matter. You just need to go to the exam normally tomorrow. Other than that, don't get involved in other matters. Shenmue really forgot about this matter completely. If Shenmue's double hadn't mentioned it, Shenmue probably wouldn't have even remembered that such a thing happened. Other things? Brother Shenmue, what do you mean by other things? The little girl Kagura carefully discovered the problem. It's nothing serious. After the tune-in exams, the Hokage will announce his decision on me and exile me from Konoha village. You must not object then. I fought so hard to get this, and you must not ruin it for me. Shenmue spoke out this matter in advance because he didn't want his travel plans to be disrupted. Brother Shenmue, you really put a lot of effort into slacking off. You even want something like exile. The doppelganger of Shenmue originally wanted to stand up for Shenmue, but when he heard Shenmue say that he had taken the initiative to fight for it, he gave up the idea. Well, I was originally going to be announced as a traitorous ninja, but I didn't expect the Hokage to set me up. I will still come back in 3 years and continue to be the head of the police department, Shenmue said with a sigh. Brother Shenmue, have you decided where to go after you leave the village? The doppelganger of God asked. The first stop has already been planned. We'll go to Uzushio village in the Whirlpool country, which is Mito's mother's home. I haven't thought about the rest yet. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Shenmue did not hide anything and told the truth. I remember that Sister Mito was kidnapped by Brother Kamui. So this time, when we go to Uzushio village, I think Brother Kamui is in danger. What? Miss Kagura said was a bit alarmist, but it was not without reason. Shenmue was also a little scared. No, the uncles are all very good people. I think they will not embarrass Shenmue, Mito hurriedly explained, but she emphasized the word difficult, which made Kamui even more frightened. Kamui's meal was tasteless, and his mind was filled with thoughts about what he would experience after arriving at Uzumaki village. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.